what's up, y'all? What up, what up? What up, Bunny, J-Dog? How y'all doing today? But yeah, always stay positive, all right? I know you don't feel good. I know O don't feel good. Your dad probably too, you know? But the best thing you can do is just focus on what is the most important thing for the day, okay? Bunny, whatever brings you peace of mind, whatever helps your health, right? Whatever can improve or make you at least feel more comfortable, as far as how you physically feel, will also help you emotionally and mentally, and vice versa, right? If you try to take on too much today, try to put too much on your plate, maybe, let's say if you try to do your normal daily routines, exercise, let's say if you cook certain things every day, let's say, with the streaming thing and all that, if you try to pile on too much while you're sick, while you're physically in this state, it's going to make it like it's going to perpetuate it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll never change my opinion on this. I firmly believe that anytime anybody's ever sick, the best thing you could do is rest as much as possible. And if you do anything at all, do things with like low intensity. You see what I mean? Because I've done this before. I'm a crazy person. I'm for real, like, a little bit different. But it doesn't mean that, like, because I might want to do something that I'm always going to be able to do it just because I feel like it. There's been times where I've tried to push myself when I was sick or try to work out and do all these things and then regret it later. You know? Sit there and just feel like almost worse. Even though it's already been days, I'd be like, damn, I shouldn't have did that. I should have just chilled. So the best thing is just relax. You feel me? Just relax. Drink you some chamomile tea, some valerian root tea, something. Maybe take some glycine if you had that, some magnesium, eat some foods with magnesium, eat some blueberries, have you some soup, some hot cocoa, just some simple tea, not much caffeine at all. You know what I mean? Like, really, the best I've ever felt when I was sick is when I didn't have any coffee, didn't have any caffeine at all whatsoever. That way, like, let's say if you start to feel tired, you start to feel fatigued, you start to get sleepy during the day, just lay down. You know what I mean? You're not trying to be go, go, go and say, oh, even though you're sick, okay, let's have caffeine so I can just get up and just do what I either want to do or what I need to do. No, this is like a time in your life, right? Temporarily, for where you only do things when you physically can and then rest when you need to. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's the biggest thing about avoiding caffeine during time when you're sick, because for one, it allows your body just to be low stress. Because caffeine does raise your cortisol. It raises your blood pressure, a whole bunch of shit. Do you get energy from caffeine? Yes. In most cases, as long as you're not like super, uh, like as long as your tolerance is not super high. Like if you have caffeine all day, throughout the day, every day, then I think it's the adenosine receptors in your brain. Those are going to be super multiplied. You're going to need way more caffeine just to feel like barely a little bit of energy. So, Bunny, look at this as like a reset. You know what I mean? Take this as a reset, a time to just relax, let your body recuperate, recover, bounce back. And that's just, not just for you, that's for everybody. Okay? But, but yeah. Oh, yeah, and I just see what J-Dog said. Yep. Can dehydrate you? Yeah, it can. Especially depending on, like, what kind of sick are you being. If you got diarrhea or something like that, yeah, you're going to be dehydrated like a mug. You know what I'm saying? If you vomiting, whatever. And I'm just being real blunt because this shit is serious. You know what I mean? We're not talking about no little Play-Doh, little kid shit. This is real life. You know what I mean? So, caffeine in general, whether it's through tea, energy drinks, coffee, whatever, it will further act as a diuretic. It'll further deplete your body of electrolytes from fluid, hydration, stuff like that. So, yeah, just have soup, drink you some type of smoothie. You know what I mean? Make you like a blueberry smoothie with some lemon in it, right? Have something like that in place of coffee or caffeine, you know? Yeah, have that instead. But right now it's raining like cats and dogs over here. It's like getting a little chilly outside, raining like crazy, but it's nice. It's like I feel like this is like a relaxing day overall for everybody. You know, I just woke up not too long ago, so I feel pretty good. Nice little start to my day. You know, damn, is the wind blowing that hard? I hear stuff like moving around outside. Hold on, the hell is that? Damn, yeah, there's something banging around. Let me see. Hold on, let me check something right quick. Bro, can y'all hear this shit? It's hail. I've never heard hail this loud or this. This is crazy, bro. It's big ass chunks of ice coming down out the sky. What the fuck? I've never seen this in my life. Y'all heard that? Ooh, shit. God damn. Big ass chunks of ice. Yo. That shit hella loud. Yeah, you can hear it through the mic. Yeah, I bet you can. That shit is stupid loud. I'm gonna take a picture and put it on Discord. This shit. Y'all ain't never seen hail this big in my life. This is crazy. Hold on one sec, y'all. All right, y'all, I'm back. This is crazy, man. This weather's so crazy. I almost wish I had the mic on like about I don't know 3 minutes ago. The shit was so loud, I thought it was gonna bust through the awning. Like now it's lightning storming. This weather is like this weather's some crazy shit, bro. Yeah, I got some photos of the hail. Mm-mm-mm. It's really insane. Bunny, you said you think you've been eating everything in sight because you forgot the water? What'd that mean? Because you saying because if you drink water you wouldn't be as hungry? Dude, this hail is so crazy. I'm looking at the yard and there's just big ass balls of ice all over the place. I don't think I've ever seen this in my life. Yeah, it gets to raining, then hail, then it stopped raining for a minute, then it go back to rain. Yo, and it's not even that cold outside. But see, the thing about hail is it turns the ice way, way up in the atmosphere before it even comes down. So by the time it comes down here, it's just big balls of ice. Cause like it's like freezing, instantly. Isn't that weird how weather works? Mm, mm. And apparently it's gonna be raining all day today. Gray skies, rainy. Yep, throughout the whole day. We're gonna have like a window of about an hour, around 9 to 10, where it's not gonna be raining apparently. Yep. Then again, from 1 to 3, we're gonna have no rain, but all gray skies all day. But then other than that, it's raining. It's gonna be raining all day up until like around 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Damn. Shoot, that's crazy, boy. That's crazy, boy. That's something, isn't it? Isn't that something, boy? It's like 60 something degrees. It was just 80. Well, it'd be like that, I guess. Mm-hmm. It was raining yesterday over there, J-Dog. Yeah. You do hear it, yeah. It was hella loud, bro. What's up, Chris? What up, what up? Yeah, it was just hailing down like crazy, man. Like a crazy ass weather. You said God is angry and angels are crying, it seems. Hey, who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of interpretations as to like why weather patterns happen the way they do. Some people say it's God's wrath. It could be. There could be a chance of that. I think it depends. I think it depends on a lot of different things. Because look, you can have innocent people in a neighborhood that get their whole house swept up. You know what I mean? People in the neighborhood that like, they don't bother nobody, they don't do nothing bad, right? Supposedly. But let's say there's someone who's not good in the neighborhood, their house is still there, but the decent person, they lost their house. Stuff like that does happen, so it's kind of hard to say. But I'm not God, so I can't really form an opinion on that. You know what I mean? You said when it's raining with the sun out, the devil's peace is away. Oh man, I'd imagine the devil wouldn't have a wife. I'd imagine they just have a bunch of concubines or something. Crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Yep, a bunch of slaves or some shit. Souls that they enslaved, or people that enslaved themselves, souls that enslaved themselves. Really, they made choices. All right, y'all. Yeah, we're back. What an interesting start to the show today. What an interesting start to the show. Y'all ready to get started? It's now April 27th, 2026. It's a Monday, too. All right. Nice Monday. Nice start to the week. Let's get back into the game. We go to YOTEI. Ghost of YOTEI. Online multiplayer on Multiplayer Monday. We will be playing another online game today at some point. But for now, we got this. All right. 'Cause I really like this game, man. This game is stupid fun to me. Yeah, I love this. Wait, I'm gonna let y'all choose. Should we start with survival or story mission? Story mission or survival? Put a 1 for story, 2 for survival. You was told that as a kid, Chris? Mm. Now that makes sense. You know what's funny about that too? Now that you mention it, there's a lot of stuff that we're told as kids that we will remember and possibly believe all of our entire lives. You know what I mean? Whether it's true or not, whether it's based off of like superstition or whether it's like scientific fact or whatever it may be. You could tell a kid something right now, and by the time they're 30, 40 years old, they might still believe that. You know what I mean? And depending on that person, depending on their personality and the way they think, they might actually believe stuff despite contrary information. Contradictory information. Like they might still believe what they were told as a kid, even in the face of something that would go against what they thought was true. You see what I mean? So that stuff is powerful. What you tell kids is very powerful. So always, you know, whether you're a parent or you have younger siblings or younger family members, always keep it real. Like you don't have to like tell them things that they're not ready to handle, but always keep it real with them and tell them things. If you're going to tell them some type of figurative thing, let it be something that like is beneficial to them throughout their entire life. Not something to necessarily like just spook them out and make them worried or paranoid about shit unnecessarily. But make sure you instill good things in the kids, because a lot of kids do. A lot of people in general carry things throughout their entire life. You know. J Dog, you said you was told. You told when it's rain, angels are crying, thunder, lightning is God's anger. Yeah, and like tornadoes and stuff. I heard some similar things. Bunny says story. Story it is. All right, let's do mission 3. But Chris, you said there was a big deep hole in the ground outside your granny's house when you were kids, and were told if you're bad, the devil will come out and take us down the hole. Damn. I mean, you know, in a way, I guess maybe that could be like a good or bad thing. You know, because it'll keep kids on the straight and narrow. They say, well, damn, I don't want to go down that hole. You know what I'm saying? So it'll encourage them to behave properly. At least there's more of a chance of that, right? But yeah, I think it'd be different if you told them like, if you jump through the hole, you can get to China, and then that'll make them want to do it. You know what I mean? And they'll believe that shit. Like, oh, they'll see a big ass hole, like I want to go to China real bad. You know? They're like, I'm just gonna jump through this hole and then get fucked up. So yeah. All right, y'all. Mission 3. That's the next one we're on. This is gonna be tough. I feel like it's gonna be. Since we're level 82, we might as well do gold. Might as well do the gold. Yeah. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Oh, by the way, folks, don't forget to hit the like. All right. Even I forgot that. Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Yeah, all y'all said 1. Story mission. Story mission. You said, what do I think about working? Watch you working for ICE? I don't see nothing wrong with it. As long as they pay you good, you know. Yeah, I'm in support of that. Just make sure it aligns with your morals, you know, because I don't know a whole lot about it, but there is some controversy there. Some people say a bunch of different things. They say it's like they're doing shit they shouldn't be doing. I don't know much about it, so I can't really form an opinion. But at least the principle of it, what it stands for, right? Like the purpose of what it stands for, it's just enforces the laws. So I'm in support of that. As far as I know.
Kitsune's most dangerous warriors.
Yep.
The Frog Spirit beckoned the ghosts to follow.
Like we want people in the country, but we want them to come here the right way. Like they're just fucking common sense. We can't go anywhere else and just be like, well, I'm here now. I just live here now. Like, fuck no. They're gonna kick our ass right out. I don't understand why everybody's so up in their feelings and be like, well, that's wrong. This is the planet. Everyone should be able to go anywhere they want to. Well, bitch, if that was the case, then why would they make the laws the way they are? Okay? I'm just a very, like, practical dude. I'm not all about, like, Listen, I understand feelings and that shit, right? I understand that, but I'm just straight up. I'm just real straight up. Like it is what it is. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Simple. Oh yeah, I forgot to teleport. I'm tripping. I don't know why I thought I could swing across that. There we go. They paying 6 figures? Oh yeah, yeah. Do that. Do that. Just be careful. I imagine it could possibly be dangerous. You know what I mean? Like just yeah. Be careful. Be cautious, bro. Because what they're doing is not like it ain't like some light shit. Like they are putting their life at risk. Because some of the people that they go and get or whatever they gotta do is put them in harm's way. In some cases, it might be even more dangerous than being a cop. You feel me?
I'll put you in the ground.
Because some of these people that are here are just straight up, some unsavory ass people. Well, let's just keep it real. Not everybody that immigrates to a country illegally is a bad person. They might have good intentions, even though they broke the law. But some of these people are like, they don't give a fuck. Like, they're just, like, straight up bad. You know what I mean? They disregard shit. So, them the kind of people you gotta be careful with. Damn, bitch, hold up. Stop your ass. Got torched the effigy. Yeah, people be all like, sensitive about that shit. I'm not that kind of person, right? Like whatever's real, that's what it is. I'm not all about like ideology and all that shit. Like, can I be ideological in some cases? Yeah, everybody can be. But no, it's not about like fantasy or what we wish it to be or none of that shit. Like, no, it is what it is. And if we don't like the laws, then we gotta take part and change them. Simple. We can't complain about it and do nothing. You see what I mean? It's just like in real life, like in your own personal life. You can, let's say a person, I use fitness a lot because it's easy. But let's say a person complains about being fat, but yet they're gonna still keep eating shit food and still being, lazy, sitting around not doing shit. It's like, okay, well, you must like being fat. Simple. You must like that shit. So why are you complaining? You can complain about being fat but do nothing? It's stupid. I'd be like, either that person's dumb as hell or they're just, they just like to talk. They just like to bitch and complain and talk. I wish this and I wish that. I don't like this. Okay, we'll do something. Like, what you talking about it for? Oh, bitch ass, what the? Oh, that's that one thing that be screaming. Am I can't mark while I'm down? You said a woman at the gym gave you information on how to apply and told you about the benefits and what gets you promoted. She'll also help you with the resume. And she's odds of getting hired. Okay, yeah, do it. So that's good pay, 6 figures. Especially nowadays, boy, you damn near need 6 figures. Yeah, because cost of living ain't no joke. I think a person, a single person, whether man or woman, can get by with about, like, you can do okay with like 40, 50K a year. You know what I mean? Anything below that, you're struggling. Like, that's in poverty. Like, could you still survive? Yeah. But would you be able to really, make moves? It's going to be damn hard. You know what I mean? It's going to be real damn hard. But if you're making 6 figures, 80 to 100K, right at the baseline of 6 figures, 100K, then you could be comfortable. Depending on where you live, because it's like West Coast, East Coast, maybe like Miami, shit like that, it'd be kind of tough. Alaska even. In Alaska, you gotta have like 80K minimum as a single adult. If you got a family in Alaska, for example, you're gonna be needing like 100 plus easily, like 120, 130K.
The ghosts knew that destroying more of the Kitsune's effigies would draw out
because rent's gonna be like 2,000-3,000. Yep. You might get lucky with a $1,500 apartment or some shit. Florida, Miami is gonna be expensive. New York. New York's apartments hella dumb small, but yet you're gonna be spending like $1,200, $2,000 for a little bitty ass apartment. You know. Yeah, I mean, you're chilling though, bro. Get that money, bro. You're safe though. As long as you cool with that line of work, you know what I mean? You can do whatever job, you know, pays the bill. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't believe in the idea of people just doing a job for the paycheck. You gotta have some type of tie to it. Like for example, in one case where that really applies heavy is being a doctor, and I say this all the time. If you are a doctor and you're only in that profession because you heard it pays good, you need to switch. You know what I mean? You don't want people being doctors and nurses just because they're like, oh, well, I mean, it's good pay. Like, no, bitch, do you care? You know? Like, are you in that line of work also because you want to help people? Because, you know, all right, if that's the case, then great. But if you're like, I'm indifferent to it, you know, don't care if it helps anybody, I'm just doing a job. It's like, no, that's the wrong mindset. I would never want a doctor or a nurse looking after me or advising me or giving me health advice, prescribing me nothing. If they're like, oh, this is a paycheck. You know, I heard it's lucrative. I just want to make a lot of money. It's like, no, bitch, I won't be your patient, all right? And that's primarily, in a lot of cases, why I just do my best to take care of myself. I don't want to be in the hands of somebody who's just doing it for a paycheck. You know what I mean? Like, that shit crazy to me. And I was actually going to be a doctor one day, back when I was in high school. I was like, one day I'm going to do this. But the main reason why I did not pursue being a doctor is because, like, how should I put this? I'm like real empathetic, you know what I mean, to a lot of different things. And it would be hard for me to handle, like, losing a patient or like somebody like that I can't save. You know what I mean? So I thought about that. I think I might have been like 15 or 16 years old, and I thought about it. I was like, oh, some patients be dying and shit. You know, because I didn't wrap my head around it for real. Until one day I was like, oh man. Like I heard a doctor talking about like how they lost a patient, they died and shit, and I was like, oh. And I was like, I don't know if I can handle that. Because then you go home with that on your mind, and imagine like you're a doctor for like 20, 30, 40 years. Like you're probably gonna lose even just a handful of people that's gonna fuck with you. Like if you have a strong conscience, you know, even if you did everything you could and it wasn't your fault, it still bother you. You know what I mean? I was like, no, I don't want that on my mind. Damn, I can't even roll around. Yeah, I was like, I don't want that shit on my mind. It seems like stress. He's stressed and depressed over that shit. I'm like, no, man, I'm good. Nope. Because, I mean, obviously, y'all can tell I like helping people. I give health advice all the time. Unpaid, in some cases, unsolicited, you know? So I definitely care, but I don't want to be too attached to people's outcomes. Because not everybody's responsible. You could tell somebody all the right shit, and they still make the wrong choices, and, you know, you'd be like, well, damn. So you got to be detached a little bit.
The ghosts advanced into the fox spirit's domain.
That's why I tell you all the time. Whatever you do with the advice I give, that's up to you.
The ghost sends more effigies nearby.
I'm gonna tell you as much as I can, try to help. After that, it's in your hands, you know?
I'll cut you!
Come on, man. There we go. I'll read the chat here in a second, y'all. Give me a minute. screaming. Don't nobody want to hear all that. Got it. Yeah. Dude, look at my health bar. That shit frozen. Need some heat. Get that heat. Nice. That should do it. All right, Chris, I got you.
Someone
Yeah, it's tough to read the chat that are already like in the chat, but I can see y'all message popping on the screen. Ooh, shit. Ooh, hold up. Oh, hell no. There we go. Damn, one my God. Be careful.
Only a single ghost
Golly, bro. I got you. Always just screaming. Here we go again.
Prepare yourself.
Watch this. I saw something. Don't let that bitch. Put her dumb ass on fire. There we go.
Only one ghost remains.
Oh,
You're not done yet.
snap. She got all health though. Don't put it in her. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. We gotta go all the way up there. Nah, another one. Damn, man. He just beat one. Amazing. Thank you.
On your place!
No holding back.
Tell me I gotta go all the way back down there. Get this fire.
A single ghost remains.
I got you. Come on. Let's go. Alright, come on. You gonna start your own stream, J-Dog? I got you, bro. Have fun with it, man. What you about to stream, by the way? Which game? There we go. Good stuff, bro.
With all the effigies destroyed, the ghosts made their way to the heart of the fox
Next
spirit's
location.
domain.
Yeah, buddy.
The ghosts were near the end of the path to the kitsune.
Said you retire at 57 if you join ASAP. That's not bad. 57 is hella young to retire. Said there was a lightning strike that struck a church 2 years ago that was having the same 6 marriage. That church got caught on fire. Damn. Yeah, I mean, in church, I don't know if that's the right place to be doing that. Just to be fair. I mean, you know what the Bible says, so. Y'all judge, love who you love, but, you know what I mean? Also understand the universal laws. Like, God loves all people. I firmly believe that, but there's also, like, there's a line.
Fall, monster.
You know what I mean? There's a line in the sand.
Fighting.
Oh,
This is it.
Only a single ghost remained.
oh. Not good, not good. Oh, man.
Ghost remained.
Oh, man.
There's more hunting to do.
Only one ghost remained.
Jeez.
The kitsune was growing desperate,
Yeah,
sending more
blasphemous
warriors
people that
than
use the
ever
Lord's
to
name in
stop
vain.
the
Yep,
ghosts.
I agree with that, Chris.
But it wasn't enough.
I'm catching up with y'all, chat. Let's see. Yeah, along with ones that harm, that harm kids. Absolutely. Fuck those
The
people.
enemy was waiting in ambush, attacking the ghosts as they reached another
Chris said you want to help people, and if it's
but
not
they
ice,
would
you'll be a
not stop
firefighter.
the ghosts
Okay.
from destroying
Yeah, because I remember you mentioned that. That's noble.
A single ghost remained.
Oh, shit. Alright. No. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, that was close. I get rid of the other guy first. Okay. Everything in order, right? Yeah. Which one is this? Okay, there you go. Oh, how'd I miss that? That's crazy. We need a torch. There we go. Come on. I'm gonna keep setting her on fire while you do your thing. Shooting her with the bow and arrow. That's hella funny. Yo, that's hilarious. It's funny how the torch be flying at the enemy. Yeah, fuck that bitch up. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Come get you some help. I'm gonna hit it. There we go. Nice.
A treacherous path was laid out before the ghosts, but they continued onward, undeterred.
Doctors have disturbingly high unalive rate. Oof. A lot of malpractice, what you're saying, basically. Ooh. What's up, Mojo? How's it going, bro? Yo. Money's finna go on a walk. Oh yeah, you
The
said
ghosts
particularly
arrived for the
surgeons.
final
Yeah, I
battle
believe that.
to retake the fox spirit's
Yeah,
land.
it's pretty scary.
But the Kitsune's forces would
Bunny finna
not
go on a walk
surrender
though.
it
You finna
without
go on a
a
walk right
fight.
now, Bunny? Is the sun up where you at? Well, actually, it should be, yeah, because it's up over here. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. How the hell?
Only a single ghost remained.
There we go, gotta hurry up. Get up the mountain. Damn. My gosh. Okay. Dog, I got you.
Get back in the fight.
See, dog, it's just too cold to walk. Yeah, it's pretty chilly over here. Like, it's not too cold to walk where I'm at, but it's still chilly compared to the last couple of days, actually. It's been super nice here for a week. Like, every now and then we might have a day or so. It's not the best. But, man, for like the last, I'd say, really for like the last month, it's been great almost every day, weather-wise. Yep. There we go. Get that bitch out of there.
With the Kitsune's warriors
Get
defeated,
your ass up
one
out of
task
there.
remained. Destroying the last cursed effigy so the foxes could return home.
Alright, good stuff. That it?
The foxes offered their thanks to bid the ghosts farewell.
That's it.
The eternal blizzard finally lifted.
Now look
but
how
the Kitsune
far
still
down.
wanted this land.
Look at this.
The ghosts would have their
Can't be
vengeance
afraid of
upon
heights.
him soon enough.
Alright. Good game. Good game, dog.
No holding back.
Whew. Yeah, good game, good game. When you say it's hot out there? Oh, hot out there. Gotta get your body back. Every time you get sick, your body gets inflamed. Work too hard to be puffy. Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could do is just drink a lot of water. You know? Like, let's say if you're dealing with some type of high inflammation. Oh, have a good one, by the way, Divin. Yeah, forgot your last part of his name. But, I actually saw a video about this not too long ago. Drink a bunch of water, okay? Have the herbal teas. Try to avoid caffeine, although caffeine does help with it does help a little bit with inflammation, but definitely with the puffiness, the water retention. But not while you're sick though. Like while you're sick, you should be more focused on just getting better. Now when you recover and you're not sick anymore, that's when you can, hit it hard, right? Drop the water weight, go back to eating keto. Although, to be honest with you, a keto style diet is actually very optimal for when you're sick. Because when you're having sugar and all that stuff while you're sick, it kind of like is not the best. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not telling you to like completely cut out carbs, but definitely avoid any type of added sugar. Fruit is okay, just in moderation. But yeah, definitely like no bread, no sugar. Like if you're gonna eat anything carbohydrate based, let it be fruit, small amounts of fruit, and maybe potatoes when you're sick. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Yep. You'll get your body back though. You're talking about worrying about being inflamed and puffy. Listen, that should be release your worries right now, buddy. You'll be fine. Because it's not like you're gaining actual fat weight. You know what I mean? You're not getting fat just from about a week of being sick. That's not gonna happen. Says windy, 75 degrees. Okay. There will be Coffee Mojo. What's up, bro? Been busy. Yeah, oh yeah. You definitely been busy. But that's a good thing. I'm always gonna say that. Like as long as you're not too busy to where you can't like do the things you want to do, you know, and even sometimes temporarily you might have to just focus completely on what you got to do, and there might not be a whole lot of room for things you want to do. But hey, it's a good place to be because once you get to where you have that free time to just do whatever it is you want, the work you put in has got you to a place where now you can actually enjoy it better. You can enjoy your free time better because of the previous work. You know what I mean? So, you know, streaming, working, paying stuff off, setting business stuff up, taking care of Gumbo and yourself. Good, good, good. How is you and Gumbo doing, by the way? So all's going to the plan and laughs maniacally. No, I'm sure it's good stuff, though. Yeah, Bunny asked how, she said Gumbo. Gumbo. Says he's good, spoiled, and living his best life. He's out in the yard surveying his lands right now. He's like, let's build something over here, and I want you to install something here, put a cat post over here. I want you to expand the yard out this way so I can, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, so let me get some tea right quick. I'll be right back. Don't forget to like the video, sub to the channel. Check out Mojo's channel and Bunny's channel. They both stream. Okay, they both stream. They do video content too on this platform, but they mainly stream. That's the thing. So show them some love. Check them out. Mojo Tarot and Bunny Harley Q in the chat. That's what you should do. Okay, and I will be right back. Yeah, we back. Appreciate y'all patience. Let's see. Do. Mojo, you said you're setting up mainly be passive income, all the money and time to enjoy it. Yep, absolutely. But you said even though you feel kind of numb because of sickness, you're super happy you're walking. Oh, you outside for real then? Yeah, just take it easy, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Don't be trying to do too much today. You know? Because think about it this way: the more you do, the more of a delay you might cause. You see what I mean? You know, my biggest advice to you, Bunny, is just do only what is required. You see what I mean? Like, just do only what you need to do. Try not to do a whole bunch of extra stuff, because like I said, it will delay the healing. It's like, I mean, imagine, you know, you sprain, or no, you know what? How about you pull a muscle, okay? And then instead of like taking the week or 2 or 3 that it might take to repair it and recover it, like you just say, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and just work out again the next day. All you're doing is keeping your body from coming back the way it's supposed to, and possibly even like causing more damage. You know, not in your case of being sick, it's not quite exactly the same thing, but it's similar. You get what I'm saying? You know, you don't want to delay your own healing. So you gotta look at it this way, buddy. It's like a trade-off. Do you take 2 or 3 days off to rest completely and just like do the bare minimum, and then it only be that you're like sick for 2 or 3 days, or be sick for like a week or more, but still like get some things done extra every day, but not to the best of your ability. You see what I'm saying? In my opinion, yeah, I ain't trying to tell you what to do, buddy, but in my humble opinion, I firmly believe it's just best to take the rest. Just do the bare minimum. Do what is required, and that's it. Because being sick ain't a time to be like, okay, I can overachieve, I can overcome, and all that. Like, no, just chill. You know, you're not proving nothing by you know, pushing harder and all that shit. You know what I mean? And it doesn't make you a weak person or make you lame or a loser or anything like that to just say, all right. Because you gotta surrender. When you're sick, you just gotta surrender and just give in. You know, just relax. Obviously, there's things you could do to help yourself become better quicker, but like that should be the focus. Your health, your son's health, your dad's health, everybody collectively come together, focus on getting better, and that's it. You know. Yep. Yeah, I got that mindset like heavy, because that last time I wasn't feeling good last year, around this time last year actually, it was like March. Yeah, man, I was still trying to push myself, still going. And then I just had to be real with myself and say, well, this shit is not cutting it. So I did not feel good, you know. And I was still standing up trying to do music shows. That was when I was standing up doing the music. You know what I mean? Had my MPC up on like an island right by my kitchen. Now I just stand up doing music, performing. And as soon as I get done with that show, bro, I would just lay down immediately. I was like, oh man, did not feel good at all. You know, I'd be doing the game streams for just sitting there and had like super low energy, was barely engaged, was barely talking to people, you know, barely interacting with the chat. I low key was like, damn, I kind of hope nobody comes by the show. You know, we don't have to talk, you know, but then I just had to be real with myself and say, well, maybe you shouldn't be streaming. Maybe you shouldn't be doing the music. Maybe just sit your ass down. And that's why I took 2 whole complete days off where I did nothing. I just slept all day. Literally. Okay? I slept all day for like 2 days straight. Like I would get up and use the bathroom, you know, cut me up a mango, eat a little mango, drink me some soup, little stuff like that. I barely ate. You know, because I was asleep a lot. But I'll get up, do only what I had to do, and I'll lay my ass right back down. Seriously. I'd be up for like maybe a maximum of 2 hours at a time and go right back to sleep. You know? But I had to. And then luckily I was able to come back and I felt better. God blessed me. You know what I mean? And I was praying a lot too, boy. I was like, please don't let me die, God. Like, I got too much to do in this lifetime. I got too much to do, too much to accomplish, too much to see. all that stuff. I gotta have more kids, you know. I was like, I ain't done yet. I was like, if you keep me around, we're gonna make something happen. You know what I mean? And I'm still here to this day, thank God. You know. So yeah, that's why now, boy, as long as I feel good enough to get stuff done, hey, I'm gonna go. But if I don't feel good, I'm gonna take that damn break. Cause being sick will humble the fuck out of you. It really will. You're like, oh yeah, I'm big and bad. I'm badass. Yeah, I can do whatever. Yeah, look at me. I'm the shit. And then you get smacked with sickness, boy. Ooh, boy, you gonna get knocked down. You're gonna be sitting there looking, just like, damn. Yep, yep. But it's just a necessary pause. And sometimes too, it helps you reassess things. Think and look at things in a different perspective, and help you, like when you're not so active, not so like forward facing and just like go go go. It gives you a time to sit down and really like look at your life and see what you could change. Not even necessarily to prevent from getting sick again, but to maybe when you're better, go about things in a more direct, productive, efficient way, possibly. You know what I mean? Because let's say you're doing everything right before you get sick. Well, then there's very little you have to change, which is even better. But if you're sick and you start reflecting on everything and start thinking about how your life is going or where it's going, then that'll be like a time for you to really process that and see what you can change, see how you can pivot. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yep. Mojo getting the Java juice, making some coffee. Congestion, whooping cough. Lost taste yesterday, starting to come back good. Mojo said if you lost taste, try some spicy wings or spicy food. We'll add taste and the capsaicin. Yeah, yep. That's in cayenne pepper. Will help flush the bad stuff from your system. Drink plenty of water too. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, drink a lot of water. When you're sick, drink a lot of water. You know, like don't over drink the water because you could like flush out the electrolytes. But make sure you're having like the soup, light soup. You don't have to. You don't want to eat anything heavy because if you get full while you're sick, now that's just even more for your system to process. Now your body has to digest the food, has to deal with that, and as well as your immune system is like kicked into overdrive because it's trying to fight off the illness. So just eat real light, eat like small meals, 2, 3, maybe 4 little bitty meals throughout the day. You know what I mean? Because it's natural. You will be a little bit depleted, a little bit undernourished when you're sick. But that's why when you do eat, when you're sick, make sure that you don't waste the space in your stomach on like bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Like don't eat no little snacks and nothing unless it's like fruit, something healthy. Make sure it's something healthy when you are sick and you're eating. Yep. And if you want to, Bunny, you could take like a little teaspoon of cayenne pepper, put it on your tongue and drink it down. Because some people would say just put it in your drink, but then that's tough to do because the drink, let's say if it's like even 4 ounces, you're going to be drinking like just spice. So for me, this is the method I do it. Anytime I ever like need some cayenne pepper in that kind of way, or let's say if I take it like as if it was a supplement, I just put this shit right on my tongue and drink it. Like I drink some water, something right there behind it. Because I have done that before where I took the cayenne pepper, put it directly in my cup, and then stirred it up and then drank it. I regretted that. I was like, nope, fuck no. My throat was burning and shit. I was like, fuck that. So. Oh yeah, and you could, I don't know how well it'll help you when you're sick. I'm not sure, but you could try it like a shot of olive oil. Make sure it's really good quality olive oil. And some lemon juice. Like half or a whole lemon. And just take that. I'm about to make me some of that here in a minute anyway. Just some olive oil and lemon juice. I used to do it all the time too, not too long ago, like a couple years ago. Yep. I did it almost every day. I'm kind of getting back into that. You watch the health tip of the day. Good, good, good. Yep. Yeah, we need the bunny to be healthy and happy. The capsaicin will raise your body temperature. It will. Yep. Yep. You have cayenne in your ginger shot every morning. Yeah, you said that's why it tastes the way it does. Okay, Dr. Mandel. Yep, that man has some good tips. He does. Nice, nice. Nerdy name. What's up, nerdy name? How you doing today? Yeah. And see, I don't say what I say to like be right or seek validation, but yeah. I mean, Bunny, you do what you want to, right? You're your own person, but my advice would be that like if I was in your shoes, buddy, that's what I would do. I would just sit my ass down and just chill. And I'd be like, "Hey, sorry y'all, but there ain't no stream today." You know what I mean? Cuz you got to think about yourself first. Because if you keep streaming, you're going to be up there. You're going to be on camera. You're not going to be feeling good. You might not be in the best mood. You may not be as engaging, may not be as entertaining. You're kind of going to be struggling through it and just pushing yourself unnecessarily. Which is like defeating the purpose of doing the stream in the first place. You see what I mean? But that's just my opinion. If you feel good enough to stream, buddy, go ahead, do your thing. But if you're feeling like some type of way, then just relax, okay? Tell your people, be like, "Hey, bro, not today, dog. Shit. Sorry." And it's not even about you letting people down and disappointing people. If anything, you're doing something that's good. And if people got a problem with it, then that's on them. You know what I mean? If people got a problem with you doing what's best for you, it just in the time being, then that's a oh well. Shit. That's just a big ass oh well. Mojo, you said that's why you haven't been online playing late nights, been working a lot, so you've been resting, maintaining the mojo, and the man pretty. Yeah, I mean, hey, I get it, bro. Some nights I cut it out I said Shirley. Some nights I cut it out early. You know what I mean? Because I say I need to go to sleep. If I'm feeling that way. I've been prioritizing that a lot. Like even throughout the day, if I get tired, I'll just lay down. If I have the time and I don't have nothing I gotta do, oh yeah, I'm gonna lay down. Well, you said you didn't listen to me. You did the walk and then the Pilates breathing. You doing Pilates too? You miss dancing so much. I mean, dancing ain't bad when you're sick. You just don't want to, like I said, you don't want to overwork your body. Like, don't strain yourself. You shouldn't be like exercising to the point where you're breaking a sweat. If you're sweating, let it be because your body's just trying to raise its own temperature to fight off the illness. You see what I mean? But if you're like working up a sweat, you're also stressing out your body. I said this like a couple of days ago. When you work out, when you exercise, whether it's resistance training or aerobic exercise, cardio, whatever, your immune system takes a temporary hit. Now, it does kind of come back stronger like a slingshot, kind of, like a boomerang a little bit. But if you're sick, you don't want to be doing that. Like the walk, I don't see nothing wrong with taking a walk. But if you feel fatigued after doing some type of physical activity, that's a sign that you need to just chill out. Especially if you like lose your breath, you get winded or whatever. Like, yeah, you should be relaxing. Keep your heart rate pretty consistent when you're sick. You know what I mean? Mojo said you're a badass with a brain, common sense, and a purpose. I feel that. Likewise. He said try one wing to rule them all. Oh, still asleep. So you're gonna rest. Okay, good. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you being here in the stream, buddy. If you can be here in the stream, then that's great, and I appreciate that. But if you gotta go to sleep, hey, I have no problem with that. If anything, I encourage it. Because we don't want you just doing stuff just cause. Trust me, I'm not gonna have a problem with it. I'm not gonna be like, damn, Bunny went to sleep instead of sitting in my stream. What the hell? That's messed up. I'm gonna be like, no, that's good. Good. Because you're doing what's best. You're making the right kind of choice. All right, so we're gonna go back out. We just did a story mission, so I guess we'll do a survival. That's a baba. Okay. Mojo said you've been keeping up with workouts, walks, and riding the GT for about 30-40 minutes. The GT. What's the GT? Was it like a motorcycle? ATV? GT. What you talking about? So you can't do all the tricks you used to do, but you can still ride well enough to raise the eyebrows of the neighbors. GT. Is it a motorcycle? Or is it a bicycle? Gran Torino? Oh shit, you got a, okay, freestyle BMX bike, okay. Yeah, with 20-inch wheels. That's sick. So you used to go down like the ramps and stuff. I think it wasn't too long ago. Didn't you say you used to ride a skateboard too? Didn't you say that? See, that's one thing I never learned how to do. Like I used to ride a bike all the time, but it would never know BMX. I wasn't ever able to do like the bunny hops and the tricks. Like I had I almost said motorcycle. I had a bicycle where I could like lift it up off the ground while I'm riding, like do the jumps with it, but it was a mountain bike. But BMX bikes, I could never do it because they just, I don't know, they're tough. I was always afraid of like fucking myself up. But I could like do bunny hops on a scooter. You know, the Razor scooters from back in the early 2000s. The early 2000s, the Razors. Them scooters you would stand on and handlebars come all the way up to you. Not like a moped scooter, but the ones where you had to kick push. Like a skateboard with handlebars. I had one of those. I almost had the trick down pat where I could like jump and then kick the base out from under me and let it like swing around. I could do it, but it always would like hit my ankles and shit. Like coming back around, I never really could catch it like the proper way. And that was when I was like maybe like 10 or 11 years old, and I was always banging on my ankles. So I said, "Fuck this, I'm done. I'm done trying." Boy, I was hurting myself. I was rough as a kid though. I used to injure myself a lot as a kid, man. I was real rough. I used to like to roughhouse with people and everything, man. I was one of them rough and tumble ass kids. And then when maybe high school is when I kind of chill out a little bit. Yep. Because I was getting to a place where I was like damn near getting into fights with people. I was rough, man. Y'all, hey, I'm pretty chill compared to how I used to be. Like, Orin today is chill. Y'all think I'm just like this naturally. No, when I was young, I was very, very rambunctious, very like animated, a little too uppity, you know. I'd be in people's faces and shit. Like, what's up, bro? Hey, what's up? Like, I'd be almost a little too much. I'd be picking with people and shit. I used to. My family members, I'd be picking with them. They'd be trying to fight me and shit. Oh man, some friends at school, I'd walk up to them and punch them in the arm. Oh man, I'm like thinking back to all the crazy shit I used to do. I don't know how or why I was like this. Maybe because I just had too much energy and I didn't know how to channel it right, you know. But yeah, I just walk up to people, just punch them in the arm, like, "What's up?" I used to say something like, "What's up, dog?" or some shit I used to say. Just walk up to them, punch them right in the arm, and they'd be looking at me like they want to punch me in the face. Like, bro, why the fuck you hit me that hard? Like, what's wrong? You can't take a hit? Like, you know, damn near like I'm antagonizing. Like, what's wrong? Why you being a bitch? Oh, you can't handle it, huh? Like almost like I'm looking for trouble. Oh man, I can't believe I was like that. I'm thinking back now. Well, I mean, it goes to show I've come a long way. I'm quite different now compared to. I'm sitting here laughing at myself. Yeah, compared to how I used to be, boy, I used to be something else. Yep. Yeah, between the age of like maybe 14 to about like 20, I slowed down. Because even at the age of like 20, almost 21, I was still kind of like a little much. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yep. I think what it was though, I got into a serious relationship around the age of 21, and it kind of made me more toned back a little bit. You know, kind of like, okay, this is a serious thing that we're adults now. Let me grow up a little bit. Let me be more mature here. But yeah, I used to be all over the place. You know how they say Gemini are like real sporadic and like in some cases we're real spastic, you know? I used to be like that. Like physically and mentally. You know, the way I talk, the way I speak with people. my interactions with folks. And then like physically, I'd be like literally jumping off of shit. Like, you know how people be doing parkour and shit like that? I used to do that, but like not seriously, but just, it was just my personality. I just want to run and jump on shit and just, oh man. Had a lot of energy. A lot of unchanneled energy. Anyway. You said, yeah, you skated and rode freestyle. You was constantly on bike when you was younger. Yep. I feel that. Rode street ramps and flatland. Yeah, see, I never did the skateboard, nothing like that, but yeah. I used to ride my bike like almost every day. Throughout the neighborhood and shit. In my parents' neighborhood, just get on the bike and go. And my dad wouldn't really be tripping off it because he knows, like, okay, my son, he's going to be okay, he's intelligent. But my mom, she'd be, like, paranoid because I'd be going for, like, 3-4 hours just way out somewhere, you know? That's my Sagittarius. That's the Sagittarius in me. Like, let's go adventure, shit. Like, I ain't never been over here. Let's see what this is about. Being in, like, the deep hood. People coming up to me like, hey, bro, what set you from, cuh? Like, what? What you talking about? Like, hey, you better shake. They coming up to me like finna do. I've had guns pulled on me, all type of shit, man. Being in the wrong place. Like, what you doing over here, white boy? Like, bitch, I ain't white. Like, you look white to me, cuh. Where you from, cuh? What set you from? Like, bitch, I don't know nothing about no damn set. Like, yeah, cuh, you better shake. They get to looking around and shit, holding their waistline. I was like, okay, yep. Yeah, time to go. Time to go. I don't know shit about over here. Okay, let's roll up out this bitch. Roll up out this bitch. I got stories for days, man. Growing up in the neighborhood I was at, yeah. Yep. Some of this shit I told y'all before, but yeah. Had a gun pulled on me when I was 12. Yeah. Another time when I was like, I think maybe 17. I've had like a group of people try to jump me and my friend when I was like 18. Oh, that story was crazy though. It was my graduation party. I was coming back from my cousin's house with one of my friends. And I had a book bag full of weed and wine coolers. And I was 18, okay? I was 18. And I had just, my book bag was full of shit. I had like a big old fat sack of bud in my bag that my cousin just gave me, like, here, happy graduation, boom. You know, and and like a whole case of wine coolers. I'm just walking. And it was nighttime because I was like getting back late. Me and my friend walking through the neighborhood. And he lived like within walking distance from my house, but it was like maybe a 15-minute walk away from where I lived. And we're literally like down the street. We could see his house. Like, we're looking at his house. We're down the street from it. It's nighttime now. And like a group of dudes walking behind us like, hey, like, one of y'all got a lighter? Or what'd they say? They said some shit. Some they asked us at first. No, okay, this is what it was. They was like, hey, one of y'all got a cigarette? And we was like, no. Then they was like, hey, well, you got a lighter? It's like, well, bitch, if we don't have a cigarette, why would we have? You know what I mean? Or either they asked the lighter first and then the cigarette, or it was some way where I was like, this is suspicious as fuck. Like, this is weird. Like, you asking me in a way that's letting me know, like, that's not really what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you got a lighter? No. Well, you got a cigarette? No. What the fuck? And they're walking behind us. It was like 3 or 4 of them. And it's just me and him. You know what I mean? So we're just walking. And they just come up, like, right up on us out of nowhere. And they're walking behind us all slow. Then they get close. And then one of them hits me in the back of the head, right? And I just remember turning around. And I was pretty big at this time, right? You know, like heavy set. I remember turning around. And my friend was, like, skinny. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what they thought. But, like, I turned around and I thought to hit him. But the reason why I didn't, like, engage with the fight is because right as the dude hit me in the back of my head, I saw a cop car turn the corner and come towards us. You know what I mean? And the cop car was going super slow. Like, it had its lights off and everything. But I saw it. Because right where my friend's house was, I was looking at my friend's house. And I saw the cop car, like, literally, like, a second as I was getting hit. The cop car turned the corner coming towards us. I said, oh, shit. And so I didn't react. Because I knew what I had in my bag. I knew what I had on me. And if I had tried to fight these dudes, whether I would get the upper hand or not, it's like now I'm in trouble because the cop gonna be questioning me, gonna be. So I just act like, hey, I'm innocent, which I was. I got attacked, but I just turned around and looked at him, and I remember one of them was like, hey, if you touch my brother, I'll do something. Something he said, because you could tell they were young. They were like probably around our age, high school kids. But yeah, they looked intimidated, and they like kind of put their arms up like they finna fight. I just stood there. I had my hands completely down because I knew. I was like, that cop is about to roll right up behind me. I was like, I'm not even going to react. I'm not going to do shit. I forgot what I said to him. I said something to him. But the cop got closer, right? And as soon as they saw the cop, I could tell when the moment they saw the cops because like eyes got all big. And they immediately turned around and just ran. They took off. And I was like, okay, yeah, just stay in here. Don't even do shit because they just made themselves look real bad. The cop rolled up. He asked us something. He's like, what the fuck the cop say? He rolled up and like had his window down, was talking to us, and then we just told him flat out like, yo, this dude's trying to jump us, like hit me in the back of the head, blah blah whatever. I just told him real quick. The cop immediately turned on his lights and fucking sped off after him. I said, oh shit. I was like, okay, I'm good. Then right behind him, another cop car, like a few seconds later, came around the same exact corner. And did the same thing. Like they came up to us, asked like a few like real quick questions, which I forgot because I was 18 at the time. This is like fucking like what, 17 years ago, 16, 15 years ago. But yeah, they just went off after him, and I was thanking God. I was like, oh my God, because I would have been in so much fucking trouble. This was way before weed was ever legal. You know what I mean? This is way before, and I had alcohol in my bag, and I was underage. Man, bro. I was like, thank you, God. I almost wanted to kiss the ground. I was like, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. It was like, I would have been fucked up. But I had a bunch of shit in my bag, man. Yep. But that's the kind of neighborhood I grew up in. You know what I mean? Just a lot of ghetto shit. A lot of goofy ghetto shit. Anyway, Mojo said helps the core strength a lot. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, doing any type of like, bike riding, skateboarding, and you gotta have balance too. Helps with coordination, hand-eye coordination, with the bike thing, coordination in general with the skateboard. Yep. Yeah, that balance, boy, it's important, especially when you're trying to hit them tricks. You said, yeah, BMX takes a lot more upper body. Yep. They think it's all legs, not true, right? Yeah. Because you're using your whole body, your arms, everything. You're pedaling, that core so you could brace yourself and maneuver your body in a way where you could manipulate the bike to be where you want it to be and the timing you want it to be, it ain't no easy shit. That's why like when I attempted it when I was young, but I just felt like nah, I'm gonna fuck myself up. So I just I never tried to explore that. And the skateboard, I just was never good at it. I tried to skateboard and roll over a rock or some shit and be like, damn near finna smash my face into the ground. So I said, yeah, nah. Nope. Finna bust my ass. Nope. But that's what's up, Mojo. I wish I would have like tried more with it, but nah, I didn't want to hurt myself. You said, of course, these days you're riding with wrist guards and knee support. Oh yeah, I don't blame you. Shit. It ain't a matter of looking cool, Mojo. You know what I mean? It's a matter of like safety, survival. Because not aside from your age, because that's irrelevant. I believe no matter who you are, even if you're a young man or young woman, you should be wearing safety equipment. Because like, let's say you skateboard every day for like 3 years, doing fine, learning tricks, all that type of shit, looking cool and whatnot. All it takes is one day, one moment. You fuck up one time. End up with a concussion, crack your skull or some shit, or smash your face into the ground, have like permanent damage, permanent injury, fall backwards, bust your elbows on the ground, something like that. Mess up your shoulder, anything. Like, nah, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Break a bone, like, nah. Because even when you heal a bone, from what I understand, it's always got like some type of, innate weakness after that. Because it'll heal up. You know, but in most cases, I believe there's some things you could do to like make it almost as good as new. But shit, I think like way, yeah, like majority of time, a huge majority of time when people break a bone and it recovers, it's never quite exactly as strong as it used to be. You know, especially depending on what you do during recovery, because that is vitally important. If you're malnourished and just kind of not taking the best care of yourself while you're trying to heal a broken bone, it's not going to come back properly. Yep. You got armor? Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, wear that shit. Welcome back, Chris. Keeps you grounded. Mm. Oh, yeah, being physically active? Yeah. Yep. Bunny says she loves story time. Yeah, I got stories for days, man. I got stories about all type of shit. Different jobs I've had. All type of stuff. Places I've been to. Mm. Yep. Yep. Maybe one day we'll just kind of have like a story time where everybody can just share their own little stories. And I've been thinking about this too, like doing a Discord call where we can be on stream, but there's got to be like rules to it because certain things we got to be careful what we talk about if it's public. You know what I mean? Yeah, because for the people that's in the Discord, we do have that voice channel where we can hop on and basically have like a group call. You know what I mean? I haven't found the time to make that happen yet, but maybe one day. I want to, if I do decide to do that though, I want it to be like a scheduled event. Like not just something we randomly do, but like, okay, on this day, maybe once a month, possibly, do something like that. Because I feel like once a week might be too often. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. I gotta plan that out. Chris said, motherfucker pulled a shotgun on. Damn, a shotgun? Nah, I ain't never had no shotgun pulled on me. Yo, what was going through your mind when that happened, Chris? In 2024 because he couldn't beat you in a fight? See, I almost said something. That's some PUSSY shit. You know what I mean? Straight up. That's some punk ass PUSSY shit. Like you gonna lose a fight, so then you're gonna resort to that. It's like, bro, if you lost the fight, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Just be better. Okay? Any man that loses a fight against another man should just look at that as opportunity to improve. Like, all right, well, maybe if I was stronger, maybe if I was in better condition, maybe if I had trained, you know, then I wouldn't have lost. Or at the same time, too, sometimes the fight ain't worth it. Maybe some guys pick fights that they can't win, and they should learn how to pick their battles wisely. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they should, just have that discernment to say, is this worth it? Am I about to get my ass beat? Let's say maybe I shouldn't fight then. Okay? Yeah. Keep your dignity a little bit. Not every fight is worth it, shit. You said guy ended up getting arrested. Good. Yeah, fuck that guy. After the police had you identify him via photo. Yeah, because that's like lame shit. You know what I mean? You're gonna threaten somebody with shooting them because you lost a fight. It's like, bro, is there any more further threat? Because like it'd be different if you was trying to attack him and say you gonna end his life or something. If his life was in danger, that's one thing. But if you just had a fight, like a fist fight, and he just lost and y'all about to peace out and just be like, all right, bro, you know, you got your ass whooped. It is what it is. And then because that pride or whatever, that ego is too strong and they're embarrassed and they be like, well, I'm finna show him. I'm finna, you know, that's PUSSY shit, man. Straight up. Just take your L and take your ass home. Yep. Said wore a Trump shirt. Your best friend bought you for Christmas to the gym and the guy wanted to start something over and got sent across the floor. Oh, it's the same dude? So he fought you because of a Trump shirt? Oh, fuck no. Dude, I'll wear shit like that in public on purpose. And see, maybe this is like, I still got a little bit of that like rebel antagonist in me from back when I was young. I still have that in me, I ain't gonna lie, right? Like, I don't look for fights nowadays. I don't be like trying to instigate shit with people. But I'm the kind of person, and maybe this is not good. Maybe this is not a good thing about me. But I'm one of them kind of people where it's like, I'm not gonna shy away from confrontation. Like, I'm gonna try to de-escalate within reason, right? I'm not gonna sit there like, hey bro, leave me alone. Oh, I'm not bothering you. I'm like, listen, we ain't got to even do all this. You know, it ain't that serious. But if somebody takes it there with me, it's like, all right, bitch, you know, hey, I'm just finna, well, anything, any frustration I have is all finna be channeled right towards you, okay? So, hey, we can if you want to. Anything that's bothering me, anything I'm mad about right now, you finna be the target, okay? I'm finna just unleash on your dumb ass, you know? But, but no, I be wearing shit like that. Matter of fact, Chris, I don't know if you ever saw it, but I used to go to the gym sometimes with like InfoWars shirt or whatever. And I'm like, I wish somebody say something to me. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I'm not shy about it. Somebody be like, well, you watch that show? I can't believe you wear that. Yeah, I can't believe you got an issue with it. I can't believe you gonna sit up and come to me and try to start some shit over a shirt. Like why don't you mind your damn business? But then again, I've had more people come up to me and give me like high fives and you know have like good conversations with me over it than people who are like trying to get into it with me. You know what I mean? So, you know, but yeah, I don't care what people think. I'm like you, Chris. I'm gonna wear my shit if I want to. You know what I mean? Because what's the point of having it and just be like, well, I'm just gonna keep it in my closet because I don't want to draw the wrong attention. Like, hey, if that's you, you know, I'm not gonna say I look at that as a bad thing. It could be looked at as self-preservation, you know. But at the same time, why buy a piece of apparel that you're afraid to wear? You get what I'm saying? Like when you make that purchase, be aware that like, yo, if you're worried about somebody having an issue with something you're wearing, then maybe you shouldn't have bought it in the first place. You know what I mean? Just don't buy it. Buy something else. You can support a company. I'm sure that they sell shirts. They probably sell other stuff too. You know, you can buy other shit instead. But yeah, like, hey, cuz, you got on that shirt, cuz? Like, damn right. What of it? Oh, you telling me that you dumb and small-minded, huh? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, you intolerant, huh? You supposed to be tolerant, but you intolerant. Oh, okay, yep, makes sense. Yep, fits the bill. Yep. Mojo, you said you still have an injury on your left wrist from a ramp fall. Skateboards you can get away from. Bike, yeah, skateboard because you can just kick them out from under you. But yeah, the bike is harder on ramps if a trick goes wrong. And then imagine like falling on the bike or like the bike hitting you in a certain way. You know what I mean? Skateboards can injure you too. Like I've seen videos where just coincidentally or maybe not a coincidence that the skateboard like flip up and hit dudes and they nuts and shit. Or smack them in the face, you know. But yeah, it's in my opinion, possibly less risky a skateboard, you know, because yeah, that bike you got to get up off the seat, you got to let go of the handlebars and shit. Especially if you got pegs on the bike, like on the back or the front. It don't matter on the back tire or the front tire. If you got pegs, boy, that shit could hit you. And you got that mug whipping and spin around. Oof. Yep. I've seen people fall on the handlebars and go right into their stomach or their chest. It's like, damn, ooh, that's metal. That's just a stiff bar of metal just hitting them. Chris, you said crazy thing is you wasn't afraid for yourself. You was afraid for your brother because he was close to the guy. Yep. Yeah, and in a situation like that, you don't want nobody like make no false moves, no like quick movement. Because let's say that person was like more unstable than what they seem, you know? Because I think it's already like, it's definitely emotionally unstable to pull a gun on somebody for losing a fight. But let's say if they had like real deep mental issues past that, other than just embarrassment and feeling, you know, like you hurt their ego, right? If it was deeper than that, then they might be looking for a reason. Some people, hey man, some people they're not happy with their own lives. Some people are just like, oh, I wish a motherfucker would, you know, and not in a way where they're like don't mess with me, but more so in a way where they want to do something to somebody and they're just looking for an excuse, you know. So, but yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Yeah, when shit like that happens, it don't matter how you feel, how big and bad you think you are. It's best to just be like, all right, bro, you got it. you know, because you live to see another day. But the worst thing anybody could ever do is like, bro, you gonna pull a gun on me? Oh, okay. And then you try to run up and do something or keep it going. It's like, nah, bro. At that point, just let it be. Just walk away, leave that shit be. You don't look like less of a man or nothing like that for just, you know, doing the smart thing, right? Unfortunately, at that point, they have the upper hand, you know. But yeah, when you take a gun out on somebody for no reason, at least not for a good reason, yeah, that's definitely criminal. In some cases, depending on where you're at, they might be looking at that as like attempted murder. You know what I mean? Or like what they got something threatening them with a deadly weapon or some shit. I forgot what they call it, but yeah, if you're not in danger, you can't just pull guns on people and point it at them. Like that's illegal as fuck. Yeah. Mojo said that's some BS. It's a shirt. Don't like it, vote. Exactly. But your neighbor is your neighbor, regardless of political influence. Yeah, I mean, listen. There's people that probably voted for Kamala, Joe Biden. I don't give a fuck. You know, I look at how did they treat me? How did they interact with me? I'm not one of those kind of people that be like, oh, you don't like Trump? Oh, okay, well, we can't be friends then. Like, I think that's fucking dumb. You know, I actually have friends that, you know, are very anti-Trump. You know what I mean? But it all depends on how they are with me, like I said. Now, if they start treating me a certain type of way because of the way I vote or who I support or what I support, then okay, well then, hey, we ain't real friends then. You know? I'll just look at it like that. Would it suck? Would it bother me? Yeah. But I'm going to look at it like this. I'm going to just be very practical about it and say, well, if our friendship was strong or if they were truly my friend, they wouldn't care. Because it's not like my political interests interfere with them and their life or our relationship together. You know? It really truly doesn't. It really truly doesn't. I think the only situation where it should matter like a lot is, and this is just my personal opinion, not everybody will agree with this, but the only time where the political interest, as far as the difference in that, only time I really believe it matters a lot is in a relationship. Like if you're married to somebody or you're living with somebody and the husband or the wife, you know, they vote for different people, I do feel like that's not conducive to unity, you know? Let's say the wife want to vote for Kamala, the husband want to vote for Trump. It's like, well, y'all are imbalanced. You know what I mean? Y'all should both be on the same page, because if your values don't align and you know, trying to live a life together and have a family together, it's like that's kind of backwards, you know? But yeah, I could be friends with somebody who has different values than me. I just may not be all up around them all the time every day, you know, because our interests are obviously going to be different in many different ways. So, you know, it don't change much. I'm still going to treat them like a person. You said there's a reason why you don't buy Speedos? God bless, bro. What's up? What's up, bro? Gamer for life, a.k.a. Ahmad. What's up, man? Oh, I've been good. I've been real well. How you been? So your life has to be at risk or have cause for getting great... Oh, yeah. For great bodily harm. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be in danger. Like, if somebody pull a gun on you, it has to be because they are, like, in threat of losing their own life. Because guns... I mean, look, nobody... It's pretty much unheard of that somebody pulls a gun on somebody and then uses it to just, like, disarm them or, like, you know, to... You know, just kind of incapacitate them temporarily. Usually it's to take them out, you know. And most people ain't got good aim anyway. Let's just keep it real. Most people in a situation where, like, the tension is high, a lot of energy, you know, your adrenaline is going and shit. It's like a lot of static, a lot of energy being exchanged. Most people are not, like, really that calm to say, okay, I'm gonna shoot him in his foot and then make it to where he falls on the ground and he'll leave me alone. It's like, no, you're probably going to hit them wherever you can. And vice versa. So, you know. Yeah, that shit ain't no joke, man. Guns should be used for protection, not like for intimidation or to try to punk somebody or, you know, threaten people. Yeah, no, fuck that. That's some PUSSY shit, straight up. It's crazy, bro. You said they could talk all the BS they want, but at the end of the day, if they act on it, want it to end you, that's justified. Yeah. Yeah, like if they're trying to do something to you, yeah. Like if you're in danger, yeah. Because it don't matter what they say. People can say whatever they want. Like I said this before, the N word. Even though I'm light skinned, you know, and I'm mixed. If someone call me the N word, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm finna fuck them up. I'm finna whoop their ass. Like I think they're stupid. You know, that's a dumb way of thinking. And it don't matter what race you are, what nationality you are. If somebody calls you something, calls your name, or speaks offensively towards you, that's not an excuse to all of a sudden try to like be violent with them or do something to them. You see what I mean? Just chalk it up to the fact that they're a dumbass, that they're just an ignorant ass person, and you don't need nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? If anything, it just shows you, all right, I don't want to fuck with that person because they're dumb, they're ignorant. You know. But where you cross the line is they say something to you, it upsets you, gets underneath your skin, and then you do something to them, you touch them, you try to harm them physically or whatever. Now you've escalated. Now you're in the wrong. And there's a saying, I forgot exactly how it goes, but it essentially says this. You could have such an overreaction to something that now you become the villain. You see what I'm saying? Like somebody could be dead ass wrong. Somebody could do something to you, say something to you, whatever. Somebody could take an action that is wrong as hell towards you, right? Or even about you, whatever. Somebody could be gossiping about you. But if you react in a way where you up it a notch, like you one up them, you take it to another level, you escalate it, now you've become the bad person. You know what I'm saying? Even though it doesn't negate what they did, now if you look at like the opinions of others, people who are outside the situation, they're like, damn, I mean that's fucked up what they did, but what you did was worse. You know? Like you didn't even need to go there. You didn't even need to even take it there. You know, so don't ever like overreact to shit. You see what I'm saying? It's easier said than done. When you're in the moment, it's really damn hard. Trust me. I know. I've been there. You know what I mean? It's easier said than done to be like, oh yeah, bro, just let it roll off your shoulder, turn the other cheek. Yeah, it's no big deal. Who cares? You know, if you get triggered by something, it's gonna be damn hard to maintain self-control and not do something in reaction to shit. But like you have to maintain that. You have to maintain emotional stability as much as you can. Because the last thing you want to do is have regret. Like somebody do some shit, then you do something back, and now you're in trouble, or you put yourself in a compromised position just because you didn't like control yourself in the moment. You know, you didn't stop and take time to think and say, well, should I be doing this? Should I do what I want to do? Because I really feel like doing X, Y, and Z to this, you know, dumbass. Like a lot of words you might have, this dumb motherfucker, this bitch ass, you know, whatever. Whatever it is you're thinking, you got to question yourself. You got to stop yourself in a moment and say, should I be doing this? Would it be a good idea? You know, will I get the desired outcome? Because it's kind of hard to see down the road, but you can kind of interpret. Everybody got enough common sense to say, well, okay, this could lead to that. You know, you can imagine some type of scenarios. And I will say that Jim and I are pretty good at this. Like we usually, if we think about doing something and we know it's risky or like could be problematic, we think about maybe a couple different, not even just one, but we think about a couple different outcomes. And if like most of them, if not all, are bad or not good, or they don't go in our favor, then 9 times out of 10, we're just not going to do it. At least a stable Gemini, you know what I mean? We're going to think about like, okay, what could happen if I did this? Okay, that scenario is not good. The scenario would end up with this happening. I could end up doing this. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Let me just leave that alone. You know? Yeah, Bunny's getting over a flu. Not of some sort successfully. You will be successful. Oh, no, I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, flu of some sort successfully. Yeah, there you go. You got the right mindset. Yeah. Yeah, you said it right. I predict, Bunny, today is Monday, the 27th. Before the end of this month, if not by the end of the month, then you'll be better. Yeah. Yeah, by the end of April, like you'll be completely feeling normal. But that means you have to take the necessary precautions between now and then. You know what I mean? Like you have to fully dedicate yourself to recovering. You see my point? Because a lot of people, man, hey, some people will be sick for like a week or two. You know, I've seen it. Like most cases, you can get over a flu within like 2, 3 days. It's possible. But a lot of people, they be sick for like 10, about 10 days on average. Yep. So between 1 to 2 weeks. Like between the onset of like not feeling good to the time where like you're just kind of, it's still lingering, like you're on the mend, you're recovering, but you're not all the way 100% yet. Yeah, that whole process could take about 2 weeks for some people. But if you do everything right, or at least, really intentionally focus on recovering, you can get back good in like 2, 3 days, maybe 4. Yep. Because I've done it. I know everybody's different, but yeah, it's possible. It's called neutralizing the threat. Yep. So if you shoot someone and they toss the gun or just stop, right, stop. There you keep shooting after the fact, you facing charges. Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, because it's like, is the threat, like you said, is the threat neutralized? If you are no longer in danger, then you no longer need to continue the action, But hey, some people do it, man, and they lose themselves. They lose their mind. They lose control over their emotions in the moment. Sometimes people just overreact. I mean, we hear stories about it all the time. Somebody, like I just said, you can overreact. Somebody could do something to you, and then in that scenario, you're in danger. Like, that if you don't do something about it, you could easily lose your life. And you say, okay, well, I don't want to do this, but I'm up it on their ass. And you get to shooting at them, but then they're down, they're incapacitated, and then you stand over them or whatever, you just keep blasting away. Oh, you done fucked up. You know what I mean? Especially if they don't live, right? If they don't make it because of what you did, they're going to look at every moment to moment of that situation. They're going to be like, okay, at what point was they no longer, harming you or able to do that? Like, they're going to dissect the fuck out of that. Like, it's already bad enough to be in a situation, but if someone loses their life, oh yeah, it's going to be looked at with a microscope. You know what I mean? Yep, that shit ain't no joke. You said you'll say, yeah, you'll be that, okay, just don't touch me. Right, talk all you want. If I'm a boy, keep thinking that, right, yeah. Yeah, who cares what they think or what they say, right? Because the shit don't matter. Like, what somebody says about you or what somebody calls you does not change who you actually are or what you actually are. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't change nothing. Somebody can call you all the worst names in the world. It's like, is it true though? And I'm going to say this too as well. If somebody says something about you that's offensive, something that's negative or bad, or somebody's talking shit towards you, against you, or about you, if someone's saying something like that, and it's like ultra negative, and you would certainly have a problem with it, not just because of, what they're saying, but also the fact that, like, you're saying, like, okay, maybe they got a point, then instead of reacting to it and doing something to them because of what they're saying, just look at, like, what can you do to make it to where that's not true? Like, I use the example of being fat, right? If someone calls you fat, they making fun of you because you're fat, and you get mad because you know it's true, because let's say they're talking about somebody who's actually overweight, then instead of wanting to fight them and do something about it, what you should be wanting to do about it is just lose the weight, because then you negate all that shit. Because at that point, if somebody still calls you fat when you're not, they just look like an idiot. But if somebody calls you fat and you are, then they have a point, even if they're being an asshole about it. Even if they're being rude as fuck and they're offensive, whatever, that part's also true. But if they say something that is actual fact about you and it's a negative thing, you need to see what you can do to start taking steps towards changing that. Like, how do you make that not the case? You see my point? Always be solution based. Okay, folks? Yeah, try to as much as possible. Somebody say, you going with that? Let's make it happen. Oh, I forgot what I said. My bad. What was I saying? Like, recovering. Focus on recovering. You said you're taking a challenge. We're going to do this. Recovering, right? Is that the context? I feel like it is. Ahmad, you said then there's the family coming to sue. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, if you took someone out of the family member, yeah. If you got rid of their loved one, even if their loved one was a fucking piece of shit, even if they were like a low grade degenerate ass person, if you took them away from them and you were not justified in the way you did it, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, it's gonna be a problem. You're gonna be sitting there like, damn, why just should have just walked away. A person don't want that kind of regret, you know. We've seen it happen too many times. A person that was not the aggressor in the situation, but now is the one who's in trouble, or they end up facing punishment because of something they did because of the overreaction. So yeah, somebody can do something to you where you overreact, and now you become the villain. In some people's eyes, even if you didn't start it. Yep. That's like an argument too, to be honest with you. Somebody could like say something to you you don't like, and all of a sudden you're like, you dumb bitch. It's like all they said was they didn't like your makeup or something, and you just start calling them all these names. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that makeup. Let's say another female to female. Like, girl, that eyeshadow don't look that good on you. Like, bitch, shut up, bitch, before I beat your ass. It's like, whoa, you took it too far. You know what I mean? Now you gotta hope that they don't overreact and try to fight you for real. Straight up, shit like that be happening, man. I know it sounds like very like kind of matter of fact and obvious and cliche, but yo, that shit really happens every day. Yep. Even if you're in the right, most cases still got to fight in court. Even if you justify most cases you covered, you got USCCA for the fight that comes. Okay, yeah, it was about recovery. I got you, buddy. Yeah. Commit yourself to that challenge. It's not even really a challenge. It's just like it's a natural thing. Your ultimate goal, buddy, is you want to feel better. You know what I mean? So it ain't like it's doing something that you wouldn't normally do. But maybe I think the challenge for you, though, is like toning it back, to be honest. For some people, the challenge might be opposite. It might be like, doing things that will help them, like taking action towards doing things that will help them, like taking certain stuff, supplements, eating a certain way, whatever, right? But in your case, it's more so like you forcing yourself to not do shit. That's going to be the tough part. Like saying, I want to stream and I want to work out, I want to do Pilates, I want to do this, I want to do that. I want to, do the chores and run the errands and whatnot. But it's like, no, just relax. That shit will be there. Unless you absolutely have to do it today, then let it wait, okay? It can wait. It can wait. That's the thing. Priorities get adjusted real quick when you're sick. Like, you start to really realize, like, okay, what is the most vitally important? What's beyond, what is most important beyond me actively trying to get better right now in this moment? Then if there's something like that, okay, boom, just do that, get it done, get it out the way. But if there's nothing that's more important than you getting better, then that means all that other shit can wait. What's up, Alpha? What up? How you doing? How's it going? Oh, shit. I feel like I missed. Okay, no, I'm caught up. Yeah, what's up, Alpha? Oh, I'm doing well, though. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I'm trying to, like, skim the chat. Molly said the prosecutor most likely won't be on your side. They hate the Second Amendment, so they want you. I mean, some of them do. Some of them do feel that way. Like, it's not everybody, but there are people in this country who they don't really appreciate the rights we have, which is kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, isn't that fucking weird? It's like, you don't like the fact that we got freedom of speech? What's wrong with you? Are you mental? Yeah, I don't like that you can say whatever it is you want to say. You shouldn't be able to just say what it is you want to say. It's like, oh, you're a strange ass person. Well, why don't you just move to a country where that's the case then? If you got such a big ass problem with the fact that we have these amendments, then take your bitch ass on. You know what I mean? Why you even want to be here? And I mean that shit. Like, don't be talking about, oh, the First Amendment should be changed. We should have the right to bear arms. Like, no, that's you. And there's places where you to go, okay? Like, you have the choice. You have the freedom to do that. You don't have to be here. Don't come here and start trying to fuck up our shit. Talking about you shouldn't be able to have. No, bitch, that's you. You live your life how you want to. Don't be trying to change my rights. Take your ass on somewhere. There are places on this earth where you can have those kind of restrictions, all right? You can go. Peace out. Okay, you got to get to it. I got you, Mojo. Do your thing, bro. And I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. Yeah. We'll definitely see each other soon. Mojo, let me know, though, when you hop in the arc, bro, because me and Saidi, man, hey, bro, we be jamming out. We've been missing you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, just hit me up, Mojo, when you get the chance. Whenever you're free, whenever you got time, all right? Yep, have a good one. I'll see you next time, all right, Mojo? Everybody check out his channel, by the way. He's right here on YouTube. Just like me. He be doing the stream thing, too, which you'll see, okay? Check him out. Show him some love. Yeah, go sub to him today, y'all. And by the way, too, we also have Alpha in the chat. Now, he does content on YouTube as well. Alpha, you been streaming, bro? Let me go to your channel real quick. And as well as Bunny, if we talk about streamers, we got some streamers up in the chat, boy. We got some streamers today. Bunny be streaming. Mojo be streaming. Alpha, let me see. Oh, Alpha's been a minute. Well, everybody go check out Alpha's page. Hit that subscribe button. We need to encourage this guy to like get back into the groove. He been still out there getting the trophies and whatnot, but put that stuff out there, man. Put it on display, okay? Be like, yo, check this shit out. Because I know them clips you be having, the ones where you're getting the trophies and doing all like that super difficult ass challenges and whatnot. That's stuff that people want to see, especially for people who want to get the same thing that you got. Like people who are trying to get certain trophies, you can show how you did it. And people would love that. You know? They definitely would. Amon said, Bunny, stop all that. You going to be good? You saying 2 days max treat, take honey and natural remedies? Yep. See, people know. Alpha, you say you doing all right? Just playing some YOTEI. Oh, YOTEI. Oh, you on this mug, Alpha? You on here right now? You doing online? Amadi said the world we live in now, people are hurt over words. Yeah, people are so fucking sensitive. Like, there's nothing wrong with being sensitive, but, like, how do you handle it? You know what I mean? Like, people get offended too easily. And we can't control how a person interprets stuff. Like, a person could say something, like, really innocuous. But then there'll always be somebody that's like, hey, you shouldn't say that. Hey. It's like, well, I just did. So, now what? You know what I mean? Like, why make it an issue? You know, but some people, man, they just be looking for problems. They be looking for shit to complain about. And when I see stuff like that, I look at people who do shit like that. They're just very unhappy with their lives. They might have some deep insecurities, some deep, what's that word I'm looking for? What's that damn word? What is that shit? Start with an E, don't it? It's similar to insecurity. What is that shit? Damn, I forgot what it's called. I mean, but y'all get the point. You know what I mean? They're just imbalanced overall, emotionally especially. Where they just, self-esteem. That's what it was. Esteem. They have self-esteem issues, you know? Because this is my opinion, but I firmly believe that if you're a confident individual, it doesn't matter what people say to you. If you are mentally tough, mentally strong, and confident in who you are and very self-aware, and you love yourself truly, you know, especially if there's things about you that you don't like, but you're taking action to like improve upon yourself, then can't nobody say shit to you, bro. People could say anything that they want to. They could even say shit about you that could be true. Talk shit about you. Like I said earlier, someone who's fat. Somebody calling you fat, but you know you're losing weight, don't even let it bother you. If you're actively right now in the gym, I use this analogy and example for a reason, because it can be applied to a lot of different things. But if you're a type of person where you're changing what you eat, you know that every day of your life you're taking steps towards becoming in better shape, then who gives a fuck what people say? If somebody calls you fat, say you look like this or that, let them talk. Because eventually you know that as long as you keep going down that road, you will not be fat. You will not look that way. You'll look way better. You'll look probably better than them, whoever's talking that shit. And so therefore, why even let it bother you? You know? Don't even trip off that dumb shit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You said the kind of people that never felt the belt or kneeled on rice for hours as punishment. Yeah, I mean, it could be that too. Some people are entitled. Maybe they might have been coddled as a kid. And I firmly believe another thing is that if you spoil a kid and you don't know how to tell them no, then when they get older and they're hearing no from different places, because you can't dictate their reality all their life, they're going to get out from under you and be out in the real world, and people are going to just tell them flat out no. Like, they're going to face rejection left and right in many different ways. So do you want them to be prepared for that when they're young and understand how to handle that, and also understand how to work for the things that they want and not just be giving shit just cause? Because if you don't do it, then the world will have to teach them, and that's going to be a way harsher thing. Because some people, they don't react to that shit right, and they take it to the extreme. You know, entitled ass people who are like overly spoiled growing up, or they just, and I'm not saying like, oh, make it to where they go without stuff, but like when your kid is in the store and they're crying over a toy. Now, if they are well behaved and they earned it, they deserve it, that's one thing. But if you know that the way they're being doesn't allow them to have something that they want, you need to let that be a lesson then and there. You tell them like no, right? Flat out, no. And if they throw a tantrum, then you be like, okay, well, this is why. You know? Because you don't know how to behave, basically. Because if you don't do that shit then, when you don't nip it in the bud when they're young, boy, imagine an adult throwing a tantrum because they can't get their way. We see it all the time, bro. This video's all online. It's embarrassing as fuck. It's embarrassing to them. It's embarrassing for the people around them because of secondhand embarrassment. And it's embarrassing to the parents because it's like, well, damn, you raised them, right? Why they act like that? You know? Especially if they're like a young adult, someone who's like 17, 18, 19. It's like, bro, why they act like this? You raised them? They live with you all their life? And they act like this? Like, come on, dog. You know what I'm saying? Why do that? Why not prepare your child? If you really love them, you really care about them, you would not just give them everything that they want. You got to have some restrictions. Got to. And I get it. Some people, they be like, well, I want them to be happy, and I want them just to, I want to give them everything I can. It's like, yeah, okay, you could do that, but also, give them structure. Because otherwise you're going to fuck them up. You know? You don't want to, like, compromise your children by just doing too much for them, overprotective, all that shit. And it's tough, man. Trust me. My kid ain't, like, of a certain age for me to have to, like, really do a lot of different things. But I've already thought about this, and I see it with other people. And it's a really good learning lesson. You see other people and how they raise their kids and how there's some good things, some good strategies, some good tactics, and then some ways that you're like, oh, well, I should not do that with my kid. Because you can see how it turns into shit, And it's just not good. And then you have an even bigger problem on your hands. Because imagine having a kid that you can't control. You know what I mean? And not necessarily to say like, oh, you are dictating their life. But it's like they're out of control. And you don't know how to be like, okay, I'm the parent. What I said goes. If they don't have no respect for you, then you fucked up. Because it's really hard to get that back. I've seen it. Even in my peers growing up. When a parent loses the child's respect, it's super fucking hard to get it back. Especially if they're like a preteen, teenager, they're in high school and shit, and then you haven't set that structure, that foundation for them. You know what I mean? You don't have that type of a command of authority over your kids. Oh, it's over. It's over, bro. Yep. At that point, you tell them anything, they're like, well, bitch, shut up. Like, didn't your mom or dad say not to? Man, who cares what they said? I don't give a fuck. They're a pushover, you know what I mean? Or they're gonna let me get it anyway, or they're gonna do what I want them to do anyway, or whatever. Or they could have the mindset of saying, well, they can't stop me. You know, you don't want your kids to ever have that fucking mentality. You're screwed at that point, you know? So the shit starts early. Early. They say between the ages of like 1 to 10, or like from birth to the age of about 10, for sure when they're 7, them years are pivotal in a person's life. Yep. So instill those values early. Because if you don't, then good luck. Yep. You say you're currently playing through story mode online? Oh, you talking about this? The campaigns? Alpha, you online with us right now? You know, you can hop in, man, if you want. Shit, we could do a couple matches. Oh, let's see. Okay, I got you, Chris. Have a good one, bro. Got to meet a client at 3 p.m. There you go. Yeah, boy, get that money, dog. Hell yeah, Chris. Hey, have fun and good luck, all right, bro? And be safe. Yeah, okay, you got to get some sleep before you go. I got you, man. I appreciate you being here, Chris. Have a good one, all right? I'll see you next time. He said that 7 minutes ago. He probably been dipped out. Damn. Well, I be talking, don't I? I got a lot to say, man. A lot of thoughts, you know. I am extremely opinionated. You better believe that. But I feel like I'm pretty fair. I feel like I'm pretty fair and balanced with my approach to things and my mindset about things. I try to be as diplomatic as possible, you know, without compromising my certain values. You know what I mean? Like I can always, I'll say it this way. I try to the best of my ability, understand where people are coming from, even if we don't agree. Like even if there's like a huge fundamental disagreement between me and somebody else or me and a group of people, right? I always try to at least see where they're coming from and say like, okay, well, I want to understand why they think this way or why they said this or why they believe this or why they do these things. Why do they behave this way? I want to understand, you know, because that's how I learn. You know what I mean? And maybe they might be helped through the process as well. They might learn a different perspective through the conversation we could have. But yeah, I just want to, because I don't want to be like the person that's in the wrong. I don't want to be the asshole, at least not on purpose. You know what I mean? But so yeah, I try to be pretty diplomatic. I view myself as a very pragmatic, diplomatic person. Both. You know what I mean? So, but you can only be so much that way, right? Because some people is just you can't even talk to, which is sad. Like you try to be mature about things, you try to go about things in a very productive way, solution-based way. Like, okay, how do we resolve this? If there's an issue, right? Let's say there's an issue, a disagreement that's causing friction between you and somebody else. Okay, well, how do we find common ground? Because at the end of the day, the goal should always want it to be, you should always want to get along, even if you're not going to like be around this person that much or interact with them a lot or even hang out with them. It could be just somebody that you're just associating with or somebody that you're just temporarily interacting with. Why would you want problems with people? Why would you want static with people? Why would you want to be at odds? You know, you should always want peace in your life. Because imagine you have some type of conflict with somebody and it's not resolved. The shit is just unresolved and you walk away from it. Well, you may not care, but it still lingers. You know what I mean? It may not be on top of your mind. It may not be the first thing you think about when you wake up during the day, but it lingers. That energy lingers. And anytime you come around that person or interact with them again, it's going to be like that. Unless they let it go completely and unless you let it go completely, then the chance of y'all interacting and it not like being a smooth experience is high, you know? And I don't see a point in that. I don't see a point in having disturbances with people, you know? Because look at it this way. If somebody wronged you and they won't apologize and it bothers you, you just got to let it go. Because at the end of the day, they control what they do and say, okay, and the actions they take. So there ain't no point in letting it, you know, eat you up because then you're going to be sitting there mad about it while they probably don't give a fuck, you know, and vice versa. If you did somebody wrong, you better apologize. You better come to them like an adult, whether man or woman. Put your pride aside, put that ego aside, and say, hey, man, you know, hey, lady, hey, man, whoever, like, hey, listen, I'm sorry. And be genuine about it, you know? Like, be actually genuine. Unless you're not sorry, and then, well, fuck it. Then at that point, then you just keep on pushing. And then you better hope that nothing comes from it. You know what I'm saying? But if you know you were wrong, then you should try to make amends. If you did something wrong towards somebody, you should try to seek peace. And that's my opinion. Not everybody's going to agree with that. Some people would be like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that bitch. If I see her again or see him again, I'm going to beat their ass. You know, people have that mentality. That's not the way I think, though. I don't think that's productive, and I don't think it brings blessings into your life. You know, if anything, it blocks your blessings, to be quite frank. That blocks shit for you. Because if you're a type of person where you have issues with folks, and then other people are aware of that, then they see you as a problem. They could look at you like, oh, this is just a person who just instigates, or this is a person who, you know, enjoys drama or conflict. You know, and they don't want that shit. Let's say there's other people who think the way I do, which there's a lot of us. They want peace. They want fairness. They want balance in their life. Well, you know, you got somebody come around that's not like that, they're not going to be fucking with them. They're not going to, if they have opportunities available to offer people, they ain't going to be offering it to a person like that. You feel where I'm coming from? So, you know, something to think about. We all got to grow up at some point and say, is this shit worth it? Is it worth it? Your reputation is everything, folks. And it's not, it's beyond saying, oh, I don't care what people think. You better to an extent. You better care what people think to an extent, for sure. As long as you're being true to you, though, and you're not like, let's say if you're a decent person and you're being true to you, if some people don't like it, that's one thing. Not everybody's going to like you. But if you know you're, you know, just an egregious person, right? You know you're like a little toxic, then you should care about what people think. You should try to change that before people start to think of you that way, or before a lot of people start to view you in that kind of way. Because everybody can change. You can be toxic right now, today, be a toxic ass person. And then a few months down the road, maybe a few years it might take, just change your ways and the way that you are, the way you look at things, the way you behave, all type of shit. People can change. Unfortunately, though, some people get stuck in their ways and they just stay stupid all their life. That happens too. That happens too, you know. Alpha said facts one. Yeah, but I mean, hey, I may not be right about everything, but I speak my mind, you know. Oh, my bad. I thought Alpha said that. Y'all names and pictures kind of threw me off. Ahmad said that. Thank you, bro. Said, to be honest, as a child, when you didn't get your way, you would drop to the ground and bang your head on the floor. Damn, bang your head. Lost lots of brain cells, you sure? Damn, probably. Yeah, I think as a kid, we all kind of had some little ways about it. It's like, it basically is just a manipulation tactic, if you think about it. A kid throwing a tantrum is a child's approach to manipulate their parents into getting what they want. That's basically what it is. And since as a child we don't really have much authority when we're that age, we find ways to do things that get under our parents' skin. So we see how they react to shit. Understand that kids are incredibly intelligent. At least a lot of them are. Not every kid is smart. Some kids are stupid, unfortunately. But but anyway. But no, kids are smarter than we think. At least in most cases, right? So kids are very observant. They pay attention to a lot of shit. They pick up on stuff. They hear your conversations passively. Everything. All this stuff seeps into their brain because when they're young like that, they're in like learning mode, constant learning mode. And even as adults, we learn every day of our life as well. But a lot of adults kind of have this mentality of like, well, I already know this and I already know that. And, you know, that's kind of what leads to getting stuck in your ways because you'd be like, well, I already have an opinion formed. I already have beliefs formed. You know what I mean? I have my values formed. So it's like a lot of people don't change what they think or how they feel about shit as they're, you know, older in life. You see what I mean? It's not that super common. Once people decide on a way of thinking, a mindset, whatever, they usually kind of operate within that for most of their life. But as a kid, that shit is very, very changeable. You know, very mutable, moldable. You know? So be wary of what you do and say around your kids. or around kids in general. Like always try to be a good role model, be a good influence. Now, if you don't care about that kind of shit, then you should just avoid being around, let's say, young family members or whatever. Because if you know what I mean, if you're like, well, I ain't trying to be no good role model for nobody. All right, well then don't be around them that much, because understand that you are responsible to an extent. Like if they're around you and they pick up on some of your bad habits and bad ways or things you say, then you're responsible for that, because you are basically a example for them in a way. A lot of people don't think that way, but they'd be like, oh, well, that's not my problem. It's like, well, it is, because they're in your presence. You know what I'm saying? But yep, all that shit matters. So kids, they notice that kind of stuff. That's how they try to manipulate. They see how you react. They see that if they do something, the way you respond to it. You know? And at the same time, too, let me give you all a little tip. This is very important. Whether you're a parent or like an auntie, uncle, whatever, right? Big cousin. When you tell a kid something, you give them an instruction, be serious about it and stand on it, okay? Don't laugh about it. Don't make a joke out of it, because they won't take it serious. Like, let's say, perfect example. If you tell the kid no, there's two things right away that are very obvious, but a lot of people don't think about. Two things right away that you could do that could fuck this up. When you tell a kid no, you cannot have this, or no, you cannot do this, if you change your mind on it and you go back on your word, right away you lose respect from that child. Right away. Right away they look at you like, oh, okay, well, they tell me no now, but that doesn't mean no. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't really mean no. They're not going to take you serious. And then two, another thing that you shouldn't do is like make a joke out of it. Like if you tell them no, and then you like kind of, laugh, or they do something that they shouldn't do and you kind of like laugh about it, it's not always bad, but it's not usually good. Okay? If that makes sense. Because they'd be like, oh, okay, well, it's not that big a deal. They won't see it as an issue if it actually is an issue. So make sure that you're very concrete and very direct. Okay? And I think everybody can tell like what age is the age group, the right demographic. Like if they're a baby, a simple no will suffice. But as they're getting older, they're middle school, high school and shit like that, you better be concrete with what you say. Especially as a man, okay? So yeah. Keep that in mind, folks. You said we can, but just know I'm on a low level and just started yesterday. Okay, that's fine. He said, I want to always be speaking from his heart and mind, always facts. Well, thank you, bro. Thank you for saying that. All right, well, I guess we're going to get Alpha up in here. Alpha, let me see. Do you have me added on here? How do you do this, social? I remember your name is not the same, right? It's something different. Hey, we'll figure it out. Alpha, drop your PSN in here, or I can put mine out there. You see mine on the screen right there. Call is 2888. All right. Send a friend request. I feel like we've already added each other. I don't know. Yeah, just hit me up on here real quick. We'll do a couple matches, Low level don't bother me. We can just do some easy shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let me get some tea real quick. I will be right back. Y'all don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. And I thank you. I'll be right back. Alright, y'all, I'm back. Appreciate y'all patience. Let's see about getting Alpha up in here. Let's see. You said send your friend request. Yep, there we go. I got you. Boom. We are now friends. Okay, we're going to invite him up in here. Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Oh wow, I just noticed I got all type of friend requests. Wasn't even looking at this. Jason 91. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready? Welcoming to the show, Alpha Strike. Yeah, buddy. What's up, bro? It's our first time playing the game together, isn't it? Yep. What's up? What's up? Yeah, you ready to do this? You want to let the chat decide the mission, or you got one in mind? Want to do story or survival? Let's see. Let's do a quick survival to warm up. What level are you? Does it say? How do I see your level? Oh, level. Okay, 6. Okay. Oh, you just started playing this. We'll do bronze. Yeah, you should be able to hang with that. Oh, there we go. That was quick. Damn, the match is already going. Okay.
It was too much for one of the
do it.
ghosts. This
Oh,
isn't
what the hell?
end of their story.
Oh my goodness.
No, the ghosts wouldn't be
What
stopped
up, Alpha?
this easily.
We're going to replay this. Let's vote to replay. As soon as we got here, man, I was ready. Damn. What, today? Okay. How you like it so far? Yeah, this game is fun as shit. Like, the first one was dope. This one to me is way better. Way better. I just don't like the was it the mercenary or whatever I got? I thought it was gonna be the Ronin. You know? Okay. Same from last game too? Yeah, you had Samurai last game? Mm-hmm. Samurai was your favorite? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me it was between the Ronin and the Assassin. Like Samurai I would use every now and then, but it was mainly Ronin almost all the time, and then sometimes it was the Assassin. Yeah, it threw me off at first when I was playing this match. I'm like, okay, teammates got knocked down. I can't res them. I'm like, what the fuck? I was used to that. You know? Sometimes, yeah. Have you figured out How this Oni, what they call this shit? Damn, what do they call it? Oni stone, something like that. The one like whenever your teammate is down, like uses it. Whoa, I've never done this. Yeah, I've never done that shit. I'm still kind of new in the game too, but I played quite a bit, obviously. Just gotta warm up. Yeah, but no, I like the little changes they made. You know, even though some things that I'm just like, wish they would have kept from the first. It's still overall good. I dig it. I notice how some of the moves that the samurai and the assassin have, yeah, isn't it samurai? Don't they have the assassin in this? Yeah, they're like ultimate moves. What's up, by the way, Cobra and Sharon? What's up?
The ghosts prepared to face a vast force of enemies.
Y'all ready, man? So usually like the first 2 rounds ain't too bad. Stage 1 and 2. Yeah, dude. Once you get to 3, it gets a little crazy, and 4 is just ridiculous.
Cut you down!
More enemies approached.
Nice and quiet.
Quick. Oh, I'm gonna head to the cemetery. Alright.
Prepare yourself! Call yourselves warriors?
That's pretty damn quick.
More.
Oh, Cobra's lagging a little bit. You saw that? Kind of ripped a little bit. Right. Dude, that shit happened yesterday. He was playing something. It was like the incursion. It was an incursion mission. And this dude just dipped out like in the middle of it. I'm like, what the fuck? It took a hot minute to get somebody else up in there too. That's the good thing about this game though. It's like if people disconnect, you can get more players up in here. But man, you know what's going on? That shit could be. You're right, yeah, it's like, bro, if you gonna do the mission, you better commit. Yeah, you better stick around. People are like, I quit. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm over this. Oh shit. What the hell? Oh. Oh.
A powerful threat approached the ghosts.
Oh yeah, my outfit. Sword kits and whatnot. I try to make it match, you know. I just swap out my outfit probably after this match. Thank you, thank you. Got a nice style with it. I'm at the courtyard. This purple shit, I still don't know what this is. I've seen this before, but I have no clue. But it's like when that meter goes all the way up. Yeah, I think it drops you, like it meter. Like if that meter goes up, I think you go down. Oh, spirit dogs. Let's see. Oh, I gotta wait on this side.
The ghosts braced themselves for a fight.
Oh yeah, Firefox. Let me get that. Yeah, buddy. We got Alpha up in here. Nah, this is dope, man. It's always fun, like, having people from the show come up and, you know, like, on the actual game. But it's pretty rare. I think it's so far it's you. We've had Sadie come through quite a bit.
Another wave attack.
J-Dog played some matches in Marathon with us, and then Bunny. You know. Oh, and Mojo too. But yeah, it's been a long time coming, Alpha. You know what I mean? Yeah. Every now and then we get lucky to have the same game. You know, be with a matchmake with people, because not everybody plays the same shit, you know. And not every game is multiplayer. Right. But yeah, it's been a privilege to be able to have the games that, you know, some of y'all have. It's like at least one game that I share with almost everybody. At least one, you know. It wasn't even on purpose, it was kind of like a coincidence. Or maybe not a coincidence, you know.
Victory is
It
ours.
was meant to be type shit.
The kami blessed the ghosts by granting them more sources of attunement. The ghosts
stage
faced
2,
another attack.
Here, over here. You got the blind bomb? Okay. Hell yeah, it is. Shit, because in the first game, man, I used to use them, what do they call them? Yeah, concussion bombs or whatever. And then the black powder bomb. Those are my favorites, bro. Yeah, I'm not the best with the bow, but yeah, throwing in little bombs, hell yeah.
ghosts sensed a powerful threat approaching.
That's the one thing about it, he's bouncing all over the place. Oh shit, I missed.
Well done.
Oh, that's what this like a shortcut thing. Some little air bumps. Yeah, me neither. That one that me and you did at the beginning of the match, that was my first time ever doing it. I didn't know that shit was playing. Learn something new every day. Alright, Cobra, I'm coming to the rescue. There we go. There we go.
An onslaught of
Dude, I thought about
came
that
for
too,
the
man.
ghosts,
Because the
and they
game
were
itself was
ready.
dope as hell. Like, I had a hell of a lot of fun with this. I pretty much played this mug every day. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why they
Another
would
wave
tone
of
back. I'm
enemies
trying to think like what game they've done that with. It definitely has happened though, where sequels like kind of compared to the previous one. Like who was thinking this shit? You know, there's been some games I played in recent time that were like that. I just can't think off the top of my head which ones. I was blown away. Yeah, it's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, was it a different studio or something? Like, what happened? Got different people working there? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does happen. Unfortunately. Or even like in the case of Call of Duty, you know, they switch between the 3 studios. Treyarch, Infinity Ward, and Sledgehammer. And so it's not going to always be the same, even though they try to keep like the same formula.
No holding back.
Firefox in their ass. There we go. And that's killer for a game. Like, if they do shit like that, boy, people be like, oh, well, I'm getting no
Ghosts were
third.
attacked again.
Like, if they fuck up on the second, you know what I mean? Or what's even worse is if they have, you know, 2 great games, the first and second, then the third comes out and it's like a letdown. That to me is the worst. Especially if it's like the last one they made. And the trilogy and that third one's just garbage. It's like, bro, why even make that? Why do that? I wish I could remember which game this was, because I know for a fact I've played some games where I made comments and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna look that up though, because I know there's a list of disappointing sequels. Well, the second one you can't get, by the way, unless you have
Fall, monster.
the attunement, so the platforms can pop up. I was wondering how they was going to incorporate some of them things from the first game, you know? Like even these, the moon, the sun one, and what's the green?
Supernatural
Whatever this
platforms
is.
to make traversal easier.
What's wind? Oh, storm.
The ghosts braced themselves for a fierce battle.
Right. And that's how it should be. Like any game company, you're making the game for the players. So why be like, no, we want it to be this way, so that's how it's going to be. Regardless of what y'all say. It's like, okay, well, see how far they get you. Because if ain't nobody buying the game, ain't nobody playing it, then what the fuck, you know? That's bad business. Oh yeah, yep.
Stay down.
Better quality of life improvements. Yeah, I never played that one. What?
Ghost was struck down.
How's it compared to, you ever played Unity? Oh shit.
The end! On your feet!
I like the first next gen one.
The challenge!
It was hella buggy. Unity was stupid buggy. I remember that.
The ghost made ready to face an onslaught of enemies.
What up, J-Dog? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I feel like Cyberpunk was way worse though. Like Unity had its issues and I was like, damn, this game is like really buggy. It was like surprisingly buggy, but Cyberpunk was so fucked when it came out. It was unplayable. Cause even, it was like, bro, it was like, as a matter of fact, it was when I first started streaming. Like on any consistent basis around the time when you showed up on the show.
A new group
I tried to play
of enemies attacked.
Cyberpunk back in like what, early 2023? Like right at the beginning of that year or like late 2022, I forgot. But around that time, the game had been out for like at least 2 years. And I encountered a game-breaking bugs where I couldn't do no missions, I couldn't save the game, I couldn't do shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And every time I reloaded my game, and then, you know, did the missions like I normally would, the same shit happened again. Only way I was able to fix it was I called everybody in my contacts list, everybody on the phone, and then the game like glitched out again. I started getting like calls back from like everybody, and then the conversations were overlapping, faces were popping up that wasn't even the people talking, and it was the strangest thing ever, but it finally just kind of sorted itself out. It was weird. I'm like, bro, this game been out for 2 years and they still got these problems. Like, come on, man. Yeah, it discouraged me, man. It made me to where, like, when it first came out, how buggy it was, I was like, okay, I'm gonna chill on it. You know, I could have got a refund like everybody did, but I was like, I'm gonna get the game again anyway, so I might as well just keep it, you know. But yeah, I went back to it 2 years later. They weren't as bad. The problems weren't as bad, but still having problems that made me be like, well, I don't even want to fucking play this shit. Because it was frustrating, you know. Still to this day, I have not beat that game. For real. I want to go back at some point, but man, that shit just, it just, It's just like, it drained me. But I didn't know what was gonna happen next. You put in an hour or two and then you gotta reset the game. It's like, bro, what the fuck? All that progress.
The ghosts braced for another attack.
I mean, the concept of the game is good. The idea of it is good, but if it's not executed right, you know, it's like it just throws it all off. Kind of like what's it called? Similar idea, but like in a different kind of way. Suicide Squad Killer Justice League. Like that game had a dope ass concept. You know, you're the villains, you're fighting the Justice League, but the game itself was so like half baked. You know. Yep. Sad, it's so sad. Again, big ass disappointment. The only thing that was fun about Killer Justice League was like flying around, pretty much. Just like the traversal aspect of the game. Yeah, yep, flying around as him. I mean, Boomerang is cool too. Flying around with Boomerang. The shark guy was kind of interesting, but other than that, man, the gameplay itself was kind of like, it just felt real loose and flimsy. And super repetitive. Like super, super repetitive. The story was kind of weird and shit. That game is low-key stupid. It's the same people that did, you know, the Arkham games. I was shocked. I was really shocked. Yeah, something went wrong. Something definitely went wrong in the making of that game. Then I think they had like a lot of delays too, didn't they? So they had to keep pushing it back. No, no, it didn't. Sad.
A grave threat made its
put it
way
out, man.
toward the ghosts.
People gonna be mad, but just do it.
The ghosts
And
were
imagine
granted
too, like all the
additional
time you put in with a game,
resources.
it's like it's kind of crushing for a studio to say you got to cancel it. Let's say you've been working on a game for 2-3 years, and they cancel it. It's like, ooh. Sometimes they just put it out and it's not really what they envisioned. Or in some cases, even if it's not ready, like Cyberpunk. And if it's not ready, they put it out. We don't care. We want our money back. Like, okay. And they're getting sued and everything. That shit was a clown show. Got good over there. Dude, I was gonna say that and I forgot all about that. Yeah, these games are awesome as hell. They're amazing, well made. The visuals, gameplay, everything. Job well done, Suckerpunch. But we want another Infamous, please. You know what I'm saying? Just make it. Just like with Rockstar, we want a Bully too. You know what I mean? Make these games, folks. Quit making the games we think we want. Make the games we say that we want. Real simple. Right. How do we increase profits? Head ass. For real. Billions of dollars, bro. That's stupid amounts of money. Like their net worth as a company has, right? Yeah, exactly. Because they could have been made that game. That game could have been came out. You know, like keep the land, keep the land. GTA Online's making money. We're getting them shark cards. People are buying the shark cards. They're spending money every day in this game. It's like I forgot how much it was, but like, let me see. I'm gonna look it up. J Dog, you said going to the park right now to walk. I got you, bro. The weather getting better over there, man. Warming up. I know you said it was cold earlier. But let me see. How much, if you had to guess, Alpha, how much you think they're making a month for GTA Online? Yeah, the latter. You're getting close with saying that. Whew, this is actually a little bit more than I thought. Because no, this kind of makes sense. Because I heard that they're making, like, on average, about $500 million a year, even now. You know what I'm saying? But according to, what did it say? Yeah, after 12 years, man. After 12 years, they're making, on average, between 20 to 35 million a month. For a game that they don't even have to really do like much with. They keep doing updates here and there, but like they don't have to spend a lot of money to get that money back, you know, or even do much to maintain that shit. That's crazy. That's really crazy. 5+ billion over 10 years they've made. Okay, you got ranked up to 14 now. You want to do one more survival or you want to do a story? Let's do one more survival. Doing transition. Yeah, because that was fun. Oh, your mic cut off. What'd you say? The last thing I heard you say was you said GTA, and then it cut off.
The ghosts made their way to a village in Oshima Coast to rip out the spider's forces.
Man, I hope it don't. I really hope it don't. Because it was supposed to come out in November of last year, initially. And then they said, okay, May 2026, which would be a month away. We would be playing that game in a month from now, if they kept that date. And then it was like, what? The original, by when it was supposed to come out last year, that's when they announced, oh, it's actually going to come out a year from now. So, November, they announced it, yeah, we're delaying it until next November, instead of May. I'm like, bitch. Like, what the hell? Like, make up your mind, man. Yep. Yeah, it's almost like, why say a date and then you're not certain about it? Because it looks kind of crazy to say that the game's going to come out in November of 2025, initially, or like around there, like the fall of 25. And then they delay it not once but twice, and each time it's like 6 months apart. Like that's a
The ghosts made ready to face an
onslaught.
onslaught.
Like you saying you need a whole extra year? You know, it's like, how long did you know that? At what point did you decide like, oh, we need another year, bro? Like a whole nother year? You've been working on this game for how long? Like apparently, I think the rumor is, like I don't have any concrete evidence of this, but from what I've seen, they've been working on for like the last like 4 or 5 years, almost 6 years. Maybe like even like 2019, they started doing some concept shit. So that's a big chunk of time.
The ghosts braced for another attack.
They want to be the best game ever made. You know, they done, the game is so damn hyped up that like people are expecting to do like any and everything in this game, and that's a lot of pressure for Rockstar. They probably like getting a little nervous. They're like, well, shit. Like I already know they're gonna do some amazing things with it because we've seen it before, and every GTA game, at least to some capacity, is pretty dope. You know, maybe for different reasons. Each one has its own like strong points, but yeah, this game right here this is like the biggest game in the world, like in history. At least expected to be. So that's a lot of pressure.
No holding
Are you talking about after this one? Yeah, 13 years. This has been the longest gap. Because from 3 to Vice City, that was like a year. And then from Vice City to San Andreas was like less than 2 years. You know?
More
And
charged into
what was
the
it?
battle.
San Andreas to GTA 4. I think that was like about a 4-year gap. Let me think. 08. Yeah, about 4 years. And then from 08 to 2013, that's a 5-year gap. So it kept going up a little bit every release. So it's like now they haven't released anything else. They were still at least coming out with other games around that time. But Rockstar hasn't done anything. Like everything's been all GTA. Like they came out with Red Dead Redemption between, they came out with Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 between GTA 4 and 5. But it's like there's not pretty much anything else coming out from that company. You know, everything got consolidated now. Yep. So I believe it'll be good. But that shit, there's a lot of... Yep. That game would have been out for like the last almost 6 months already. True. Yeah, I've just been patiently waiting, but then there are some people who like were losing their minds because like this is like a cult following game. You know, it's ingrained in pop culture like heavily. So there's that meme online like, damn, we got this before GTA 6. We're going people saying shit like World War 3 before GTA 6 and you know all this shit. Although, did you see the story? Did you see the story about the guy who I don't know like how old they are, but there's some guy, I don't know if they're a kid or a grown man, but they have like a terminal illness, and they want to play the game before they pass. So they're gonna give them like, I don't know if they're gonna like let them play the whole game, or if they're gonna give them like a segment of the game to play. But that shows you, I mean, the game is playable to some extent. So they have to have at least some complete portions of the game by now. Like this game is months away from coming out. We got like what, 7-8 months? Yeah, around like mid to late November, I think. Wait, so what is it? About to be May, all of May, all of June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, about 7 months. Yep. That's crazy. Dude, when we're like in like freaking September or October, people are gonna be losing their minds. Like, oh my god, it's weeks away. Yeah, I was gonna say, Like, where the fuck is the trailer 3? The last trailer we got was a year ago. Like a whole year ago. Pretty much. It was like May 5th, May 6th. When the last trailer came out. Yep. Yep, when trailer 2 came out. In less than 2 weeks.
An onslaught of enemies came from
Yeah, probably like June, July. You're seeing our gameplay for that game is going to be like a dream. Because right now, even though we've seen a trailer and we know the game's coming out, it right now just kind of feels like a fancy idea. You know what I mean? Because we don't have much clue about like what's actually going to be, you know, the game. Like how's it going to function. Although they did say on trailer 2 that a lot of that footage was from gameplay.
Another wave
You know what I
of
mean?
enemies.
I think they said it's 50% gameplay, 50%. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I definitely think that. Ahmad, you said, what about the Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync looks good? Oh, what about that one looks good? I mean, I don't know much about it. I did see a trailer for it, though. Graphically, it looks better than the first, than the original. Well, other than that, I'm not too sure. I don't even have nothing to compare it to. Because I played Assassin's Creed 3, and then after that, it was Unity, and then, what's it called? I played a little bit of Origins, but I didn't like it. And I didn't touch Assassin's Creed up until Shadows. Now, even though a lot of people have shit to say about Shadows, even me, you know, it wasn't what I expected it to be, I still have fun with it. You know, Shadows was pretty cool. But it could have been easily some other type of game. Like, it barely felt like Assassin's Creed to me. Story-wise, I was shocked at that story. I'm like, bro, where's the Brotherhood, the Templars and shit? They showed like a piece of the Templar, like, storyline at the very end of the game. Very end.
The battle was ours.
No, it was fun. It just, they could have called that game Shadows. They could have called it Ninja Assassin Shadows. They could have called it something else. You know, not even making it an Assassin's Creed game. It still would have been like, if anything, I think it would have been better. Because people were like, okay, it's pretty cool. It's a decent concept. Reminds me of Assassin's Creed a little bit. But the fact that they called it Assassin's Creed, it already puts expectations in people's mind. And then when you don't deliver that, it's like a kind of a letdown. You know, because the story from Assassin's Creed is what made it cool. Like gameplay, obviously, but the story is what drew people in. You know, and it's like the whole idea of being like a descendant of these people you playing as and shit like that. That shit was totally lost in that game. Like it was like an afterthought. The story was an afterthought, like a man. Okay. Yeah, Odyssey and oh yeah, the very first. Yeah, that's what got me, boy. That first one, then the second one came out was even better. That was a good example of doing it right. Assassin's Creed 1 to 2, that was a big difference. I was like, this is fucking sick. But then by the time, like I said, once they got to about, yeah, Unity was probably the last one that felt like an Assassin's Creed game. After that, they kind of got a little weird. RPG shit, yeah. Odyssey and freaking Valhalla. Them games are like, they're weird, they're unusual. They're almost awkward. You know what I mean? I didn't play either one, but I saw gameplay of it. I was like, bro, this just feels like a different thing. Like, you know, different universe. Right. Yep. And it became even more so a fantasy based. It felt like super disconnected from real life. Because that was what made Assassin's Creed dope as hell. It's like, damn, like you could conceptualize maybe this was a thing. Like, is there really an Assassin Brotherhood? You know, like how they're the ones shaping history. Like obviously it's fake, but it made you. It was very immersive. It felt like okay, this is a cool little imagination concept. Yeah, it's fucked up with the other one, man. It got weird. Origins is when they took that turn, from what I know. That's because they kept trying to crank them out. It became like Call of Duty. Like, every year, let's release Assassin's Creed every year. And bro, you water it down by doing that. It's the same shit, you know? Mm-hmm.
The ghost prepared for
Really?
battle.
Man. Yeah, the last Call of Duty game I played, like for real, was Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox 360. Like no bullshit. Like I've played here and there, but it was never like I was like, okay, I'm finna really get into this, play the campaign or whatever. But nah, man. To me, it's the same shit. It's like the only incentive to get a new Call of Duty game is because your friends get it and you say, well, I want to play with them because they're not gonna play the old one. So it's just like it's like getting a new iPhone. Like, what is different between this one and the last one? You know what I mean? I think if you wait like 4 or 5 years and then get another Call of Duty, okay, then you gonna feel like, all right, there's a difference. But from year to year, not much. Maybe the setting, that's about it. Like, oh, we're in space now. We got future technology now. Oh, now we're going back to the 1940s in this one. Like, you know what I mean?
Get out here!
Yeah. Exactly. They done found a way to recycle a franchise and just turn that money. Microtransactions, all that shit. $20 for an outfit. Say, bro, I just bought the game for 70. What you talking about? And of course we didn't have to buy it, but at the same time it's like, if I gotta jump through hoops to earn it in the game, and then you make it just easily accessible, other than the fact that it's like $20, $30 for a little shit in the game, it's like, bro, this is stupid. Like maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe 2. But $20 for a skin?
Another wave attacked.
If the game was free, I could understand. You know, but like, bro, hell no. They bugging. Right. Like make it unlockable in the game by playing it. That way you can earn it, even if you guys grind a little bit. But some stuff they put behind a strict paywall. Like you can't get it unless you pay. You know, that's bullshit. And then don't get me started on loot boxes, them random generated things like, oh, you could buy a $10 box and you might get something good. That's gambling. Okay? You're not really getting something for free. Oh yeah. And then it's digital too. Like that's another thing to think about. This shit is digital, so there's no cost of goods. You know, they can set the price to whatever they want it to be. J-Dog, you said honestly you don't trust Ubi and making games anymore? Damn. Well, that's why Tencent bought it. You know, Tencent bought like 51% of the company or something. They bought a big portion of it. And don't they have like creative control over Assassin's Creed franchise and Far Cry franchise? Tencent. And they got the rights to those games now. So hopefully, maybe, you know, they might do it justice.
A grave threat made its way toward the ghost.
Kids using their parents' credit cards, yeah, oh yeah.
The ghosts found explosives to use against their
have
enemies.
no vacation time, so it did get delayed, taking off 3 weeks at least. Damn, you take off 3 weeks? My mom said I'll be playing that game, boy, every day for almost a month. I feel you. At least I'm getting that PTO. You can do your thing, bro. Hell yeah. We got cherry blossoms at our park. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, I've seen those out and about. Around this time of year, springtime, cherry blossom trees. And don't they have like a scent? Like, don't they carry like a scent? The cherry blossom trees? Like it's very fragrant. Like you can smell them before you see them.
Prepare yourself.
Only just in Japan. Yeah, springtime and summer is my favorite time of year, bro. For all them kind of reasons. Everything's blooming, everything's fresh. You know what I mean? Weather's getting better. It ain't cold as shit no more. Oh, God. This fucking thing is too much for one. There we go. And then the fact that he does it non-stop. Like, it's relentless. He'll shoot some out, and then like a second later, just get ready to prep to do another round of it. It's like, damn, bro, can we breathe?
The ghost prepared to face a vast force of enemies.
Yeah, that one character, that's all he does. He don't even fight. He just keeps shooting shit. Ahmad, you said last GTA game of our lifetime is going to last 20 years. Oh, 6. He's saying he thinks it's going to last to about 2040 something. Hey, it might. That would be goofy.
The ghosts braced for another attack.
It doesn't surprise me that people still play it because there's still games from back in the day that people still play. Destiny, even The Last of Us. I still play The Last of Us, and that game came out the same year as GTA 5. But, you know, it's like, kind of like, for me, it's old. But then again, I guess it depends on perspective. Like I just said, I still play Last of Us. Same matches, same matches. Nothing changed about it. Yeah, for me, GTA Online just got stale, that's all. Like, it's not a bad game, it's just as good as it was back then as it is now, it's just, yeah. Yep. Isn't it ironic? Right. And I was going to say, that's the irony about it, because it's like there's way more to do in GTA Online than there is in Fortnite or even The Last of Us. But the concept is so simple and still fun that it's like, it makes you want to play it still. I think where GTA has issues is like they try to have too much going on, and it's like all these different options and choices. It's like, it just feels like a smorgasbord of shit. What I really would have liked them to do is do like story DLC. Like not with these heist updates. Oh, you got a new heist and now you can get apartments and you can hire people and become a boss and CEO and like, bitch, I don't care. What about the DLC? You know what I mean? Where's some extension with the story of Franklin or Michael? Like they could have released a DLC for each character and charged for it. I would have bought it. I would have paid for that, like $20 for each character. For the extra, you know, 3 or 4 hour like side story. I would have did that. Some type of expansion. It was the money issue, you know.
Another wave
They
of
said, damn, that online, because I think they did have a plan to release DLC for it, like story-based DLC. But then when they saw them dollar signs, boy, on that online, they said, well, why even bother? Let's dedicate all our resources to this this online shit. So I get it, as far as business goes, it makes sense, but yeah, it was a letdown. It was a letdown. Yeah, it's less about passion. Profits over passion. That's when surveys come in handy. And they ask people like, hey, what do you like about this game? And it's actually different. You know, even when they ask like suggestions, that's always good. Because fans might have an idea that the developers can't even think of because they're like in it, you know what I mean? Sometimes someone from the outside that's like, man, you can't see this in the game. Like, you gotta look at the game from the fan's perspective. You know, to really like create something special. When you're looking at it from just like strictly what is gonna be most appealing to everybody, it's like no, that's not the right approach. Because not every game is gonna be for everybody. You know, like Resident Evil, it's not a bad game, but it's not really my type of game. You know, Village was kind of fun because I played it in VR, but you know, it's not like a preference to play a Resident Evil game for me. You know. And they know that about it. That's why they have a winning strategy, because the people that like Resident Evil will usually buy everyone that comes out. And if they try to say, okay, let's make this game universal and be like an E for everyone as far as the appeal, the demographic that they're reaching or trying to reach, then the people that really like Resident Evil for what it is probably won't like it. The true fans, you know? Like, well, this ain't what I'm used to. I don't want this shit. They can't make it too broad. All right, New Game Plus. Yeah. They know they have DLC too. Like other shit they released. I'll kill you all. I almost got knocked down for a second. Yo, do they have the human bombs in this game? Remember how you could like throw these at people and hit them? I haven't seen that yet. Well, that would be like a little side bonus first on it. There we go. Good shit. Good game, y'all. J-Dog said, we'll see if it comes out this year. Damn. Biggest game in history. It will be Massive Trail 3, supposed to drop next month. Okay, I hope. So in May. Maybe it'd be like a little birthday thing, you know what I mean? That's why I was pissed when they delayed it again, because May 26th is 2 days before my birthday. So that would have been amazing to play GTA 6 on my birthday, man. I'm like, hell yeah. Be like a birthday gift to myself, you know? It does, man. I was hyped as fuck when I saw they said May 26th. I was a little sad they delayed it, but I said, well, shit, that's right before my birthday. That's perfect timing. As a matter of fact, that's the birthday of one of my best friends, you know, his actual birthday. I'm like, bro, the game come out on your birthday? The fuck? But nope. Nope. They said, sorry folks, that false alarm. Like, damn. J-Dog, you said Shadows made you disappointed that it had Battle Pass. Oh yeah, exactly. For a fully priced game. Isn't that something? Like, bro, Battle Pass, and there's no online on Shadows, right? Isn't it just a story game? Let me look that up. Does Shadows have online? We're about to find out. Oh, and then I remember somebody mentioned that because I just saw it pop up on the recommended search. They got Attack on Titan shit in that game. It's like, what they got to do with Assassin's Creed? Like, is it a neat concept? Maybe, you know, but it's like really out there. It's like, that's like far left field shit. Like Attack on Titan? Really? Let's see. Oh. So it says a planned 4-player co-op multiplayer mode for Assassin's Creed Shadows, internally known as League, was reportedly canceled in early 2026 due to company restructuring. Damn. Damn, I didn't even know about that. So it's like, okay, you buy the season pass for what? You know? Oh no, okay, so yeah, they had, okay, it was canceled along with the game season pass. That's what it says. Crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Ridiculous. What the fuck are they even doing? They don't even know. They have no plan, no vision. They just say, hey, it'd be neat if we did this, right? And then they get to working on it, doing stuff, and they say, never mind. This isn't practical. Or maybe the executives say, no, don't waste time on this. Get to making more microtransactions, put more stuff in the store. It's like, oh man, bro. In-game store shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, short-sighted. Super short-sighted. Because they just, like you said, looking at profits, looking at what is going to make them the most money, instead of what people actually want to see and want to play. Because the thing about these companies where they miss the mark at is reputation, right? So Ubisoft has like dropped the ball so many times, and even like back when when Watch Dogs came out, they showed that first trailer. That game looked crazy. I was super hyped for that game, and then when the actual game came out, it was like it felt like a scam, you know, kind of like the No Man's Sky incident. Like No Man's Sky, eventually it became a good game. Eventually. But when that game first came out, boy, that shit looked nothing like the trailer. It's like, is this the same shit? Like, they lied to us, you know? And that was back in, what, 2015? When they first showed that. So, yeah, over the last decade, man, it's been a common theme where they show a game, they showcase a game, they even show, like, supposed gameplay, and then the game is, like, not what they showed. It's, like, the biggest catfish shit ever. That's why pre-orders aren't a thing as much anymore. Like pre-orders, almost any major game that was like AAA studio game almost always got major pre-orders. Now it's like the game sales have dropped dramatically for even big releases. Pre-orders almost don't happen anymore, and there's real no incentive because they're like, what? You get a couple skins for pre-ordering the game. You might get like if it's an online game, you get some XP early. Hey, bro, this shit is no incentive. Not for real. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just supposed to be like a work of art, you know? The creativity is dying in these games. That's why like a lot of these indie studios are actually coming up above AAA because AAA is too corporatized, you know, and then these indie studios are like, well, this is something we branched off and made. Like, what's it called? Oh, by the way, everybody in the chat, give us a 1 if you want to see us do a story mode mission. Or not story mode, but like a story mission. Or 2 in the chat if we should do survival. All right, let us know. But what I was gonna say was, um, yeah, that game Clair Obscure Expedition 33 or whatever. The people that made that game came from Ubisoft, like most of them, and they went off and did their own thing. And that game, like, is it the biggest, best game in the world? No, but the people that played it and bought it said a lot of great things about it. You know what I mean? So for what it is, the target that they're going for, they hit it. That's how it should be. Summer starts the marketing for it unless it gets delayed. So if we don't see marketing early, summer is getting delayed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like we said, it should be either in May or June that we see something from GTA 6. It gotta be. Gotta be. Because you think they would like hint at it, you know what I mean? Like say, hey, trailer 3 coming soon or something. Or like give us a release date for the trailer, which is kind of funny and crazy at the same time. Like that we're looking for, hey, are they going to announce the release date for trailer 3? Like it's not even the game. It's just like, just insight on the game. Man, bro. But I haven't heard nothing. Have y'all seen anything? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. J Dog, who got 2 lawsuits from the Japanese government? You talking about Assassin's Creed? I think that yeah, he might be talking about Assassin's Creed because I did hear about that. Like there was some, what was it? Like you could destroy the shrines in the game, and Japan was pissed about that. Like the parliament in Japan, they was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Because the fact that you could destroy shrines, they actually made it with an update in the game where you can't do that now. You know, like you can't like if you go to a shrine, the environment is not destructible now. You can't like break none of the pots or whatever, something like that. I think they changed it. Crazy, bro. Little small shit like that. Oh, we gotta capitulate, or they're not gonna sell our game in Japan. And it's like already bad enough. You got a black samurai, which to me is kind of cool. It's kind of badass. I like to see shit like that. But is it accurate? Fuck no. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't a thing for real. And they're like, okay, but it's fancy. It's like, but isn't it supposed to be based off some historical events? Like that's always been the cool concept. It ties in with history. But that game felt super detached, bro. Like straight up. hmm Assassin's Creed 1, 2, the Ezio Saga, and then 3. Those were like they harnessed the concept of Assassin's Creed really well. And 3 was cool as shit because we're in America. We got to see Benjamin Franklin and people like that. You know, just American historical figures. That shit was so tight to me. But after that, man, it's like they lost the plot. It's like, what is this? You know, like who are these people and what is this about? And all it's like, okay, Christopher Columbus. All right, that's interesting. But wait, which one was that? Rogue? He became a Templar? What? Yo. That's why they call it Rogue. I'll be dang. Okay. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. That makes me want to go back and play that shit now. Matter of fact, hold on, let me see. I think I got that. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, cause anytime a game comes out for free, if I see it, even if I'm not gonna play it right then, I'll put that shit right in my library right away. Oh, I do. Yep, I could download it. Yep. But this is a remastered. It says Assassin's Creed Rogue Remastered. But okay, shit. Mm-hmm. I will play this. Boy, I did not know that. Was the story good though? Gameplay good? Like it still had that essence? Okay. Interesting. What? No way. Okay. See, that's how it should be. It should have that tie-in where they branch together, because it's all about a timeline of history in general. So it's not like Final Fantasy where each game is different characters, different universe, different storyline. You know what I mean? Different people in general. Like it. This is just a timeline of like actual history, but with like a fantasy spin, like a kind of sci-fi spin on it. You know? But damn, okay. Mm. Ooh, what you think about 16? Mm-hmm. Yep. That game was good. I was just about to say that game was right up your alley because of the fact that you like Devil May Cry and games like that. Yeah, they had that concept because all the other games are like turn-based and shit for the most part. Wait, who? That did what? The same guy that did what? Oh, really? I did not know that. Yeah, it was definitely like a hack and slash. That caught me off guard to be honest, but I liked it. Damn, okay. Let me see. Hold on. I could pull it up. Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, because I got the game right on release. Because every Final Fantasy game that comes out, except for the online ones, I never was a fan of 11. I never played that. And 14, I think I tried Final Fantasy 14 and was like, nah, this ain't my thing. But every other game, every story-based Final Fantasy game, except for because the first one I played was 7, then I played 8. I never played 9, but I played 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16. So yeah, pretty much like majority of them I played. But when 16 was announced, boy, and they said, yeah, June 2023, I'm like, I'm getting that. I pre-ordered that mug and everything. But I played it like for, I don't know, like a week or two. Then I stopped, took a break from it. And like you said last year, I picked it back up summer of last year and beat that game in like over the course of about 10 days, less than 2 weeks. That shit was hella fun, bro. The story's good as fuck, everything. I was sad when I beat it. You got a platinum on that? Okay. Okay. On purpose. You gotta beat the boss like on a certain difficulty or something? Mm-hmm. What's the difference in that mode again? Okay. It's like hard mode basically. Okay. Oh, so you did it in 2 runs. Okay. I was just about to ask that. I was just about to ask. So you got the DLC? I know they released 2 new summons, didn't they? Or icons or whatever. Leviathan and okay. Yeah, the DLC I still haven't played. I gotta check that out. How long it take you to beat the DLC? Like how many hours of gameplay you think? Okay, it's not bad. Rising Tide. Yep. The Rising Tide. When it comes to the story, at one point does it take place? Like is it like a prequel to the game itself? Because of Clive. Yeah. That shit threw me off. I'm like, Clive died, bro. I'm like, it was like Final Fantasy X all over again, where Titus dies. Yeah, that game. Yeah, dude. Final Fantasy 16 as a whole, like, so I battle with it being my favorite one. Like, I almost want to say it is my favorite, but it's just like the way that the story happened was so trippy to me. That's hard for me to like say it's my favorite, but that game was very fucking moving emotionally. Like, because most Final Fantasy games, they do grip you, they do reel you in, good storytelling and story plot twists and whatnot. But Final Fantasy 16 was shocking because, for one, I think it was the first one they ever like had blood in. You know what I mean? And for two, it's like the amount of people, like major people that die in that game was I was blown away by it. I'm like, bro, they're killing off main characters. Like, what the fuck? I didn't know what was gonna happen next. You know what I mean? And then even what's his name? What's the dude? Whoever played this Bahamut, whoever his Leon, yeah, the shit that happened with him, and then within his family, and the dad dying, and then at the end, I'm so confused with the boy. Was he always Ultima? That shit was confusing. Just infiltrated the bloodline or something. Hmm. Right. Right. The mother. Isn't that crazy as fuck how that happened too? Like her husband gets killed and then she goes off with with like the rival. Right. She was a cold bitch. Yep. 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 Talk about hypergamy, you know what I mean? That shit was cold, man. That was cold blood. I was like, damn, this the mom, you know? Because Josh was apparently thought to be dead. So, you know what I mean? Little Joshua. And so she was like, well, Clive, he, you know, because she always looked down on Clive, even back when she was with the dad, you know? Like he was like the outcast or something. Josh was supposed to be the special, you know, precious boy. He's like the golden child. And then when everyone thought that he died, I think that's when she was like, oh, well, fuck it. Like, I have no children now. And yeah, she went off with the rival kingdom and then gave birth to another person, another kid. And then she was treating him as if he was like the new Joshua, you know? That shit was wild. That was a wild. That story overall was so fucking crazy to me, bro. I was sitting there playing like almost on every section of the game when little shit happened. I sat there, sat up in my seat. I was like, what the fuck? I just had to. I would pause the cutscene and try to process what I just saw. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? That game was it was something else. Mm-hmm. That shit was so tight. That shit was so tight to me. Like I remember the thing that got me that was exciting was like, cause like when Josh apparently died allegedly, I was like, damn, there's no way. Like he died at the beginning of the game pretty much, and I was like, well, damn, that's it, really, like just like that, you know. But I knew like just from playing so many different games and how stories go, I was like, there's got to be something to this. Like it couldn't just be that simple. And then I saw him looking like somebody from Kingdom Hearts kept popping up in the hood and the cloak, and I was like, dude, I bet you it's Joshua. I was like, I have a feeling that's Joshua. You know what I mean? And then yeah, the game kept going on through the story, and it kept like foreshadowing stuff. And every time they showed the little hooded dude stand there, it like gave more and more little glimpses of this might be Joshua. Maybe this is him. Especially when he did that. I forgot exactly the context, but there was one scene where he like made a flame appear in his hand or something. I was like, that's Joshua, dog. Like, what the fuck? Like, who else got fire powers? You know what I mean? Shit. Yep. Yep. Dude, that shit was man. That game was amazing, dog. I wish it was longer, to be honest. When I beat it, I was legitimately sad. I was like, damn, it's over. This is it. Oh well, yeah, Zach. They did Zach dirty. Did him dirty because he was the original. You know, he was like the first, and then Cloud basically just took his place in a way. Because I didn't even know about all that playing the original Final Fantasy VII back like in the late '90s. You know, and then what was it, like the 2000s they started kind of showing in between, especially when they had that movie Advent Children. Like they were showing some other glimpses of stuff. I was like, oh, so there was like a first guy because they showed Zach in the original, but like they barely talked about him from what I remember. Yep. Yeah, because I never played it, but when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, so this is like before Cloud became who he is. Because Cloud, honestly, from that perspective, Cloud was kind of like, he kind of was like innocuous, like a nobody. You know what I mean? And Zach was like the celebrated one. You know, he was the main dude. Yep. That's because their personalities were different. You know what I mean? Zach kind of had that more extroverted, you know, more like outgoing personality, and then Cloud was always like super, super damn lone wolf, like to himself, real quiet, antisocial. You know, seemed to be like he had some type of esteem issues going on, maybe. Maybe not the most confident, but as time went on, he became just kind of like his don't give a fuck attitude is what like made him stand out. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't attached to nothing. He just be like, well, I don't care. You know, I don't care about this. Don't care about you. Don't care about that. You know. Hmm. Yep. From his childhood, because they what they do they experimented on him, right? Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. He worked for Shinra, right? I'm finna see. Shinra scientist. Oh yeah, Professor Hojo. That's it. Yeah, he was the one that was doing that shit. He was doing weird shit too. Wasn't he the one that created Genova? It was like an alien or some shit. Because if Sephiroth was like a clone or just like like they took cells from Genova and made Sephiroth, right? Wasn't he like just a creation? Mm-hmm. And then he kept calling her mother and shit every time he see her. He's like mother. It's like, oh, this is trippy. This is some trippy shit. Mm-hmm. That's what messed him up because he basically like it made it to where he had no type of empathy, nothing like that. You know what I mean? 2027. Yep. Yeah, it said next year. That's a long ass span. Because the first one came out in 2020. I played the hell out of that. I didn't play the second one or even Integrate. I have Integrate, uh, but I think you start off as Yuffie or Yuffie, however you say her name. When you start off with that, Yuffie. Yeah, yeah, integrate. Mm-hmm. I need to. Do I have that? Let me see. Hold on. Yep. Let me see. Rebirth. My bad, y'all. I see y'all in the chat, man. We gonna get back to the game. We nerding out for a little bit. Y'all could join the conversation though, if y'all got any input with these games that we talking about. It's Final Fantasy Rebirth. Uh, nope. I ain't got it. Damn it. Damn. Nope. They want $50 for this. I might get it. Yeah, they got a demo too. Ooh, I see they got Vincent Valentine in here too, and Cat Sith. What? What the fuck? Okay. What about Red 13? What? Yo, what the hell? Oh, this is sick. Dude, I'm looking at like a screenshot. I'm in the store right now. I just saw a screenshot where it's got Cloud and Sephiroth fighting alongside each other. Like they're both their health bars on the screen, like side to side. Oh, okay, I remember that. Okay, yeah, I remember that part. Was that when they were in that town that he set on fire? Mm-hmm. He was having flashbacks. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get that, man, because that shit. I mean, the original story was amazing. They did make some changes in the remake a little bit here and there, but I mean, overall, it's fun, and that's the whole point of it. Like, I'm not one of them kind of people where the changes they made. I'm like, no, this is not exactly how I remember it. This is not how it was, and I'm like, listen, the game was fun. The graphics are amazing. It actually beat my expectations, you know. So I was very happy with the remake. That's another one I got like as soon as it came out. Yeah, the ending of the first one was kind of a little different than what I remember. Like I was like, what's happening here? Like the ending of the first installment, that kind of threw me off a little bit. I didn't quite expect that because they didn't kill Aerith, you know. Oh yeah, yeah, because they didn't have them in the original. Ah, interesting. It's like time traveling ghosts or something trying to rewrite history. Okay. All right. Yeah, 'cause I was confused about that from the first game. When they first popped up, when you're in that town, the town that's below the reactor. What do they call that? That first town where everybody lives. Sector 7. That's it. Yeah. When they first showed them little ghost things flying around, I said, "What in the fuck are these?" Like, I don't remember this at all. I was confused as hell. But you said they explained it in the second one. Just interfere. Okay. They had to have some explanation for that because that was out of left field. But all right. Let's see. Ahmad, he went off to play. Wait, ironically, he said he finna go play the Cyberpunk 2077 expansion. He been left too. Let me see. When did he send that? We just been talking. Hey, well, look, that's what we do on the show, y'all. You know what I mean? This ain't nothing new. When did he say that? 9:43. Damn, almost an hour ago. It's all good. I didn't realize how much time was going by. Damn. Okay. Well, yes, Ahmad, if you come back and see the gameplay or see the replay, or if you're somewhere still in the back, something like that, I appreciate you, bro. Have a good one, man, and have fun with that, all right? Yeah, speaking of Cyberpunk, that's one thing I never checked out was the Liberty, what is it called? Liberty, Phantom Liberty, whatever. I didn't check that out. I heard it was good, though. Did you play it? Mm. Right, right. Yeah, because somebody might say the game, oh, it sucks, it's garbage and shit, but like you won't know until you play it yourself. You know what I mean? Because been plenty of games I've played that other people say, not the biggest fan of. Like some people don't like Marathon. Marathon's hella fun to me. You know, so like some people love the hell out of Fortnite. I can't stand Fortnite. So you know, it's like to each their own, basically. Let's see, Love Outdoors, J Dog. Oh, am I up for Marathon later today? Oh yeah, most definitely. Speaking of which, you got that game, Alpha? Marathon. Okay. It's pretty good to me. I mean, I was never a fan of extraction shooters and never really played them, except for maybe like the Dark Zone in the Division from way back like 10 years ago, right? But I got Arc Raiders. I was a little disappointed when they said they were making Extraction because originally it was supposed to be like a co-op. I don't even know how to call it, but it was going to be some type of like co-op, maybe story-based game, Arc Raiders. And then they switched the concept to make an extraction shooter. And I didn't know shit about that. I didn't want to really play a game like that. But playing Arc Raiders, the game's hella fun. So even though Marathon, they said they're making it that kind of game, I was a little thrown off by that too because I was expecting something a little bit more like Destiny. But my experience with Arc Raiders kind of helped me open up to the idea of playing this kind of game. And by the time Marathon actually came out, I was all in for it. And so far that I've been playing it, I've been having hella fun with it. Like it's almost like Arc Raiders, but different, obviously, because it's first person, and there's no friendly capacity aspect to that game. Like Arc Raiders, you can go through, see other players, and be like, "Hey, bro, we're just looking for shit. You know, we're good, we're friendly. You know what I mean?" But in Marathon, anything you see, anything that moves, you shooting. You know what I mean? Highly competitive, highly savage. Like that game is no like, even though they have a feature where you can like come by people and there's a function like an emote function, whatever, like you can say friendly, like as if you're not trying to fight nobody. That game it don't even matter. There's no gray area. You know, like you see anybody, another player or an enemy, it's automatic. So it's a little bit more cutthroat of a game than Arc Raiders, but yeah, I like it. I like the action in it. It's fast paced. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's some things they could do better with it though, honestly. But it's a fun game. But thank you for that, J Dog. He said everyone sub to Orin and like the vid, or you'll wake up with cold feet. Ring the bell to not be a sussy baka. What language is that? I don't even know what that mean. You know what that is? I'm gonna look this up. I never heard that shit before. Oh, apparently it's a song. Yeah, it's a song by somebody named Tanger from 2021. Let's see what the meaning. What is the meaning? Okay, someone acting sus or an imposter. Okay, it usually it's used playfully to mean a suspicious fool. That's funny. Yeah, silly could mean silly or fool. Yeah. Okay, and then another one says, well, this is like a guess. This I'm looking at like a Reddit post. Someone says they guess baka could be Japanese slang for dumbass. That's funny. Okay, like a sus dumbass. Okay, I got you. Yeah, fool, idiot, someone who's suspect, suspicious. Okay, yeah, that's right. What J Dog said, y'all. That's right. Yeah, that that part. And then he also said one. Okay, so we're gonna be doing a mission, a story mission. All right, but let me get some of this tea real quick, Alpha. Give me just a minute or two. I'll be right back. But yes, y'all, don't forget to like the video. Subscribe to Alpha. Alpha, go ahead and post your link in the chat real quick. That way people know where to find you. Everybody check out J-Dog as well. We got some streamers that come through, you know what I mean? But yeah, I appreciate you. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, y'all, real quick, change of plans, change of plans. Alpha, everybody in the chat, I got to take like an extended break. I got to do something right quick. Something just came up. Now, this might take me about 15, 20 minutes, so Alpha, go ahead and if you want to, man, just play a match or so. You know what I mean? We're going to take like an actual intermission break for the show, okay? But I don't want to end the show here because I do still want to kind of get off into this game some more. Especially I'm having fun with my boy Alpha, man, and we don't get to do this every day. So, Alpha, if you're gonna still be around in about 15, 20 minutes, we can hop back in. Oh, did he leave? I think Alpha left. Here, I'm gonna send him a message. All right, y'all. I'll send him a message, let him know what's up. J-Dog, I appreciate you, bro. But yes, everybody, we're going to be taking about a 15, maybe 20-minute break, all right? So this will be the intermission break for the show, all right? And now, of course, I don't expect y'all to stick around, you know what I mean? But whether you do or don't, okay, hit that like button on the way out, all right? I expect most of y'all to dip out for real, though. Let's keep it real. It's gonna take a minute. But like I said, hit that like button, okay? And subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already. And yeah, folks, I appreciate y'all being here, but I will be back. I will be back shortly. So like I said, give me about 15, 20 minutes. Take this time, y'all. Do what you need to do, though. All right? And get your bathroom breaks in. Get your water refills. Maybe grab you some snacks or something like that, okay? Get you some, maybe get you some popcorn or something healthy. Get you something healthy, all right? Yeah, get something healthy. Get your water, all that, bathroom breaks. Maybe even cook you something to eat. You might have time for that too, all right? But do what you got to do, like I'm about to. I appreciate all of you. You know what I'm saying? But I will be back in about 15, 20 minutes or so, okay? So, with all that being said, y'all, intermission break has officially commenced.
spotted us.
Yo, yo. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for that super long wait, y'all. I thought it was going to take me like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Whew, I'm back. Alpha, you still here, man? I cannot believe you still here, bro. That's amazing. I saw you over there. I glimpsed at you, and I saw you over there fighting just like about 2 minutes ago. I said, wow, what the hell? Like, what an Alpha, he be practicing, boy. He take it serious. For real. Alright. Well, you ready to get into it? Before I left, we was going to be doing story mission, right? One by J-Dog. Okay. Yeah, we back now, y'all. We back from intermission break. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah, I just didn't want to end the show because I knew I was going to come back, you know. I was like, damn, I ain't done with the game yet, but I got to do this. But alright. Y'all ready, man? Me and Alpha about to get into it. These missions are 2-player, right? Yeah. What level you at now? $21. Okay. Yeah, okay, perfect. We can do silver. Do you care about photo mode at all? Oh shit. I was gonna say, because they give the option to enable it or disable it. I chose disable. Alright. I'm gonna pick that one. You ever did the challenge cards over here? Oh, I forgot to put it in the chat. I'm tripping. There we go. Oh, you did eat something? Alright. Gotcha. What'd you eat? Oh, man. That sounds good as hell. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give me something to eat after the stream, man. Some ribs, though? Oh, my God. I mean, both of them sound good. The rice and the ribs, but the ribs really... And this barbecue season where I live,
The
like
snake
this time of year where
poisoned the
everybody
minds of
out there
warriors,
grilling.
recruiting them to fight
Right.
for his master, Lord Saito. The ghost tracked the snake to a dark forest, where his followers were imbued with power stolen from Kami.
Did you grill them when you
Defeating them
like
would
put them on the
weaken
stove?
the
I
snake's
mean,
hold
like the
on
oven or
land,
something?
making him vulnerable to the ghost's vengeance.
Okay, yeah, I see you.
Huh? Get
That's the right
ready
way.
to bleed. Oh.
That's the right way to do it. Get marinated for 8 hours or a day or something like that.
This warrior glowed with power from
What'd you use for your marinade?
the Kami of the moon. Fortunately, the ghosts could attune themselves with the same power to fight their enemies on equal footing.
Yeah, we put like garlic powder on mine for the paprika. Chili powder sometimes. If you don't want to make it maybe too much. What's that? Like cumin. Put on there. Onion powder, garlic powder, salt.
More of the snake's followers were entrenched in
What
the
else? I'm
village
trying to
ahead.
think. Damn, what is that stuff I use? I haven't done it in a minute.
I see
The
someone.
ghosts saw more enemies attuned with the power of the moon, but they also saw others glowing with power from Susanoo. Could it be the ghost would need to have the same attunement?
Man, that shit is so satisfying, like breaking their shield or breaking through that whatever barrier thing they got.
Someone, let's see you fight.
Shut your ass. Oh, we got three. Oh shit. Busy yelling. This shit is hilarious. The scream. Oh no, you ain't shooting no damn arrows at me. Yeah, we back there, dog. Here's another one. Hey, talking about this guy.
The ghost sensed a great power ahead. Its source was a Jufu attuned to
A
Amaterasu,
Jufu.
Kami of the sun. The ghost would need to match its attunement if they hoped to destroy it.
Yeah, Jufu. Oh shit. I've seen this thing before, but I don't know what the hell this is. It's the Jufu, huh? Oh, you know, these pop up in the survival sometimes. Like that one level we did.
There were more Jufu to deal with in other parts of the snake's domain. The
That's what
only
it feel
way
like.
the
Feel like
snake's
some Harry
warriors
Potter
could be
shit.
attuned to power from the Kami was to steal it.
Straight up.
It was a dark practice. The ghost trekked the snake's many Jufu to a small village.
The mini Jufu. So what we got? What are they talking about? The Jufu is the big ass box, right?
That sword just for
They were scattered throughout the village and needed to be destroyed.
Never saw this.
Nice.
Good luck.
He straight died and got back up. Like, how the hell? Right. He thought about it. He said, never mind. I need to shit my ass. Stay on the ground.
A single ghost stood alone.
Oh, another box over there. Shit. A floating ass box.
You're not done yet.
Oh, shoot. Knock my blaze on my head.
Get ready to.
Only one ghost remained.
Oh, overwhelmed by corruption. It's the Jufu. That purple, yeah, that purple shit, the meter at the bottom of the screen, I forgot all about that. Get this shit out of here. Exactly, that's what I was doing. I got caught up with the same shit. Oh, matter of fact, we gotta, I have to get a different weapon, different tuning.
One ghost remained.
Same thing got you? That purple shit? Yeah, we gotta take that out. I'm with you. Inconspicuous ass box. Them motherfuckers sitting over here chilling, but all the damage is doing. There you go.
Someone's there.
Single ghost remained. One
Oh,
of the
ain't no
ghosts
fucking
was
way,
struck
bro.
down.
What the hell? Damn, though. That's crazy. Embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. Motherfucking dumbass. Simple ass enemy. And then with me being a higher level, it's like I'm expected to obviously carry a little bit. It's like, damn, I got knocked down by that shit. Hell no. Maybe not from you, but for myself, oh yeah, I feel I'm disappointed in how I let that shit go down. I wanted to save that last little health. That means now we gotta do hella shit. Shit, I gotta lock in now. I gotta lock in. We got another damn Jufu box, big ass fucking, like you said, it was Lion Witch in the one day. Oh, fucking Harry Potter closet ass thing. Oh shit. I gotta stay back for a second. Right. Oh, I did, yeah, because each one,
A single ghost
what the hell?
stood alone.
Yeah, each one of the boxes, they got like a different attunement on it, different element or whatever. That one was green, we got the red. Yeah, keep that blue, keep that blue. This one's got blue. Mm-hmm.
Once the village was cleansed of the snake's jufu, the ghosts were drawn elsewhere. The ghosts ventured forth, sensing that a vital message awaited them at their destination. The call of the kami's energy drew the ghosts to a lonely graveyard. more Jufu.
Another damn Jufu. Oh my god. I'll get the one on the left.
Well done.
Only one ghost remains.
Oh shit. You got the you got blind bomb. That purple shit, boy, this shit, boy, hard to escape this shit. See what I'm saying? Oh, get your ass back. Shit. Okay, one of them down, one of them down. I have no fucking, bomb. Let me see. There's like a, what's it called? A fucking ammo thing. Oh, nice. Not a single one. Maybe up here. How many seconds you got? Shit. Oh, no. Okay, okay. Right the last second.
Get back in the fight.
I know. I just took the tactics mode. Don't worry about it. Okay, here. There we go. This shit was close.
A lethal group. With the Jufu destroyed, the ghost
We
proceeded.
can't take no L's, bro. We too good at games for this. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Oh, we got Onibi over here. Some damn Onibi. Oh, they're over here. Sound like a lot of work.
Souls are angry. Souls.
Uh-huh. He over here talking that shit. Can I just get this health right quick? Tired of that. Man. This one's a little intense. This feels way tougher than the damn survival. Straight up. Can I get that from here? I'll come back. No!
Destroyed it.
Good stuff. Oh, we need the green. Over here. Oh shit! Look at my dude. Oh, did you see that? It happened to you too? Yeah. What the hell? For a second, I thought I was there we go.
A vital message awaited the
Man, what a
ghost
crazy ass
in the
mission.
heart of the graveyard.
Okay, I think we got one more phase. One more section, whatever. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I done did it again. Okay, there we go. You know what I noticed about this game? They got that fixed a little bit
The
better.
message was coming from
Like
a
if you
shrine.
get stuck behind stuff, it
The
doesn't.
snake did not
doesn't
want the
keep you there.
ghosts to hear
Like
it.
you slide out of
He
it.
sent
basically.
his followers to destroy the shrine, and the ghost stood ready to defend him.
Right. Alright, here we go. It's a cool ass looking field. I remember this from the story. Wasn't there like a Roman fight here or something? Like one of the boss fights? Or duel or whatever? Oh, waves. How many waves it say? I thought that was like one thing. So it's like a little mini survival.
More
Here
enemies
we go.
approach.
Okay, 2 out of 3. Alright. Wave 2 out of 3. That's what I'm saying, he's trying to block and shit. All he's doing is delaying the inevitable. Yeah, buddy. That last one.
The ghosts were about to face a
One
terrible
more to go. Buddy. Oh, it's over. It's over. We got this.
A good fight.
Yeah, we got this. Not too bad.
With the shrine safe, the ghosts
how
heard
this
a
shit right in
voice
the center
from an
like snakes?
unknown spirit.
Find me, free me from my binds, and I will aid you in your quest for vengeance.
This is the cart talking to us. Oh, this is snakes, isn't it? This is snakes. What the hell? Yeah, these are snakes. What the fuck? I thought it was just like, I don't know, a bunch of like roots or something. But no, they moving. Look like a bunch of big ass worms. Big old nasty earthworms. Good lord. There we go. That was good shit, man. Good shit. Did you get some blues? Mm-hmm. Yeah, buddy. All right. So I'm gonna let you choose this time: story or survival. I got enough for maybe like 2 more matches. Enough time. Story. Let's do it. Oh, you said one more? All right. Let's see. Story mission then, or incursion mission on the story side? Incursion? You want to do one? All right. Let me check your level right quick. 21. Okay. Yep. Level 20 mission. Right at the level, right at the level. Oh damn, I was talking this whole time and had the mic muted. What the fuck?
Down the Kitsune and the last remnants of his forces.
I hate that.
It was
I was just saying what's up to everybody in the game.
take vengeance
I'm like, what's up, is it Gamas, Coon, Gamas, and Mr. L? I can't do that, man. See, every time you join one of these matches, it just mutes you automatically. Give me just a few seconds. Hold on 1 second. All right.
The ghosts needed to pierce the heart of the frozen mountains ahead.
Are y'all chilling, jamming out with some tunes? What's up, Bunny? Welcome back. Send me going in and out of sleep. That's good. How's it feel? I think it's always a great feeling when you like wake up after taking a nap, as opposed to like just being up all day and then starting to feel that like how should I describe it? It's almost like feeling static in your brain. Like if you ever stayed up too long and like sleep deprived a little bit, you start to like your brain feels tight. You know what I mean? Like your brain starts to feel like fucking weird. Barely think straight and shit. It's a terrible feeling.
You're finished.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, buddy. Yeah. But see, the good thing is at least you have somebody there to help you watch your son. You know what I mean? That's a blessing. It would be 10 times harder if that wasn't the case. You know. Literally, not twice as harder, 10 times harder. Like if you just abruptly just woke up, and mama ain't going back to sleep. That's time over, you know. But that's good. That's good. It's working out.
That's so.
Somebody shot icicles at me. Them boys shot icicles. Where the torches at? Don't we have like a torch around here somewhere? Pretty good. That teleport shit is so cool to me. For real. Yeah, yep. That was pretty dope. What is this? Oh. Next phase. Here we go.
Nice and quiet.
Get that pinwheel on there. That dizzle dazzle hula hoop shit. That's a samurai move. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The fuck? Yo, this shit caught me off guard like a mug. Like I didn't jump, but I heard that shit come out, like, cause I got on headphones. I heard that shit come out my left ear. I said, "What in the hell, bro?" The whole pot just popped open. I knew immediately it was the enemy. Immediately, just to tell. Come on, Sam. Walk. Trying to jump scare people, bitch. They think they funny. Dude, you know what's actually funny? This torch. When you throw the torch, the shit looks so goofy. You know what I'm saying? The way it looked. It just looks so funny to me. Like, it looked comedic. Cause look. Yeah, cause it looks like it just kind of like holds position through the air. instead of it like, you know, moving like how a hammer would, like if you threw a hatchet or something. You know what I mean? Kind of got a goofy physics or some shit. And then this one's straight inner cave. Oh, over here. Wait, maybe not. What the fuck? Ah. Oh, yep. Oh, this level. This part of the game. Yeah, I was just about to say that stealth, assassin, underground stuff. Everything was all snow based too, wasn't it? I'm trying to think, what was my favorite part? I say maybe one of the brothers was the dragon, right? Yeah, around that thing. I mean, the whole game was dope as hell. You know, but I like that later part because it kind of, the game became almost like a free-for-all. Like it was just constant action, back-to-back fighting, waves of enemies and shit. I love that. That scream is hilarious. Yeah, you heard that? Yeah, no, towards the end of the game, man, it was a constant war. It just felt like, it's like you could feel the tension, you know what I mean? Even in between missions, it felt like there wasn't much peace.
Right on.
Yo, you think they're gonna make a third one? Right. Yeah, because if they made a direct sequel, then we can assume it would be still about Jim. But since they didn't, and even at the end of this game, the end of this game doesn't really feel like it can lead into a sequel for me. Like another one-off. Oh, you know, I just thought about too. You know, okay, so Infamous, right? You ever heard of Control? Have you seen the new one they got coming out? Yep. They have a Control. I don't know if it's a sequel. I don't want to call it a sequel, but there's a new Control called Resonant. Control Resonant. And that game is almost identical to freaking Infamous. You have kind of like, I guess, what, like time bending powers, physics bending powers, and it looks like an open world. Looks just like Infamous, almost like an Infamous Second Son, kind of. Yep. I forgot what the setting is. It might be Chicago, I think. Like Chicago in America. So. But that shit, as soon as I saw that, the first thing I thought about was Infamous. I'm like, damn, this is like an Infamous game. Or like Prototype too, it also has a Prototype vibe to it. Check it out. When you get a chance, watch that trailer. They actually show gameplay, like real gameplay.
Emerging from the frigid mountains, the ghosts encountered deadly temperatures. They couldn't let the cold stop them from destroying the Kitsune's final effigy.
Oops. Yeah, they showed this at the Game Awards. That's what it was. Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen that. Isn't that like a not a remake, but isn't it like a game that came out back in the day? Phantom Blade Zero. Oh, never mind. This is okay. I'm tripping. That's something else. Yeah, I have seen this. Now this shit actually, it looks like a more realistic version of this. Phantom Blade. It kind of looks like Ghost of YOTEI a little bit. This is Assassin's Creed. Maybe a little bit of Crimson Desert. This looks sick. I thought about it, but for me it's such a time-consuming game, and I'll be playing so many different things, like, I don't know if I can get into it right now, you know?
The effigy collapsed, and the snow finally relented. But the ghost's mission was far from over. The Kitsune was coming.
Oh shit, we gotta go over there. Activate gathering point. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about it. Like, even games that are coming out now, I want to get, but I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Because I want to get them all, you know what I mean? And I don't want to be getting them and then not play them. And then by the time I get around to them, it would go on sale. You see what I mean?
1,000 times if I must.
Like freaking, what is that game?
The Kitsune
Phantasma.
emerged from the shadow.
So we got Sorrows coming out, like, these are already out or it's about to come out tomorrow or something like that. Sorrows. Yeah, when it's all Phantasma. There's a bunch of games coming out. Between now and GTA 6, that's how I look at it. The year of 2026 is just, what games do we get to play before GTA? You know what I mean?
Prepare yourself.
'Cause once that come out, boys, it's over. Oh yeah, are they coming out with that this year? Man, they better release that shit. Yep, they better. September the latest. They better release that shit as soon as they can. No, it's gonna be dope. It's basically like a Marvel version of God of War. Wolverine God of War. That bitch already up over there. Oh, damn. He said that last time. He knocked the shit out. All of us, cuz. He disappeared. Oh, never mind. He did a sneak attack. He just fucking teleported in place. What is this really shit?
You deal with this.
Oh, damn. I should have known. Where you go? I can't even see him. Crazy. Oh, yep. Oh, I hate that. Seems like a waste. No, interrupt us. You gotta interrupt us. I don't even know how. I think we just gotta leave out the circle. Look at him, look at Steve. Aha. We didn't get nobody. I knew he was gonna do that. Either he was gonna do it right here or teleport on the other side. Oh shit. Let's go. Let's go. Get this big ass out of here. Oh, big lanky ass. Oh, long-legged, long-faced ass.
At last, the ghost struck down the Kitsune, avenging the fox spirit and its kin, while also claiming vengeance for themselves.
Crazy. How we do this?
This is it.
Oops. How do I do this? This dance is hilarious. Oh, touchpad, and then the left buttons. It's a little different than the first game. Look at Mr. L. He's doing like, was it the Genjutsu?
No holding back.
Oh, with the Kurosawa thing? With the weapon? Really? I gotta see that.
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, buddy. G frickin' G. Yeah, buddy. Alright, Mr. L in the game, and oh shit, I forgot the other guy's name. Kun Gamma something. I forgot how to say his name. But yeah, y'all have a good one, man. GG to them, you know. His name was Gamma something. Gamma. Hold on, what the fuck? Gamast. That's what it was. Gamast. Gamast or Gamast. Coon. And then Mr. L. Oh, Elgend 117. All he had to do was put the LE. You know what I mean? LE Legend. But it's Elgend. Oh well, you know. It's his name. That's how he wants it, I guess. I suppose. But yeah, you done for the day, bro? You finna hit the gym? Gotta get them gains. That's right. Hey, y'all heard him, man. Y'all know what's up. We work out around here, okay? We don't want to hear no lazy bullshit. We don't want to hear no excuses, no complaining. You just do the work, okay? And then you see the results. And then by seeing the results, it encourages you to do more work, You see what I'm saying? It's just like that, bro. I mean, it's super easy. Like, is it hard work putting in it, putting in the effort to do the shit? Is it difficult? Yes. But when you start to see where it's taking you, when you pay attention to the steady growth, the steady progress, that's motivation. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's like they say, no pain, no gain. You gotta put in the work. Just as simple. And Alpha's putting in the work. Bunny's been putting in the work. Chris been putting in the work. I've been putting in the work. So shout out, man. I got a lot of respect for that. Yeah. Mentally too. Mm-hmm. Same. Same. A lot, cause you know, a lot of people's inside. You know, we didn't have opportunities to go places, do things because they closed everything down on purpose. And you know, when you're just indoors all day, every day, and then everything's all shut down, it creates like a slight depression. Even like you could be a happy person, you could be having a fairly decent life, but because of like the doom and gloom you see on TV, and then you got DoorDash and Uber popping off like crazy, and they're making all the shit available, but they're saying, hey, don't leave your house, but you can order food. You know what I mean? We'll leave some places open, but the places we leave open are only, you know, for this or that, and it's like a lot of places that they left open weren't even like that beneficial. You know, they actually had places open that weren't even necessary. It's like, why can I go here but I can't go to the gym? They'll close gyms down, but not bars and shit. Liquor stores can stay open. Like, well, you're in the house all day, every day. You're depressed, ain't you? Why don't you go drink? Why don't you go out and get some liquor and sit up in the house and drink every day and be more depressed and then gain more weight and then be even further depressed and then feel like more like shit. And then next you know, boom, your life falls apart, your marriage falls apart, and all this other crazy shit. And then if you're a business owner, then you lose your business, and then you lose your house because you can't make money because we closed the business down. Like, they fuck shit up. 2020 was a fuck time. So if anybody tells me that they, you know, gained weight or were in a dark place during 2020, I am not surprised. That was like a universal energy, you know? Yep. Feel like a new person. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It feels like like you could breathe, you could think straight. You feel it's an encouraging thing because look, if anybody in life has ever been stuck, which I believe, if you're like at least 21 and up, okay, for sure there's been at least a moment in your life, whether it's a few weeks, a few months, it could be a few years for some people, where you feel stuck or kind of like lost or confused, or you don't know what you're doing or where you want to go with your life. You have no plans, no goals, no vision. It happens. But one good starting point is working out. And when you start, you know, exercise and start taking better care of yourself, even if it's just like small changes to what you eat, if you notice improvements in your health and the way you look, that right there could be like a spark, like a spark of passion, where you feel ignited on a deep soul level. You know what I mean? Emotionally, mentally, physically, on a deep soul level, you feel like, okay, I can do this. And whatever it is you want to do or anything you've been thinking about doing, stuff you want to try, you now feel like you're not stuck. You're not stuck in a rut. You're not in the mud anymore. You're kind of like, you may not be on the road traveling at 60 miles per hour, but you're getting your wheels moving. The sludge is getting knocked off the tires. You know what I mean? Like you feeling, okay, I'm getting out of the position I was in to somewhere different than where I was, you know. And you don't want to, when you're stuck like that, people don't want to be there. They don't want to be in that position, you know, even if it's just a mental thing, you know. Oh, we got the tornado warning. Oh, snap. But no, I mean, it's like, yeah, all you gotta do is get the ball rolling a little bit, and you'll notice it could change your whole life. Yeah, you work overnight. It makes it difficult. Twice is twice is still good. It's better than zero. And even if you wanted to alpha, like every now and then when you're like not busy, and if you feel like you got energy for it, especially if you're in the mood for it, you could just, you know, bust down and do some push-ups. You know what I mean? Knock out 10, 20, 30, 40 push-ups all at once, you know? Work your way up to it. Let's say if you can do 10 without stopping, start there, boom, move it up to 20, you know, and then like that way, let's say if you need like a little quick boost, you know, because let's be honest, working out is scientifically proven, you know, and there's a reason why people be like, oh, I work out, I feel good. The immediate effects you feel after working out, not just the long-term results of like, oh, I feel better, I look better, I'm healthier, but like right after you get done working out, the blood is flowing, the circulation's happening, endorphins are kicking off. You know what I mean? You're feeling a little bit stimulated. You know what I mean? Especially if you, as a guy, you get that pump. You know, and you feel it in your muscles, in your chest, wherever you're working out, your legs, and that kind of like it kicks off a lot of hormones, a lot of like neurotransmitters and shit. So if you ever need to alpha, let's say if you're at work and there's space to do it, or if you're at home and you're off work and maybe you don't feel like traveling to the gym, or for whatever reason you can't get to the gym that in that moment, just hit some push-ups, do some sit-ups or some body weight squats, you know, air squats, and yeah, it'll give you like that kind of little boost in the middle of the day, you know. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Mm. You measure it like you got a bottle that keeps up with the ounces and whatnot? Okay. 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 Look at you, Alpha. That's what's up. It'll remind you, yeah, keep you on track, accountable. Hmm. Wait, do what a lot? Oh, overtraining. Yep. Well, as a guy, I think men, shit, there's always going to be a time for, I think any guy that gets into the gym seriously will have a period of time where they kind of overtrain a little bit. Because I had that like right when I turned 30. You know, I was 30 years old, going 6 days a week, 4 hours a day, which is stupid, like too much, way too much. I was almost at the gym every single day for like a chunk of the day, like half a work day. And I was having like, what they call it, tendonitis and shit. Like my joints was hurting bad, and oh boy, I was in pain, like almost constantly. But I was addicted to going. But then I had to tell myself, okay, you need to chill, because you stop making progress at some point. You know, when you're overtraining, you're not recovering properly. You can injure yourself. Yeah, I think 4 days a week is solid. You know, and even if you're, let's say, if you're right, almost where you want to maintain, but you just want to make a little bit of progress, you could do 2 full body workouts a week, and you're good. You know what I'm saying? Because out of 7 days, that gives you like 2 or 3 rest days in between, which is plenty of time. Now, with you being your age, Alpha, you can recover. I mean, depending on what you eat, I think you eat pretty good, especially in your country. The food is not as chemically fucking bogged down like it is in America, unfortunately. Although I know that they have some stuff in y'all food over there. It's just not as bad. Like you have, because they banned some of the stuff in y'all food, right? In New Zealand. Oh, you in the UK? I thought you was in New Zealand. Oh, I don't. You notice how I don't know why I always think you're in New Zealand. I don't know why I think that. Because every time we talk, I'm like, oh yeah, he's from New Zealand. I keep doing that. My bad. So yeah, well in the UK, but they outlawed some shit, right? Like y'all don't have sodium triphosphate or some shit. Like we have stuff that y'all don't have. It's dumb. You track your calories? Oh, okay, you taking this real serious. I like that. Mm-hmm. Well, plus two, you was young. You know what I mean? Like at the age you were, it's easy for you to kind of just be like, oh, whatever, you know. Because a teenager, even late teens, you're gonna take shit for granted. Like you're gonna be like, oh, I feel good. I can do what I want, sleep when I want to, stay up all night if I want to, and yeah. So yep, yep. You saying before the overnight job? Mm. Yep. 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 Yeah, because you started like last March, right? Yep. I remember that because I was playing Assassin's Creed. You popped back through. You like, yo, I got an overnight job now. I said, oh boy, I know what that's like. You gave me flashbacks to when I did that shit. Yep. Oh wow. That sucks because that like eats into your sleep time and your free time. That's tough. Damn. So is that 4 hours of driving? 4 hours of transportation? Wow. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah. Less stressful. Hmm. That we can have some type of life outside of that, yeah. Do things you need to do. Yep. It defeats the purpose. Yeah, because you'd be going to a job upset, miserable, don't want to be there, you're not going to do a good job. And then when you know you're getting off, you're like, well, damn, I don't even have time to live my life. I don't have time, I barely to sleep, to do anything I want to do, whether it's playing the game, going to the gym, hanging out with your friends, your family. You know, it's like you feel robbed, like your life is not livable because you're so preoccupied with work and then traveling to and from work and then having to sleep around that schedule to manage having energy for that job. So, yeah, it could take over your whole life, you know? Yep. Yep. It's therapeutic. And everything you do in there is benefit. Like anything you do at the gym, none of it's a waste of time, you know what I mean? You're making progress. So what's your focus now? Are you focused on building muscle, losing weight, body to recomp? What you trying to do? Oh, yep. That's real motivation right there. Yep. Mm. Yeah, because all you really got to do is stimulate that part of your body for the muscle growth to kind of kick in. You know what I mean? And one good trick I would say. Um, so before you work out, have like a primarily carb-based meal. You know, and then right after you get done working out, after you deplete your sugar that you got in the tank, so to speak, have a meal that has some carbs but mostly protein, and that way the insulin goes up, the protein kind of gets shuttled in to where it needs to go, the amino acids, and then make sure your sleep is on point like a mug. Any day you work out, for the next 48 hours, sleep as clean as possible, meaning like make sure you go to bed after you've been awake for at least 16 hours. You know, don't try not to push it to those 17, 18 hours, 15, 16 hours after being awake on the days you work out. Just lay down, you know, let your body rest, recover fully, sleep like a good 6, 7, maybe 8 hours, you know what I mean? And for the next 72 hours following that workout, every meal you do, if you can, if you're able to, walk for like 10 minutes, 10-minute walk. And that'll help your metabolism, you know, on the days that you're actually not working out, you know what I mean? And before going to bed, have like a potassium-rich meal, you know, like avocado, fruit, stuff like that. Because doing that method, bro, I lost 60 pounds in about 3 months. From June to September, lost at least 60 pounds. All of June, all of July, and like before the end of September, I went from like 234 all the way down to like 180, 177. Yeah, it was pretty extreme. It was pretty extreme. It's the fastest I've ever lost weight in my life. You know, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad I did that shit because I was, boy, especially after my son was born, man, I gained hella weight. I went from like right at 200, yeah, I gained almost 40 pounds. Just eating whatever, you know what I mean, sitting around, not working out for real. You know, I kind of took a break from that for months. Didn't work out for months. So, anyway, he's walking now. Yep. Time is flying, man. Time going by pretty quick. It's a trip to see that. It's like, damn, he was just a baby, you know, just a little bitty baby. Just a little newborn, just looking around, not even knowing what the heck is going on, and you know, can barely lift his head. Now he rough, jumping around. It's crazy to see that. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you saying that. I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, most definitely. Thank you, man. Thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot. Mm-hmm. I remember those days. It's like the roots. I can't believe it's been already like almost 4 years. Like it'll be, because I think, did you come around at the end of 2022 or was it the beginning of 2023? 2022. Yep, that makes sense. Yep, because I was playing. I had God of War Ragnarok. I didn't I do something for Halloween? Did I do that thing? I had Callisto Protocol that came out early. Oh shit, when was that? Like, was that the end of 2022? I just remember Ragnarok. I remember Ghost of Tsushima. Um, Horizon was like the last game I played before I moved. Yeah, yeah, Forbidden West, I think. Yep. But yeah, I think you came to stream around Tsushima, or it might have been right before that. Wait, did you see me play Ragnarok? Okay, okay. Hmm. Yep, and not too long from that, I remember one day, it had to be right before I beat the game, like a little bit, like within the same week or something like that. I was in that level where like the swamp area, where they had like the Ronins, just the rogue Ronins all around. Yeah, somewhere around there, that part of the game. That's crazy. That almost feels like yesterday, you know, straight up. It'd be flying, dude. Like, this shit's kind of crazy. I can't even believe how fast 2025 went by. You know, last year zoomed by. Yep. The whole week just go by. You wake up, oh, it's Monday, I gotta do this, do that. Next you know it's the weekend again. Monday roll right back around. Boom. Like damn, a whole week went by. Then that easily becomes a month. You go from one season to another because we was just in wintertime. Now we got like what, a month and a half to the summer? You know? Crazy. We're almost halfway through the year. Hmm. How many days we got? 3 days? 4 days? Let me see. Oh yeah. Yep, only 30. Only 30, not no April 31st. So yep. Today, tomorrow, the next day. And then come I mean we can't really count today now because today is like it's like 1 o'clock, so yeah. So yep. Thursday, or my bad, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and that's it. Then Friday is gonna be the 1st of May. Whoa. This weekend, before we even hit the weekend, we'll be in a new month. That's really crazy. Yeah, yeah. And then by the end of the month, man, I'll be another year older, you know? It's gonna be another milestone, next level. 34. About to be 35, yep. Nah. You know what though? Before I like switched things around a few months ago, like late, not even late, I was gonna say late summer. So right after I turned 34 is when I said to myself, all right, I'm gonna lose this weight. I'm gonna get back in shape. I'm gonna change what I eat. I stopped eating junk food completely because I was eating like chips every now and then here and there, fried food, eating fast food and shit. But as soon as I turned 34, right after my birthday, or like I think it might have even been a few days before my birthday. I started like slowly making changes, but then the month of June and July, I made the most drastic changes ever. Like I ate like a very strict way for like 2.5 months. So between like all of June, all of July, that's where I lost most of the weight. And like the last like I guess 15 pounds kind of just came off over the course of a month and a half after that. But yeah, I changed that shit around, man. My routine was basically like just I'd eat protein during the day, might have 1 or 2 meals of protein. You know, make sure I'm getting enough calories, especially on the days I work out. And then before I go to bed, have either a smoothie or just some fruit. Just like that. Eat something super light if I got hungry. Like if I couldn't sleep and you know, you'd be laying there in bed like, oh man, I'm hungry, my mind is active, I'm not relaxed, I gotta eat something. Instead of me eating an actual meal or something heavy, I'd eat like, I don't know, like I said, a smoothie, eat like a can of peaches or something like that. Might eat like 2 apples, you know, little simple stuff. And then lay down. I would sleep really good. I wake up, feel lighter, you know. Wouldn't feel bloated. A whole bunch of shit, man. I was like, wow, okay, it's like the cheat code basically. And almost like every week I would wake up and I started seeing little small changes. I started seeing like my abs a little bit more. You know, I could see the obliques on my side and everything. I could start seeing muscle separation, striations in my arms and everything. I said, okay, we getting somewhere. You know, then I could start seeing the veins pop up in my forearms and my bicep. When I start seeing the veins like appear on my biceps, that's when I said, okay, yep, I ain't changed. I'm not changing this. You know what I'm saying? I was like, shit, you know, because you end up getting more interested in like the healthy progress. Like I mentioned earlier, you damn near get addicted to the growth and to the improvements, you know, to where like you start to think like, okay, well, it's like a trade-off. I tell people all the time, you can have the cake, you can have the ice cream, you can drink the beer and the soda and the fried foods and the fast food and shit like that. You can have that, but you can't also have that and like look good, feel good, have energy, be in a good mood, have, you know, a high quality life, because it's obviously not gonna afford you that, you know, because if you're eating all that other kind of stuff, you know, if you have it like once in a while, it's not in the end of the world. But like, let's say, like me, I'd want to eat that shit every day. And I knew that if I had that every day, I couldn't, you know, be where I want to be. I'm not going to get the results that I want. I'm not going to feel the way that I want to feel. You know what I mean? Especially with me getting older. So yeah, I know it's a real long-winded way of answering your question, but before I did this, I was feeling a little older than what I was. Wake up some days, not really in the mood for the day, kind of having to push myself to get started. You know, I had a slow start to the day and had to always jump up and have caffeine right away and shit, and just, it wasn't good, man. I was like, you know, even though I was still pushing myself, still getting stuff done every day, it was more so like I was forcing it, rather than saying, okay, I'm ready. Like, what do I got to do? You know, just here, let's get this, you know, whatever done. Back then I would dread it. I was like, damn, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And, you know, it just kind of, it was draining, you know, it's tough. So yeah, when you're acclimated, man, you take good care of yourself, and it helps you be prepared for shit, you know, because almost imagine this is not super realistic, but imagine in a hypothetical situation where a person might have to run. Let's say some crazy shit goes down, they gotta hurry up and run and get out of Dodge. But if you're fat, overweight, low energy, you know, not all the way right, you might be the one person that ends up being stuck there. You know, when you gotta hurry up and move, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta be conditioned, you gotta be ready at all times. And that's like a metaphor for life, you know? Take good care of yourself, that way you can handle the shit as they come along, because you don't want something to happen that you have no control over, something that just kind of pops up randomly on you, and you're not like in a good place as an individual. You know what I mean? Because then it might fuck you up even more, or it might throw you off, or it might set you back a little bit. You know, but if you're ready, if you are prepared for it, when something goes down, You know, especially if you're physically well off, right? Your health is good, your mindset is good. You're more conditioned to deal with stress and issues. Because it's like you were already in a good spot, a good position, or at least better than you were. So whatever happens, you're just like, oh, okay, cool. Let's just take care of it. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Hmm. Yeah, because you don't want to make it too boring for yourself. It'd be hard to stick to. I can't stand that shit. I cannot stand that. Yep, I was gonna say, speak that truth, bro. Say it. Some people need to hear that shit. Yep. Well, no, they try to make excuse for people. They want people who do that shit. They make it seem like, oh, you know, who cares what people say? Just be you and do what you want to do. But it's like, no, it's encouraging unhealthy habits. Like, unless you are 100% perfect, then you got room for improvement. You know, never just be like, oh, I'm fine the way I am. And what's going to happen? Because either you're going to get better or you're going to get worse. Nobody's going to just stay the same. You know what I mean? So are you making progress or are you sliding backwards? You know? Oh, Alpha, hold on one sec. They said they can't hear you. You gotta, you mind if you change your setting real quick? Because I feel like what you're saying is very important. It's like a privacy setting thing. My bad, y'all. I didn't even know. I'm probably sitting here seeming like I'm just talking to myself. Oh, shit. Damn, that means everything he said even earlier in the stream, because he was saying some good stuff. Damn. Man. Yeah, it happens. I think it's like a default privacy setting. I don't even know how to change it. Let me see. It's gotta be a way. Captures and broadcast possibly. Oh no, it might be. Yeah, it might be there. Oh yeah. Oh, include audio from the players and parties who allow their voices to be shared. Okay, so it's probably gonna be, if it's not in there. Here, let me go to here. Oh yeah, I'll put microphone. Stats logged in microphone. Stats broadcast. Let's chat broadcast. Bear with us, y'all. Where is this at? Would it be accessibility? Huh. Oh, you got it? Can y'all hear him? Voice data collection. Let me see. Did you see what Bunny said in the chat? She said, sounds like we chilling with you while you on the phone call. Damn. Dang. I didn't know. Because, I mean, from my perspective, you know what I mean? But I should have turned up my stream. I could have tested it and seen. I could have been like, oh, I can't even hear him on the thing. Damn it. Can y'all hear him now, though? Damn. That's okay. Well, now we know. Well, we was talking about all type of stuff. Oh my God, how long has the show been? Yeah, I've been here. Were you? Uh-huh. Like, who is he? Is he talking to somebody in the background? Okay, so the show been going on for 7 hours. I think you popped in with me around. What time is it? 1:05. I think it was like 10 in the morning. 10 or about 10. What time is it now? 7. Okay, yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. We've been gaming together for like 3 hours. A little bit over. Yeah, a little bit over 3 hours. Oh, 4 hours. Wow. Yep. Right, right around 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 20 minutes is what I see. Because when I had the list pulled up to invite you. Yep, 4:20. Right around there. Damn. And I had to take that break for like, it was like 30, 40 minutes or whatever. So yeah, about 3.5 hours of talking. Damn. And everybody's like, who's he talking to? The hell? It happens. It happens. Back especially when I first started streaming on here. Um, yeah, it was almost like everybody I played with, I'd be like sitting having like long ass conversations like this, and they couldn't hear nothing. Like nothing at all. And it wasn't even until like the show was over to be like, oh yeah, like after I'm done talking to whoever it was, be like, oh yeah, we couldn't hear him the whole time. I said, damn, y'all just now let me know. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. All right, can you hear yourself though? Is it showing up? Let me see. It should show up. Testing, testing. Can y'all hear us? Can y'all hear Alpha? Ding, 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 ding. Can y'all hear him? 107.17. No, I mean, it's okay, Bunny. He said, damn, next time we'll make sure to say something. Damn. J-Dog, you can hear him? Let me rewind the stream a little bit. Say what up, Alpha? Let's see, will that show up?
Aid me!
Oh no, your voice ain't coming through. Let me see. Let me see what setting. Hold up, I'm gonna look it up. I was trying to find it within the console, but let me see. We're gonna search up how to what will we say here? How to let your voice be heard. Wait, how to allow friends' voice to be heard. Are you serious? You ain't playing that on your screen, you're not? What the fuck? What? What does it look like I'm doing? Like on your game? Oh, that's crazy. That's a trip. So they, without you even choosing to. See, that's why I asked something earlier. I forgot what it was, but like, I wonder about that because some games. Oh, dude, it was still playing music even though you put the guitar away and then pulled it back out. Yo, what the fuck? I was gonna say, because I played Marathon not too long ago, and then somebody said they saw something in the game that showed up differently than it did for me. The Last of Us does the same stuff. Like, you could be on a hunter faction, but you could be on team with somebody who's not a hunter, but because it's your gameplay, it's coming from your side, everyone on your team looks like they're all hunters, even if they're not a part of that faction, you know? So that's pretty common, apparently. What the hell? Okay, be heard on PS5 broadcast. We're about to find out. That way you could actually make your official debut on the channel, you know what I mean? Because this whole time, ain't nobody couldn't hear nothing. Oh, here we go. Okay. Share voices, share your voice. Here, let me go to mine. Yeah, because so the setting, it was in broadcast. Let's go back. Captures in broadcast. Audio. Wait, there's another one. Is it here? Where the fuck is it at? Because I'm looking at it right here. Share your voice. Allow voice sharing. Tell your friends to press the PlayStation button. Go to the game base. Open party chat. Click more. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Game base. Options. Game base. Where is this at? I don't see this shit. Game base options. Voice chat settings. Share your voice. Oh, mine says don't allow. Mine was on don't allow this whole fucking time. Okay, so look, go to, which is weird because like people could hear me on Sidey's stream. Sidey was streaming Arc Raiders with me, but what the fuck? Okay, anyway, okay, go to game base, and then pull up like actual game base. and then it'll show, like it'll say game based and friends, parties, messages, right? Yeah, yep. Go to game based settings, and then voice chat settings. That's crazy. Man. Yep. Yeah, then it'll just say, um, yeah, microphone level, mute game, voice chat, share your voice chat transcription, voice chat connection. You know, that's that screen right there. I wish I had like a capture card because I could just show it. I could show the like the settings screen. You find it though? Oh yeah. Can I do that? Okay. Okay. I was in the wrong spot. Captures. Okay. I'm gonna send you the screenshots real quick. Good thinking. Good thinking. Here, let me pull up the game that way you're not look at the blank background. Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, I know, buddy. I appreciate you though. You know what I mean? You helped. I mean, hey, you helped by saying, "Hey, I can't hear him." You know, that helped. I did not know that though. Okay, so here I'm doing it like in steps. So first game base. Yeah, pull up game base and where I have my cursor at, where it said game base settings. Right there. And then it'll be here and then here. Oh yeah, we could try the party chat, but we wouldn't be able to communicate with our team in the game, you know. Y'all can still hear me though? You found it? That's weird. This whole time I never even had mine turned on, but I've heard it in the broadcast on other people's stream. I don't know. That's weird. Let me see something. Okay, can y'all hear him? But he said, honestly, it sounded like he was chilling with y'all while on a work call. That's exactly how I felt. Damn. Now, it was a good conversation, though, man. I wish it was almost like a podcast. You know what I mean? And me and him had like a whole like hour-long conversation too, way before I went on break. We was talking about Final Fantasy and a whole bunch of stuff, a bunch of different games and shit. Oh man! And then just now, I let him speak for a couple minutes, and he was giving like really, really good words of encouragement. You know, like really, really, really good message. Damn. Well, no, I mean, hey, if it's working, hey, see if you can y'all hear him? Can y'all hear him? I'd rather it come from you. You know what I mean? Because I could be talking all day, but sometimes it helps to come from another person. You know? J Dog said, I was wondering who you were talking to. When he said, like, you people tell your voice is all we need to hear. Yeah, I mean, look, but sometimes we need more voices, you know? Like, look, if, let's say if I'm playing with random people in the game, right? And y'all can't hear them, okay, that's one thing. But when we have a special guest on the show, we want their voice to be heard. We definitely want that. I wonder why it's not working though. Let's see something here. Settings, audio. Is there something within the game itself? Dialogue, control audio, English, subtitles, no. I wonder why it's not doing it through the game though. Let me see. Let's see what the hell is going on. Hold up. First, I'm gonna look this up specifically. Oh. It said maybe you gotta restart the game. Here's what I'm gonna do, because that would restart the stream. I'm going to re-invite you, alright? And then we'll see if that changes anything or if it fixes it. Yeah, target lock, melee camera, player quick chat, quick ping. Yeah, I don't see nothing like that. Okay. So I'm gonna re-invite you real quick, alright? Give me just a second. Isn't that crazy, y'all? I don't get this. Why is it doing that? Can y'all still hear me? All right, testing. Can y'all hear him? I hope so. Oh man. Yeah, I watched Bunny go through this too when she was playing Arc Raiders. Like nobody could hear me or Saidi or anybody else that was in the game. Damn, y'all still can't hear him. What the fuck? Ridiculous. Bullshit. Damn. Well, I don't even know what at this point, I don't even know what to do about that. I guess it just is what it is. Shame, 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 man. I just can't believe that. It's like, what the fuck? It could be like a technical issue. Maybe one that we're unaware of, possibly. But who knows? Here, okay. Let's experiment then. Let's try this out because I want to see if there is a solution. How do we do this again? And dude, I almost never use this, but we're gonna try it now. I have not been on a party chat in a long ass time. Okay, I guess this would be similar to like a Discord call a little bit.
No, let's hopefully it works.
Oh, it sounds lighter. Like it's Oh, this is tight though. You can type in the same thing too. That's pretty tight. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I used a voice chat in this on the PS5. Oh, audio balance. Here we go. Cause all of a sudden I can barely hear you. You know what I mean?
No.
Let's see. This way you speak in, mute all party settings, voice chat settings. Can y'all hear him now?
But they can hear me. I'm praying that they can.
Y'all hear him? Oh, okay. J-Dog said he could hear you.
Way.
About damn time. That's all we had to do, though? That's crazy, bro. Ain't that nothing? So, yep, this is Alpha, y'all. This is Alpha. This is the homie Alpha, finally, on the stream. Even though he's been here for Oh, shit.
Well, this is well, I guess, like I said, my official.
Crazy, isn't it?
Well, you know.
Been here for like
Thought it
about
was
4 hours. And this now, we didn't realize. I feel silly. I could have caught that earlier because I should. Normally, I listen to my stream sometimes when I step away to just check things, make sure everything sounds good, it's clear, crisp, you know. But yeah, I didn't fucking check it. Anyway,
yeah,
so what was we talking about? Alpha had a message. He was talking about his journey with the, self-improvement and everything, and he was talking about people who do the opposite of being helpful. People who kind of almost enable people to continue doing the shit that got them in a bad position in the first place. What was you saying about that, Alpha?
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, in short version, what I said before. Well, basically, just when it comes to like just self-improvement in a way. If you like say if you have a specific goal or anything, just
to like love yourself. Just love yourself being big as hell.
Yeah, that's the main thing that people, like I said, they love saying to someone to like help them, but it doesn't encourage them. It actually just kind of like discourages them and actually just kind of lets them down in a way because because do you know what that's gonna do to them? That's gonna think, oh, okay, I'm fine with what I'm gonna be doing. I'm fine with how way my body looks because this person told me that I'm fine. Mm-hmm. But it shouldn't be like that because technically you're letting yourself down. You're letting someone else tell you that. Instead of actually helping you, they should be saying, you know what, maybe you can look better, maybe you can do this. But no, they're not saying that. They're just kind of discouraging you. And that's not the case. It shouldn't be the case. And anyone who kind of agrees with that, then I don't know what to say to you because it's not right. Because it's not really healthy for anyone to really say that because it's more like you're hurting them. Like, because you're not actually giving them that motivation to go, okay, what can I do to improve? Because listen, not everyone's perfect. Don't get me wrong. No one's perfect in this world. I'm being honest. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. I know my boy. Listen, I know my boy Oren. He's like, to me, he's perfect because look at him.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, but like I
but
said,
even
I know,
me, I'll say I'm not perfect. We all got room for improvement.
Yeah, like I said, we all got room for improvement. Like we all have flaws. We all have. We have things, we have obstacles in life that we have to go through. But, like, at the end of the day, we have to think about just what we can do better. In a way, it's like we can always strive to do better, Like, if you have a specific goal, like with me, like, listen, I don't know, the rest of you in the chat, I don't know, went through something I'm pretty sure everyone went through something during 2020. So did I during the COVID period. Like, like I gained so much weight and I was eating really bad food, especially because we couldn't go out and no gym was accessible. But after everything died down, like I said, I went back into it. Even I got my own schedule now. I mean, like I know I have work and everything, but like I said, I try and go at least 2, 3 times a week. And like I said, I don't say go gym, but at least like I don't know, maybe go. Not even okay. Even if you don't want to go gym, let's just say you don't want to go gym. That's fair enough. Maybe go for a walk, maybe a run, even try and cycle.
Yep.
Do something, or maybe just especially during summertime. Summertime, I'd say, is the best time to do any of this because the weather's nice. You want to get out. I think it's the perfect time to do any of that. Like I said, because I feel like if you don't want to go gym, that's completely fine. You don't have to go gym. Like gym is just like that's a place you can go if you want to. I go gym because I want to improve myself in certain other ways. But even before gym, I used to do runs, walks, even ride my bicycle every now and then because, I like doing it. If it's something you enjoy as well, it'll keep you motivated. And with me, I have a schedule, I like to eat certain foods and drink a lot of water every day because, I think drinking water, it kind of like energizes you in a way.
It definitely can.
It helps.
I'm glad you made that point because that's something that people overlook. Like you might not even need caffeine. You might just be dehydrated. You need a little bit more fluid, a little bit more water. And even sometimes too, when somebody says, "Oh, I'm hungry," but you just ate like an hour or two ago, you might just need to drink some water.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even that's a lot of conception. Like, oh yeah, because if you're still hungry, like I think you need to drink a lot. Especially I don't drink a lot. Like what I'm saying, like drink enough that you'll keep hydrated throughout the day because your body needs that. Listen, our body is made of mostly of water, realistically. So we're gonna need that. Especially just drinking it, and especially it's good because it helps clear your mind. Even it helps with even intelligence in a way. Like think straight. You can do things. You can concentrate even better. Like I said, don't get me wrong. You can still drink your juices or you could fizzy drinks like every now and then or so, but don't drink too much of it, or you don't eat too much fast food or even like stuff like that because it can affect you in a lot of ways. But not saying you can't. Like I said, I'm not saying you can't. You can. Just don't eat too much of it because then after that you're gonna get so used to it to the point that you don't really want to do anything, and then you're gonna get into a routine of just okay, I'm just gonna constantly eat this because I like it. Like
Yeah, because
there was a
like
time and point in
food.
time when yeah, exactly. The comfort food. And there was a point in time I was like that. I just constantly was eating the wrong things because it was just how I would cope with things. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people would cope with certain things in certain situations, and it's understandable. But this is why I found my chance to improve myself and to strive to do better and to maybe just help myself in a way because I know a lot of people would say to me that I should love myself for who I am, but then I wasn't really. A lot of people were saying that to me, and I'm thinking, no, I can do better. I can do better. I can look better. I can be better. It's not about the case of someone else changes, because I feel like someone who's going to help, like I said, people can give you advice, people can advise you, people can put you in the right direction, but it's all up to you and how you're going to choose your path. It's all up to you.
Yep.
You make your choices, not them. They can guide you. Like I said, example, or I'm going to use you for example. You guide people, you tell people advice about certain things. And I know you've said this many times, people don't have to listen to you, people don't. But like I said, you're advising them. And if they don't listen, then you can't do anything about it. But you're giving that information for free. And, people either take that as, I'll take it as, okay, I'll take that as in consideration. I'll probably listen to him. Maybe you might be right, or maybe they won't. Not a lot of people will listen to certain advices, and that's fine. As long, like I said, you make the choices in your life. It's your life that you want to make. You make a choice, and if you want to lead down a path where you just don't want to do anything, that's on you. You have no one to blame other than yourself why you went down this road. And that's but the thing is with that is you'll be the one to make those choices in the end because that's where you led down to. And that's the thing, you should always think about how it's going to benefit you or how it's going to just hurt you in a way. But like I said, exercise is crucial in a way because keep moving every time. Don't always sit around, laze around. Because trust me when I tell you, this is not great. It's not great for your mental health, and especially you need to get out every now and then or so because staying indoors all day is not healthy. It really isn't. Especially, like, I know a lot of people, like I said, everyone didn't have a choice back in COVID, so it affected a lot of people, even myself. But, like I said, summer's coming up, It's the best time to just get out while you can, enjoy the sun, because trust me, once it hits winter, people want to go back into their homes and barely go out, because wintertime is around the time where people like to just kind of, and I understand it, it's cold, no one wants to want to get out, but summertime is when you want to, fix, improve yourself,
Yeah, take advantage
and
of
if you
what
don't want to
can.
do that, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. And
Because these seasons
that's
don't
what
last,
you can do.
Next you know, before you know it, Christmas is going to be rolling back around. Everybody going to be snuggled up in their houses with the heat on and big-ass jackets and blankets and everything. And we're like, oh, it's so cold. And then the sun going to be barely coming out. And if it does, you ain't going to be outside trying to get no tan in the middle of winter,
Yeah, that's for damn sure. But it's a case of just it's your choice at the end of the day. People would always tell you, these things, but no, don't always listen to what people have to say about certain things because in the end, it's your body, it's your choice, it's your mental health and physical health. Mental health is especially important as well. Or don't forget, like I said, you can always remember about your physical health, but mental health is always important as well. You need to always be mentally stable in certain situations, and you also need to focus on things that you want to do because if you have ambitions or you want to do something with your life, then you can. Just don't think you can't,
Right.
You shouldn't let anyone else bring you down in what you want to do. Like if you want to go gym, if you want to improve yourself, go ahead, do it, and I encourage anyone that does it,
Yeah, find a good
Like I said,
starting
I go
point.
gym. Yeah, and that's the thing. And even like I said, as I stressed before, don't even start with gym if you don't have to, or you don't have the money, or you just don't feel like doing it. Just go for a little run, or go for a little walk. Maybe around your like local town, or I don't know, maybe like a park or something. You know, it's best, or even like like anything really, or even like if you want to do a certain sport, like you want to play football or basketball, or you want to go swimming, any sport that you like interested, because they burn off energy regardless. You know,
No, they definitely
it,
do.
yeah, it's down to you. Whatever. There's so many options of how to do this in a more informal way. Like you don't have to go, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this today, and I need to do this certain. Like, no, you don't have to have a schedule for it. Just do how you want to do it, because regardless, you're gonna see progress. But also keep in mind how you eat and how you drink, because you know,
And sleep.
um, yeah, and sleep. Sleep's very important too, because you don't get your sleep in. You're gonna be sleep deprived, and by the time your brain just won't function as properly. At least, like I say, get your rough. Don't overdo it. Don't stay up too late, or don't even especially don't stay up too late. 'Cause staying up so late and then waking up, it's just not good. I know some people as well. Like some people stay up so late till like 4 o'clock and then just don't wake up too often, and that is just not healthy. Like
Right.
I don't know how people could do that. It's really bad. Like I say, I know people can fix it, but like I said, it's your opportunity now to fix up sleep schedules, because I mean I'm trying to do mine. With me though, it's not really much of a choice because like I said, I do nights as it is,
Yeah, right.
but I'm improving.
The overnight thing
I'm
makes it 10
improving
times harder, because you're already up at an
Yeah,
unnatural time as it is. So, luckily for you, Alpha, I will say, with you being young, it's not good to do no matter what age. But since you're young, you're able to kind of deal with it better. But I would say, as soon as you have the opportunity to, even if it's just like the same pay, see if you can switch to day. You know what I'm saying? Unless you got to take a pay cut. If you got to take a pay cut to move to a day, maybe just keep rocking with it till you find some other opportunity. But I can guarantee you, some opportunity will open itself up to where you can like adjust your life more in a normal way. Because look, I did overnight for about 2 years. About 2 years. Like almost 2.5 actually. You know what I mean? Before I finally the same job, same exact place, moved to daytime. But yeah, it was crazy, man. There was some nights where I slept in my car and shit. You know, I tell my coworker, "Hey, bro, I gotta go to sleep," because I at some point while I was working overnight, I picked up another job during the day, like a crazy person. And I get off work in the morning and have to go into my day job. I said, "Oh shit, hey, bro, I need to sleep like an hour in my car." You know what I mean? Sometimes I pay my coworkers, here's $20. Let me sleep for like an hour. Shit.
Exactly.
It was rough, man. It was rough. But as men, we do what we gotta do. It
Yeah,
makes you
no,
tougher too,
yeah.
more mentally tough. And I'm gonna say this to you specifically, Alpha, right? And this could help somebody in the chat as well. But when there's ever a time in your life, because I feel like you're being pretty light about it, but I was gonna say, any time in your life you hit an obstacle or whatever, you're gonna look back on this time period where you having to work overnight and do what you gotta do, and whatever stresses come from that, from the travel, from having to manage that with school even previously. You'll look back on that and be like, "Oh, this shit that I gotta do right here ain't nothing, because I've already done this. I had to go through something tough, you know what I mean, as it is right now. So any obstacle, any mountain you gotta climb, you're gonna be like, well, I already climbed like 5, you know." So mentally, you can take on whatever's ahead of you. You see my point?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I will, like I said, I have considered to just do day. I think for now, like I said, I'll stick with nights for now. But I know eventually I'm gonna do days. A little bit less pay, but it's more doable, I guess, in a way.
You never know. Something else might
Like I
pop up
said,
for you. Something better than moving to the daytime with that place you work at. You know?
yeah, like I said, I'm looking for other opportunities there and there. I'm not always gonna stick around, but like I said, it's all more about just looking at other things.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not gonna stick
do
to
when
just
you're
one
ready.
thing at a time.
Like, don't feel like
Yeah,
you're forced to
that's,
do it or have to do it right now. Do it when you feel like, because you'll know within yourself, like, okay, this ain't working. Like, once it starts to kind of not flow well with your life, like if it's working for you, do it. But when you start to feel that kind of like it's causing dysregulation, dysfunction, it's starting to kind of interfere with stuff, that's when adjustments need to be made. So if it ain't there yet, then don't press the issue. You know what I mean? Unless you see an
yeah,
open
no,
window, unless you see that open availability, some type of door or opportunity open up for you, because that'd be different. But other than that, yeah, just keep rocking with it. Because like I said, I did it for about 2.5 years, and it wasn't up until that last little 6 months where I was like, okay, yeah, this is something about to change. Yeah, I got to change this. But the first year was great. Second year was great. I had some tough days, but, for the most part, I was like, okay, this works for me. Because I was already a night owl as it is, and even in some cases I still am. But eventually I did get to that point where I said, all right, I need my night back. You know what I mean? Eventually it did become like
yeah,
that.
no, it's like I said, for now, like I said, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I got a good thing going for now. But like I said, maybe in the future, some point, I will consider something else. I know it won't be forever, but
Right.
like I said, it's a place of opportunity. Really. It's not a thing of like, but it'll definitely be later on in the future sometime because I think what I'm doing is fine. I think I'm now more. It's more doable now in a way, and I've grown used to it in a way. And like I said, my mental health's still there, and my physical health's great. I mean, like I said, always could be better, but like I said, I think I've made great progress in that.
Right.
Um,
And that's the thing too. You want to find a good routine, and that's why I said like don't. And this for Alpha, but also all y'all. Consistency is key, but also like having that routine because. You don't want to, let's say, hypothetically, a person starts working somewhere, right? We'll use that as an example. They start working somewhere, 2, 3 months, even 6 months later, they hurry up and switch to a different job, maybe even a totally different time of day schedule. Maybe go from 8 hours a day working to 16 hours a day or whatever. Or maybe working 8 hours a day, 4 or 5 days a week to working 10, 12 hours a day, 3 times a week. You know what I mean? Like making abrupt changes too often, too rapidly could be problematic, especially mentally. So find a good rhythm, find a good routine, stick with that for a while, and work it until it doesn't. You know, once you start to, like I said, the biggest sign when it's time to make a change is when you're starting to feel like this routine that you have, that you've been doing for however long, okay? When it starts to kind of like feel like it's not rolling along as smoothly, that's a sign. That's like a spiritual thing. It's like a spiritual sign it's time to bust a move, you know? But until then, yeah, don't be like, oh, I got to do this and got to do that, because then at that point, you're kind of just putting the pressure on yourself. Like anybody that would be in that position start overthinking and saying, well, I got to do this and got to do that. As long as things are working, just keep it going. You know, unless you have an obvious, direct, clear line of sight to something better or something more efficient. Other than that, yeah, because some people fuck up and it's like the grass is greener kind of concept. You know, it sounds like some movie shit, but it's real life. You might be like, well, you know, I'm not completely content with this. Even though there's no issues, there's a good flow to it, but the person might start to get too far ahead in their mind, and they be like, well, what if I do this and do that? And they end up either biting off more than they could chew, or they end up jumping the gun to something else too quick. And then it comes to bite them in the ass. Not all the time, but sometimes it does, and that's when they be like, oh, damn, I should have just stuck with what I had, or should have just kept doing what I was doing. So, you know, make moves, but don't be so abrupt about it. Don't be so quick to go from one thing to another, you know, because it doesn't always work out. But just, you'll know. Use your discernment, your intuition. You'll know. You know what I mean? If it don't feel right, then there's probably a reason for that. You know what I mean? Kobe Mayor House seemed like a prison. J-Dog said, yeah. Oh, Bunny asked you something in the chat, by the way.
Oh, I should never go quickly look then. I should get this chat up actually. Okay, yeah, back on. Let me see. What she asked me.
Bunny, you said you make Christmas the best time of year. I believe that.
Yeah, like I said, Christmas. Christmas is. Yeah, like I said, there's stuff. Like I said, I'm just saying, like preference. Well, I guess that's more preference, really. Or best time,
she
really,
asked you something above that. I was just making a comment. She asked you something above that, like
a
little bit above that.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I am. Well, from the UK, yeah. Or I was from New Zealand at some points in time. Yeah. So yeah.
What's the other place though?
Yeah.
Is New Zealand and some other place that's similar to it, isn't it? Like
yeah, it's well near the UK, it's Ireland.
No, it's
I think New Zealand's like
New Zealand and somewhere else. Oh fuck, I can't think of it. It's like New Zealand. Not Australia.
Yeah, but I'm British, yeah. Well, I'm a British citizen, not really like actual.
Yeah, you mixed, right? Jamaican.
Yeah.
And
Jamaican and
Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit like Jamaican Asian in me, yeah.
Was it Korean?
Yeah, it's like more like in parts of India, Asian.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I do remember that. I my memory is not always 100% right. But I do remember that.
Nah, no, like I said, I used to, no, it's just not still there. Like I said. But yeah, buddy, I am British, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, like I'm saying, like in terms of like, Christmas time. Yeah, like I said, I even sometimes I like to go during Christmas time. Even yeah, it's good. Like you can go you can go to any time
in your country. You can drink at like 18, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But like me, I don't drink because I think with me, I kind of just there's nothing, like I said, whoever drinks, like I said, I don't judge. I don't judge anyone drink. Like I said,
right.
For me personally, I just don't.
It's just tough to do that and be healthy, and you're aware of that.
Yeah, that's.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, I told y'all, folks. See, if you look at anybody that's like healthy, well-off, successful in life in general, we're not all sitting up, spending a lot of time doing shit that would like hinder us or set us back a little bit. Like, like he said, and I believe the same thing. I'm not the type of person where I'll say I'll never drink again for the rest of my life, but I can go months without touching any type of alcohol because I'm locked in. I'm busy. I'm doing shit, and I would actually have to make time to sit up and drink. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the opposite. When I was young, I would drink whatever and have to just be like set aside time to get shit done. Like okay, I guess today I'll be serious. Today I'll be an adult. Today.
Yeah.
So that's why I give you
Yeah,
props,
that's just-
Alpha. Because at your age, man, when I was your age, bro, man, bro.
You
I
know,
was doing
it's
whatever,
like I said,
you know.
no, it's at that age, like I said, you won't really care as much because you're not like, oh yeah, it's kind of like, but it's like it's understandable.
It's
Like you
easier to
won't
not take
just
shit serious
your
at that age.
yeah, your mindset will be kind of just be everywhere. You won't be like really focused on one thing. For me, like I said, I have this motivation in me, like and in a way, like other people have told me, like encouraged me to kind of get into it, like a routine, and I have. Because I was like, you know what, I feel like in my heart, like I want to do something. I feel like I want to achieve something, I want to feel better about myself. I feel like once I get to that goal, I can. And I have, in a way. Like I've got so much progress for where I was before, which is nice. But, I have my schedule and everything now, and, I'm trying to do better, because that's all we can do really is try and, be better, because listen, we gotta strive for greatness, like we don't, like I said, we're not all perfect, but just every day is something, like I said, time is precious. Like you don't know how long you're gonna live, like
Right.
we can go at any point, realistically.
Yep.
Like we don't know what's gonna happen, so make the most time of it. Make time. Like I said, time is so quick. Look at this. Like we're already like nearly at the end of April. Like by the time by the time we turn around, it's gonna be 2027.
Man.
Like listen, it's
Happy
crazy
New
to
Year.
think about, but like yeah, literally. Like
Yep.
by the turn around, someone's like, "Oh, Happy New Year." I'm like, "Wait, what do you mean?" It's like,
See
jeez.
that 26 turning to 27, you're gonna be like, what the fuck already? Another
Yeah,
year
that's
older,
what I'm
another year
saying.
went by, and we're just
Yeah,
moving forward.
exactly. It's just it's time is so quick. By the time you know it, it's gone past already. But that's what I'm saying. It's don't waste your life around. Don't just laze around or just I feel like people out there, they have ambitions, but they don't want to do it because they don't have encouragement or have motivation. And you know what? What also helps is the people around you as well, like people who are close
Yep.
to you and everything.
Chris just said
Um.
too. He said you're making a lot of sense. Welcome back, Chris. By the way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. Yeah. Like it's like you need. It's understand. Like it's understandable. I know it's hard to achieve certain goals, and that's not good. Don't put the pressure on yourself too much. But at least I don't know, baby steps.
Yeah,
Tiny
do
steps to
something.
get there. It's somewhat progress. You can't expect it to come to you. You have to go to it.
Yeah, it's
Like
a marathon,
it. Yeah.
lifelong
And
marathon, lifelong journey.
you can only go so far in a way, but in life, like, listen, life is hard as it is. Like, look at this, like, money, like I said, things are getting more expensive. Things are just now, like I said, there's so much war going on. There's so much going on around this world. Like, it's starting to, this whole, just everything, really. Like, it's not how it used to be back then. Like, everything's just changing as it is. We have to adapt with the time.
Yep.
So, this is opportunity to just, I don't know, just do something. It's not too late in a way. Like, no matter what age you're at,
As long as you're
like,
still
you
here.
can always, yeah, like, don't waste your life away. Don't, spend it walling away, thinking about how you could have done this. Because I feel like when
Yeah.
it comes to certain things like this, you will
Just
start to
took the words
regret
out
it.
of my mouth. That's
Yeah.
perfect. Keep going.
It's, like, I think you'll start to regret it, And when people start regretting it, they're like, man, I really wish I could go back and, maybe I wish I wasn't like this when I was young. Like, you don't want to be that person, Like, you know, and I don't want to be that person, you know. I don't want to regret. Like I said, I'm still as I am. I'm still young, and I still got time left, and I'm taking this opportunity now to, you know, progress a little bit in my life because, you know, it's best if I do this now because I'm in a focused mindset now. I can just focus on what I need to do. I'm already in a schedule as it is. I could just now feel like, yeah, listen, I go like I said beforehand, I go gym like three times a week as much as I can. Of course, I have my rest days, of course. You know, I want to look better, you know, like it's like, yeah, sure, I look better from what I did before, but I can always look even better than, you know, I can even feel good about myself, and I already do. Like the progress I've come from since 2020 is like in those 6 years or has been really great because from what I was before, just lazing around doing nothing, just sitting indoors all day. I mean, even though I didn't have a choice, but even then I wasn't really as active. It's just best that, you know, like I said, I started doing this like a while back, and you know, I'm getting into a routine now. And like I said, I think once you get into a routine, then you'll constantly want to do it, you know, to the point that okay, you know, this is working. Like it's beneficial in a way, but like I said, I can only give my advice so much. Like you take it as it is, or you don't. Like I said, it's not like I'm telling. I'm not your parent. I'm not your, like I said, I'm not a friend or anything. Like I can only just tell you so much, but it's up to you what you want to do. You know, it's your life, it's your choices. I'm just telling you from my perspective that, you know, if you want to feel better about yourself, or if you want to like strive to be better or do something with your life that you think that will, you know, just help you in the future, then do it. Do it now while you can, because, you know, at some point you'll just feel like you've kind of wasted a lot and you won't feel good about yourself. It's best if you just feel like you've achieved something. It's just best that you get through it while you can, because I'm telling you, you're gonna regret it.
Yep.
And you don't want to feel that. It's really bad. It's not
shoulda,
great.
coulda,
You
wouldas. You don't want
yeah,
that.
that's the thing. And then, you know, and people that has advised you, then you'll be like, oh man, I should have listened to you. And you're like, I told you. But like I said, you don't have to listen to people, but just take a hint of their advice. Like I said, back to Auron, like I said, he's the go-to guy. When it comes to advice, this guy is top-notch. The advice he gives,
thank you,
like, no, like seriously, like honestly, when it comes to Auron, like I know these streams, like I've been, like I said, I know I've been like from like 2022, like at near end 2022, like from who I've known from Auron. Like, you know, like I knew him from back when he had 50 subscribers to look at him now, the progress he made. Look at him. I didn't, like I said, I knew he was going to get to this point because I knew he was going to get a lot more subscribers at some point, and I knew he was going to achieve that goal. And look at him now. Like I said,
thank you, man.
And especially, you know, he's not like a streamer that goes, oh, I'm constantly asking for money. Maybe you should sub to my channel. Like you should do this, and that. Like, you know, he's not aggressively saying that to you, or like, you know, saying that, oh, you should do this, and that. No, he's saying, you know, you can, like I said, it would be helpful, and you do, and people do, and subscribe. Look at him. He's like, you know, he's making progress, and, you know, he's always giving advice. And listen, like, I know, you know, he's always giving advice to everyone. Look at him. He's always saying something on these streams. Every time I come to the stream, he's always saying something about life itself and how you can improve on yourself. And, you know, like I said, you don't have to listen to him, or you know, like I said, it's beneficial if you do, because he's got a great lot of you know, points that he says. You know, you could take it. Like I said, even if you don't want to hear it, like I said, you could take from that and just think about it. I don't know, like. It's always good to hear his advice, because a lot of the time, like, you know, I'm pretty sure half the people in this chat right now, something they've taken out your streams has probably benefited them, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure we can all agree that we've taken something from Auron's advice and, you know, kind of put it into our actual real life perspectives, you know? I feel like that could, like I said, for me, when I went to Orange Streams, it was beneficial for me. At the time, I was kind of just feeling very lonely, and I didn't know my sense of direction. But like, I feel like with Orange Streams, it feels like I'm in a safe place. It feels like a place I could just, you know, relax, talk about life itself, or just, have a
And just
like,
be
for
yourself.
me, yeah. Know what I'm saying, like, I feel like there's no negativity. Like, I don't think I've ever seen negativity in this chat or even in this community of, you know, I've never seen any negativity, and that's what I want to do. Like, I like that. Yeah, Bonnie, exactly. Yeah, yeah, he helped you lose what, £50? Yeah, he's like I say, you've taken that from one of his advice, and he's helped you in that way. Like, shout out to you, Bonnie.
Yeah, big time
Um,
shout out to her.
yeah,
No, I
exactly.
appreciate
Like,
y'all saying that though, because I mean, I don't say it just to be like, oh, I just like to hear myself talk, because I talk all day anyway. But I mean, I feel like if anything, I do want to try to help folks, just improve, because like you said, you've seen changes in your life, you've seen how it's helped you, even just things you do personally, choices you make for yourself personally. And so I felt the same way when I made changes for myself and looked at where I was, but like within my own life, my own health, well-being, everything, my even the way I think. Uh, you know, if I could pass something along to somebody else to help them get, you know, closer to where they want to be, or become better than where they are, and also than what they are, then yeah, I'm gonna share that.
yeah, like, listen, like, it's good. Like, what I'm saying, like, your passion for helping people, even like you didn't think they need it. It's good because you know it's good because, like, look at like the amount of advice you give, especially in these real life situations, especially what's going on in this world right now. Like, as I said before, life is hard as it is. Especially there's so many negative people out there that just make it want to just go down even more. But like I said,
Yeah,
it's always good to have some positivity. Like, just come in this chat and just have a safe space. It's nice because you know it's not a lot of places where you can go. Like, not a lot of people have a lot of people to go to. People don't even probably have any family members they can go to, or friends, or they feel kind of lonely. This was what once upon a time me. I didn't have any like friends or family I can really go to, but like I feel like as soon as I came to Orange Streams, I feel like I can, like, oh, I can actually be myself here. I can just, it's like a safe space
that
for
means
me,
a lot, man.
It's,
Yeah, I love to hear this shit.
yeah, no. And this is me being so serious right now. Like, the way you've helped me throughout these years is so beneficial towards me. Like, even though like mentally you've helped me a lot. Like, the way I always, every time I listen to it, it's always so great because it's always like I always take from what you say and I just apply it to what I'm doing right now. Like, every time, like, I feel like you even motivate me even more to go to the gym, like even stuff like that, or even exercise and do eating certain things, and I'm like, yeah, like, he's right. It's nice because, like, I know I'm not the only one in here. Like, I know a lot of other people like take your advice as well, but it's just, for me personally, it's great. And it should be like that, and you don't say it because you want to say it, or like I said, and I have not, like I said, that you want to talk and you talk. You're speaking truth. You're speaking how you're expressing it. You want to express yourself, and you do, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if
Thank
people
you,
don't
man.
like that, then that's just on them, really. Like,
Yeah, like I don't
whatever
try to
you
offend
say,
anybody if I say anything that's offensive, but I just
no,
try to
it's the
keep it
truth
real.
though. That's how
You
you
know what I mean?
feel. Like, you can't just shut. They can't. No one can really shut you down because it's your opinion. You know. Like, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. You're just trying to speak out facts and the truth about things, Even though sometimes the truth hurts a little bit, don't get me wrong, it does, but
Yeah, it
it
can.
it can be beneficial though,
Right. I've even
realistically.
told myself that. Like I like when people tell me even when I do my music streams, I'm like, hey, give me feedback, even if it's like negative feedback. I know how to filter out what's useful. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those
Yeah,
people where I'm not shy to tough love. Somebody could be like, yo, bro, you need to do this and do that, even if they say it like in a crazy way, or purposefully egregious way, trying to be, maybe even if they're trying to be disrespectful, I'm gonna try to like pick and see what they said is valid, and try not to attach myself to like what they're saying necessarily. Like, oh, it makes me feel some type of way, and who gives a fuck? Like, what are they actually saying? Like, that's how I look at it. So
Yeah.
it's tough. It's real tough. A lot of people get hung up on like, well, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's like, well, you gotta learn how to separate that. Because you can't expect everybody in the world just to be nice and coddle you and tell you what you want to hear and say things in a very particular way for you to be able to interpret it properly. You got to be able to do that for yourself, because somebody could tell you some real shit, like some stuff that could change your life for the better, right? They could tell you could be meeting a stranger somewhere and they just tell you some shit, but they say it in a way that you are not that happy about. So, I mean, but at that point, what you going to do? Disregard what they said? What if they actually said some shit that could really, really help you? And so you meet a millionaire, they tell you what to do, but they might also insult you at the same time. But they done told you something. There's like a golden nugget. There's a gem that they dropped right in your head. But because some people are too prideful or too sensitive or easily triggered, easily offended and overly emotional, whatever, they miss
They lose sense
the
of
point.
themselves.
Yep. They totally lose sight of whatever the hell they were supposed to be hearing. And they get too caught up in like, well, but he said it like this or she said it like this and it made me feel like this. Who gives a fuck? Like, what you want? Results? You want something better? You want something to change? Or are you just cool with how things are? And I think most people, even if you're in a decent position in life, it's natural to want to keep progressing. And it's not even about like, well, I want more money. Even though I'm a millionaire, I want more money. It's like, it's natural for people to just want to keep going forward. Because even if let's say if you are a millionaire right now, hypothetically, a person who's in that position, who's to tell them, hey, don't work no more, don't make more money, just stay where you're at, you don't need more? Who the fuck? Who's to say that? You know what I mean? Like I hear this shit all the time. People be like, oh, billionaires have enough money, they should just stop. They should give all their money away. Why? You know what I mean? Like no matter how they got there, right? You could take steps to get to a similar position. But instead of trying to ask questions or find out how did they do it, you got people out here who will sit there and try to like tear down and talk shit, and they're focused on the wrong shit. Their priorities are messed up, People need to be not so preoccupied with what people are doing with their time, their money, their whatever, and just see like, well, okay, well, would you want something similar to them? If there's somebody in your life that you're envious of and you got enough, there's doing something enough to where you might be jealous of them. I'm not saying nobody in the chat in particular, but let's say a person hypothetically. If there's anybody who they hate on or somebody who they spend time worrying about or thinking about, occupy a space in their mind, the focus should shift to like, okay, well, how did they get there? But you got people who just want to talk shit and be negative. It's like, all right, well, see how far it gets you. You know what I mean? Because funny enough, something I learned a lot in the last couple of years, most of these people that have become successful and they stay successful is because of the relationships they have. They network, they make connection with certain people, and because of the way they carry themselves, right? It's not always about some real shady, cutthroat ass shit that they did to get to where they're at. Sometimes they just have the right attitude, the right personality, the right like angle that they come at certain situations, and they use their mind. They're creative, they're engaging. They know how to ask questions. Because believe it or not, there's people right now who are rich as fuck and they still got questions about stuff. They'll ask another rich person, hey, what about this and what you do here and how you do that. They don't know everything, and then that person that asked their rich friend how to do X, Y, and Z, that same friend that taught them something will ask them how to teach them to do something. And it's like a mutual value exchange. So never be a type of person where you be like, well, fuck them because they doing this and why not me? Well, it could be you, but it's all about your attitude. How do you approach the situation? It always blows my mind. I'll never forget. I want you to finish what you're saying, Alpha, because I feel like this is very valid conversation. Not just what you said about me. I appreciate the compliment, but this was to be a helpful message for everybody, right? But let me say this real quick. I remember in my 20s, I worked with a friend, known this guy for a long time. One day he said some shit. He was like, what did he say? I forgot who he was talking about, but it was somebody who's like famous and wealthy, right? And he was like, I think the dude was actually a billionaire. And he's like, oh yeah, well, anybody could take the money that he inherited or that was given to him, and no, what did he say? He said, oh, I forgot. Damn, I forgot exactly what he was saying, but he basically tried to make it seem like, oh, he just got lucky. He was born into a family with money, and yada yada yada, and he fuck him because he got money, basically. Like that was the whole sentiment of the conversation. And I looked at my friend and I said, bro, I said, could you take $1 million and turn it into 1 billion? You know what I'm saying? Because he tried to put, that's what it was. He was trying to put him down. He's just an idiot. I'm like, oh, he's a rich ass idiot then. Because I'm going to tell you what, you can't be flat out stupid and be handed money and turn it into more money. Period. You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. In most cases, a lot of these folks ain't. They're nowhere near that level of intelligence, but they just made the right choices, had the right attitude. You know what I mean? So you gotta ask yourself. They'd be like, "Oh, I could do that." And if I had money, if I had inherited money, okay. Well, let's see. Could you take 100 and turn it into 1,000? Could you take 1,000 turn it into 10? Could you take 10,000 and turn it to 1,000,000? You know what I mean? Like that's the whole purpose. You know. Otherwise, a lot of people, boy, you give them money and they end up fucked up. We see it all the time. People win the lottery, for example, and their life becomes ruined. They start partying, doing drugs or whatever. You know, put themselves in a bad predicament. They end up in a worse position than they was before they even got the money. So when you're handed blessings and opportunities, utilize that. Take advantage of it. Make the right choices. There will be some mistakes made along the way, but at least using your common sense and your discernment and like knowing right from wrong, use that to your advantage to where you can navigate the things that come your way, whether they're good or bad. You know, because you're gonna be blessed here and there, especially if you carry yourself in a certain way, put out positivity. But at the same time, you're gonna have some shit come around that's gonna try to distract you, throw you off course, things to deter you or even tempt you. You know, some negative temptations that'll come your way. And you gotta learn how to dodge that shit like Neo, like Neo in the Matrix. You know what I mean? You gotta bob and weave. Okay, I see this shit coming. Okay, and if you get knocked down, it's all about how do you bounce back, right? So, but yeah, go ahead, Alpha.
No, exactly. That's the thing. I think
And thank you, by the way,
when
Chris.
it comes to, wait, Chris, what's up, Chris?
No, I just tell him thank you.
Nah, like I said, the thing is, like, when it comes to these opportunities that people have, like, I think they just, sometimes they ever take
Oh,
it
and
for
my bad. He
granted.
gave you a compliment. He gave you a
Oh.
compliment. Yep. What could you done differently is a wise way to learn to think. Yep.
Yeah,
100%.
I know. Yeah, I think it's Chris. Like I said, it's more just like I said, it's always good to express yourself how you can, because it's like, what's the point of like being someone different if you can't be yourself? You know, like you wanna just say what you need to say, even if sometimes it can hurt. But like sometimes it might be a good thing in a way, because I think not being yourself in certain regards, it's just kind of just you're just hurting yourself at that point, because you're not actively just trying to go, okay, like just being someone completely different. It's just not how you're gonna like. It's not. I don't know why. Like this is the concept that I don't understand when it comes to people. Like they always try and
connections
act
won't be
different.
genuine.
Yeah, it's like they try and act different. They want to be someone different because they want to feel unique. Like I said, everyone's unique in their own way. But you don't have to act like in a certain way to get approval from anything. Just be how you are. You know, like don't be afraid to express yourself at times, or you just say things. You know, just speak up. You know. Like, you know, you have the right of speech. You have an opinion. You have a entitled right to have an opinion. Everyone has an opinion. Then say it. Don't let anyone else. You say what you need to say. But like, as you were saying, like it was like people have these opportunities. It's, and sometimes they take it for granted, and I feel like when other people look at other people, it's either from jealousy, but then at the same time you think, well, you can achieve that, you can. It's possible. If they can do it, you can too, Like, it's not
Precisely.
impossible. Like, don't think just because someone else has done that doesn't mean you can't do either. Like, you can. Like, yeah, sure, it's gonna take some time, but eventually when you get there, you're gonna feel like, wow. Like I said before, I was gonna not be like that, but I am. There's no impossible,
A
It's
lot of
always
shit comes from self-doubt.
possible.
They see other
Yeah.
people in a certain position, they're like, why them? Why they get to be there? Why not me?
Like,
It's like you don't believe in
And
yourself
that's-
enough. Sometimes it's like that,
exactly.
They
Very
may want
much,
it, they may desire it,
because-
but you can't just wish upon a star and do nothing.
And that's the thing. I think they want the opportunity to come to knock at their door instead of it coming to knock at. Like, it's just the point of them just feeling like they can't do it because, they feel like they doubt themselves too much, or they just think they don't have the ability to do it. But you can if you have the right enough encouragement.
Yep.
Like, you can do it. You just have to believe in yourself. You can have so much potential, but you put yourself too much down because you think that's where you always want to be, but you shouldn't. You should always rise up above where you want to be, Like, don't just think, okay, I've reached this, so I'm just going to stop here. No. You could do so much more. You can have so much more opportunity. You just have to take it a step further. You don't have to just, keep it all way down. It's not great, it will kind of just put you down in a way to the point that you won't ever want to, like, you'll come down from this deep dark hole thinking that you won't be able to climb back out of it, but you can. Like, it's like I said, anything's possible in life, there's many opportunities. Don't think that, like I said, one thing can bring you down. Like, don't let one thing bring you down, then never do it again. Don't let that stop you, It
You'd
shouldn't
be surprised the kind of stories. There's people out here who are, doing well for themselves, successful. And if you spent a certain amount of time talking to them and ask them, like, hey, have you ever had to struggle? Have you ever had to do this and that? Some people will tell you, they've built themselves up, lost it all, or, took a major loss, a major hit, and they came back even better. That happens.
And you can benefit from that, in a way. Like, things can go always bad, but I feel like in ways it can benefit. Like,
how do you respond to stuff when they do happen? Because shit gonna happen,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if things will hurt you regardless, but in a way, that's just how it is. Like, this world it can be cruel at times, but like I said, if you're expecting it to be something where it's going to be like really, candy canes and, just fluffy clouds, then I don't know what to tell you, but
All
like, it's
sunshine and
sadly not
rainbows.
that. Yeah, exactly. It's not how you really want it to be. People in this world are cruel. They will say shit to you.
Be.
They will hurt you in the most worst possible way, to the point that they'll be like, okay, I don't think you can achieve. People will tell you can't achieve this, but don't listen to them. Like I said, maybe listen to them, but you can build upon that and go, okay, I'm about to prove you wrong. Back them down.
Some
Let
people
them
can
back
take that as
down.
motivation. Yep. Like, okay,
Exactly. You can
don't
take
believe
any of
me,
these
huh?
bad situations into motivation. It's,
And never hold
it
a
may
grudge
not be
against
the
those
thing
people
that you
either,
want to hear.
by the way.
Like I said, it won't be the thing you want to hear, but it's probably the thing that you need to hear, to help you build up where you need to go. It helps, like, don't think that because one person said that, don't think that's the case, because you can always prove them wrong. You can be better than you can be. It's not like I said, people can say the really rudest or meanest stuff in the world, but they'll always you can take that for granted and take that, okay, wow, that's what they really think of me, so I'm just gonna be like that, and I guess I'm gonna prove them right, or you can prove them wrong. Either way, you can strive for better. You know, it's like I said, opportunities. There are so many opportunities out there. You can feel. You don't have to feel like you're alone in any of this. Like, just, you know, in a way, people, you know, like I said, it can hurt. Trust me when I tell you this. Like, I've had people say to me that I won't be able to achieve what I want to achieve. People will say that I'll always be looked this way, or people will say that I want to be able to get this or get that. But I eventually got there in the end, you know, where I wanted to be. I mean, I know I'm still improving, but to where I was then to now, I feel so achieved of what I've done.
Yeah, it's like the joke is on
It's
them.
possible.
You know, and
Yeah,
usually people like that,
exactly.
they end up being the one that's stuck because they have that negativity,
Yeah.
they have that negative perspective. You know what I mean? So it doesn't breed productivity when people think like that.
Yeah, people think of the most annoying and stupidest ways because that's what they want to do. They want to bring you down so badly to the point that you won't ever want to crawl back out of that hole. Like, they want to push you down to your lowest core. They want to really make it where it hurts, but you shouldn't let them.
Right.
That's what they want you to. That's what they want you to do. That's what they want. They want to see a reaction out of you. They want to see something like bad out of you.
Yep.
But don't let that stop you.
Some people find that
Don't.
shit entertaining, and then it's also like a crabs in the bucket mentality.
Yeah,
They're like,
because
well,
they have got nothing else better to do with their
Yep.
life. They are really sad.
Yep.
They don't know what to do with their life. Listen, these are the people that don't know what to do with their life. That's why they just find other people to go, okay, you know what? I'm not really doing well in my life, so I'm gonna make someone else life. They're sad with their
Yep.
life. They don't know what to do, and these are the people that's eventually this is gonna be their downfall. But you know what? Don't join them. You know, be up better than them. You know,
Yep.
be the bigger, better person. You know, don't let them drag you down with them. Listen. These people, they don't know, they don't learn, they never will learn, you know. And
We can hope that they do, but a lot of times they don't.
nah, they just don't learn. Regardless of how you just try and listen, they always think they know better, but they don't. You know, they think they've had more experiences, but they haven't. They're just saying it because they either want to feel like they've been through shit, but they haven't. Like, you haven't been through the shit that, you know, that you haven't experienced anything. But listen, it's just a case of it's your choices that affect how, like I said, how you want to live your future out, you know. Like I said, if we could all go back in the past and change something, we could, but like I said, we don't have time travel, so, you know, it's not possible, but
Yeah.
like, if it was, but either way, we just gotta, like, you know, focus on the present, make way to the future. Like I said, like, you know, I know there's people out there that really think of their future and think, okay, yeah, I mean, that's great, you know, it's good to plan out your future, but if you know, with me though, for me, I'm more of a I'm in the present, like, okay, this is what I want to do now, and then going forward, I'll think about what's going on in the future, because then I can see where I'm gonna be, you know, like.
Yeah,
And
plan
that
for the future,
progress
but
from
take the
what?
steps necessary now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because if
and
you
that's the
too,
thing. That's
well, I was just gonna say, if you too in your head, too thinking too far ahead, too much in your mind, then you'll spend more time thinking rather than doing. You know, it's like paralysis analysis or analysis paralysis. Yeah. You know what I mean? You gotta
Right.
think a little bit, make sure you have an idea of where you're going, what you're trying to do, but take more action than thinking. You know, unless you gotta like plan out something for real. Once you got a plan, execute it. Don't overthink the plan, overplan the plan. Just do it. And then sometimes you can only think so far ahead because you may not have all the right information. You may not even have the experience necessary to formulate the plan like to 100% completion. But as you go, you'll learn. And, you know, you're going to make a little mistakes here and there. That's natural. Don't beat yourself up about it. Like even fitness, right? If you have 1 or 2 days off the week that you mess up on whatever you're eating, or you know, miss a workout routine or whatever. Let's say if you have a certain plan and you don't stick to it 100%, just make sure you get back to it. You know, don't be like, oh, I quit now because I fucked up 1 or 2 days, or I did this thing and I wouldn't normally do, or I shouldn't have did this. And spend less time worrying about what went wrong, and then just like you said earlier, Alpha, Learn what you can do different. Okay? Just learn from that, whatever it is, especially if it made you feel like that. If it brought you to a place where you're like now upset about it, you feel discouraged, see why you feel that way. Take what you can from that, apply it to the next day. You know what I mean? And say, okay, well, I didn't like how I felt, so what can I do to take precautions to not be in that position? You know? And it doesn't mean that you'll never be there again, but as long as you're making, like, you know, forward momentum upward, you know what I mean? Even if you have a few dips here and there, you're going to look back over your last year and say, okay, well, I'm in a different place today than I was 1 year ago. And that's what it's all about. As long as you've made improvements, it's not like you didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? And the more you do that, the more consistent you are, the more progress you're going to make quicker, too. It's like exponential growth.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I said, you'll see it. Like I said, it's not instant, but you'll see the progress once you've done it right and you know what you're doing. It's just, like, I think stressing about it, don't stress over it too much about what you want to do in your life, you know? It's not great that you do it. Like, just take it very slowly on what you want to do, but don't just go, okay, I need to do it. Just slowly get there, you know? Like, you're not in a rush. Like, you know, you still have time, you know?
Yeah, as long as you're doing something. And also, I was going to say, like, the fact that you brought this up made me think about something. I think I was talking to somebody about this not too long ago, like really recent. I said to them, I was like, what's the point of complaining about something but do nothing about it? Like, it obviously doesn't bother you enough. You know what I mean? You're obviously comfortable with it. You're cool with it, whatever it may be. You know, it's not that big an issue to you. Because if it was, you would say, all right, like I just said, you don't like this. You don't want to feel like this. You don't want to have to experience this. You don't want to have to deal with this. All right, start brainstorming. What can you do? What choices can you make? You know, how do you navigate this? Because I see that shit all the time, bro. I can't even tell you. It blows my mind. You know, and I kind of understand because I've been there before, so I can empathize to a degree. But at the same time, it's difficult talking to those kind of people because where they're at is, you know, possibly where, you know, you were at one point in time. So trying to have a conversation to encourage them, especially when they're thinking real negative or they're just like in that pessimistic attitude phase, you know, people would be like, I don't like this, and this, blah, blah, I bet this. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that may be true, but what you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? They focus so much on being mad about shit and complaining about shit instead of saying, all right, what's the solution? You know, because it don't have to be that way. And whatever it is, it's only temporary as long as you make necessary changes. But you have to do something. You can't just be like, you know, like the fitness. That's an easy example. You can't be fat and be unhappy with being fat, but then do nothing to lose the fat. You know what I mean? It's like redundant. You know, it's like, well, you don't like it, do you? You don't like feeling like that? You don't like looking like that? Okay. But you complain about it, but you don't want to do nothing. Oh, it's too much work, and oh, I gotta do it. Like, I've had people like that. Like, no bullshit. It sounds crazy. Sounds like a comedy movie. You know what I mean? But I've had people where I sat and told them, like, here's what you do. Try this. These are things that work for me. It might work for you. You know, in some cases, they probably will work for you. But then a lot of people, they get overwhelmed by it. They start thinking about it, and they start to kind of almost psych themselves out. They say, oh, it sounds like too much work. Oh, I don't want to. And they feel like the change is so heavy that they focus so much on, like, what they got to do rather than, like, where it's going to take them. You know? Look at what you're going to, look at, like, where you would be. Look at where you want to be. And if somebody told you, here's the vehicle you drive to get to this destination, oh, I'm hopping in that car. I'm hopping right in that bitch. You know? I'm not going to even, like, sit there and think about it too much. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, do I want to do this? Well, then you don't want it bad enough. Because some people are real fucking, like, intolerant to people who are indifferent, people who are indecisive. I'm going to tell you, I've met some people like this. Especially, like, in points in my life where I didn't feel like I was ready for shit. I've met people flat out. I met this guy who told me straight up, he was like, yo, You can come work for me, but you got to move and do this, and you got to let me know, like, right now, what you going to do. And I was like, I don't know. I'll think about it. That's a lot. He's like, all right, well, too late. Opportunity gone, just like that. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man. He's like, you got to be, he's like, I want people that are certain, you know? And it would have been a good opportunity. This was back in my 20s, you know what I mean? And at that place, obviously I wasn't ready. Now, I could have made myself ready. I could have just said, yeah, I'm going to go it. I'm go with it. I'm going to take the risk, you know? And it wasn't like it was some random ass dude, but the conversation showed him that I might have been a good candidate, but I just wasn't there yet, you know? And I was overthinking it and wondering about it. And he was real cutthroat about it. He didn't be like, okay, well, call me tomorrow or something like that. He was like, well, I'm finna head back. You know what I mean? So either you gonna say yeah, you know, because that's what's required, or you're gonna just be like, I'll think about it. He didn't even tell me like what he was gonna do based off my reaction. But when I told him, oh, I gotta think about it, bro. That's immediately after I said that, he was like, never mind, don't worry about it. I was like, damn, just like that, you know. But I couldn't blame him because he's like, hey, I'm busy, I got shit to do. Like somebody will want this, you know. Somebody will take that chance. Somebody will make the choice to just up and do it. Now, not every situation in life is going to be that, like, that quick and that abrupt and that, you know, that blunt, you know what I mean? That just straight up. But you have to be ready. And that's what I was talking about earlier. The example, like, if you're able to run and some shit goes down, you can run. But if, let's say, you're physically compromised, not because of a handicap, but because you handicapped yourself through your choices, you know, you can't physically run because you might be too big, right? Or you get out of breath too quick. Let's say there's a fucking tiger that gets let loose. You know what I'm saying? Or something. Like, you know, think of some type of scenario where you have to make quick movements. If you're not in the place in your life to be ready for some shit to go down, it don't even have to be something dangerous. It could be like an actual opportunity, something positive. Be ready. Get yourself ready right now, because you never know when God's going to bless you. You never know when God's going to, you know, literally or figuratively knock on your door and say, here you go. Here's a gift. You know, if you're not ready for it, if you're not in the right place in your life for it, you're going to mishandle it and you'll lose it. You see what I mean? So take this serious. You know, don't put more on your plate than what you're ready to handle. But at the same time, if you want something for yourself, if you see yourself in a certain place in a year from now or 5 or 10 years from now, there's a certain version of you that is required for that position. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have to be a certain type of person. You have to become a certain type of person to be where it is you want to be. You see what I'm saying? Because if not, it's going to be out of alignment. It's going to be a mismatch. Does that make sense? Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta be in the right zone.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I said, it's the best to, like I said, take these opportunities now while it's present. You know, if it comes present towards you, don't like just dismiss it. You know, it's like I said, if you see yourself where don't miss the opportunity. It's so crucial that like you can just go, okay, yes, this is my time to go. Okay, this is perfect because this will get me where I need to go. Don't miss it, or don't just move it aside, because like I said, you never know if you're gonna get that opportunity or not again. You know,
Right.
in life, you can either someone else takes it,
Yep.
or you know you will take it. It's always like a fight between something else. You know, because once you miss it, that's it. You
No,
know, you
Alpha.
either could never get it again.
My dad used to tell me growing up, right? And he used to say all these old sayings, and old school sayings. My dad used to say a lot of shit used to go over my head. But my dad used to say back when I was just a little kid too. He said, "Son," he said, "opportunity is a little man with a little sprig of hair on his head. He just come jumping by." He said, if you don't grab a hold of that hair when he comes by, you may never see him again. You know what I mean? You gotta grab him right when you see him, because he may not ever come by twice. So it's basically like a figurative way of saying, like, some things only come to your life one time. You may literally, people take this shit for granted, but you may have an opportunity to do something. It doesn't mean that you will never get to be where you want to be or become who you want to be, but certain opportunities only come once. And that could be a bunch of different things, whatever it looks like for you in your own life. But it could be anything that you want to do. It could be like, I don't know, you could use example like if you want to play a sport, you know, you can't wait till the age of 40 to start to become a professional football player. You know what I'm saying? Or a professional basketball player. Like, you got to do that shit young. So the window of opportunity is only so much. You know what I'm saying? Now that's like a span of time, but it doesn't mean that everything in life is going to be just that available to you. You know, not everything is you're not going to always have forever to just do something. So yeah, like Alpha said, take advantage of it. I mean, take the opportunity if you're ready. But usually the sign of you being ready is that you want it enough. Like, if you want that change, you're ready for a change, that's a sign that you're ready. And if you're not all the way there to be in the condition, whether it's mentally or physically, to handle the responsibility of whatever opportunity is coming your way, then be ready to do the work. Be ready to adapt quick, you know, because you might have to learn on the fly. You might have to, let's say if a sales opportunity comes along, somebody comes to you and said, hey, I just opened up a company. I want to hire you for sales. And you don't know shit about sales. But let's say you know you have enough confidence in yourself that you can learn this, learn how to do it. You know, this is just some random example, but you could say, all right, well, I'm going to say yes to the opportunity. And then before I really am tested, before I have to really show up for this new opportunity, right? Before I have to really showcase my skills for this now next level responsibility in my life, you got to be fucking grinding, learn as much as you can. You should take it as serious as possible and say, I'm going to learn as much as I can, study as much as I can, ask questions from people who are who are more experienced than me, and just, take that serious and say, okay, how do I become the pro that I need to be? And that way, when you actually have to show up and perform for whatever it is that you agreed to, you may not be perfect with it, obviously, but at least you'll be better off than a brand new beginner. And that way they see the effort, they see you trying, and as long as you got the right attitude and you're positive about it and you're like hungry for it, they'll see that. Some people they're open to that, they respect that, and they'll see that in you, and they'll say, okay, well, how can we help this person become better, guy or girl, man or woman? How can we help them become better? Because they want it. We see them improving. We see them having the initiative. You know what I'm saying? But you have to have that mindset. You have to. Because this ain't no joke. If you cool with just everything being the way it is, then just if you're complacent in life and you like how your life is going, just chill. Don't even stress it. But if you want more for yourself, then it's going to be more required of you. The more you ask for, the more you want, the more that you expect, the more that will be expected from you. It's just natural, It's a natural thing.
Yeah, it's important. It's really important. Things won't just come off easy. I don't think anything really is easy. It's just that. Like I said, you don't see a potential until you actually get some progress in your life as it is. Like, it's better now. Like I said, better when you do it when you're younger. Like I said, even if you're somewhat still there. But like I said, no matter what, don't ever give up on what you desire the most, or don't give up on your dreams either.
Right.
There's still time. You can do it. You have to just think to yourself, just don't doubt yourself, because I think you are stronger than you think, The potential that a lot of people have, like I said, they can do it. It's just, like I said, it's what holds them back. And once you gain that confidence and, don't doubt yourself too much, you'll get there. And to the point, you'll be so happy with yourself to the point that you'll be so glad that you did get where you want to be, and you're gonna feel so achieved, and you're gonna look back and be like, "Wow, I did it." And that's where you want to be. That's how you want to be.
And you're gonna be like, "What's next?" Now, what's
exactly,
the next thing?
Yep. It's kind of like milestones. Like you tick something off the list and okay, I did this. So what's next now? What's the next opportunity now? What's the next step I need to take? It's like a ladder or like I don't know, a staircase or walking up some stairs. You just taking each step one bit at a time, even slowly. Don't do it too fast because
Yeah, you get
it's
burnt
always
out.
about taking your time with things. You know,
You don't want to burn
always
yourself
take
out.
it. Yeah, exactly. Because by the time you know it, like I say, it's if you go too quick on these things, you may not get where you want to go because you were rushing it to the point that you were like, oh, okay, oh, crap, okay, maybe I should, yeah, just there's no rush, you know.
Hmm.
Life as it is like I said, we only have one life, and in this one life, there are many opportunities. Just don't waste any of it because it can, like I said, things can benefit you no matter what, and you know. Something my dad always used to say to me, like I said, whenever I used to doubt myself in certain things, like he always said to me, like, listen, like the way I am, yeah, it's great and everything, and I'm doing great for myself, but he sees me above what I can be. My potential can be above, and I think to myself, he is right. I can be better than I can be already. Like I don't have to just stop here. I can do a bit more. Maybe a bit at a time. I don't know. Like I said, I'll get there eventually, but I think everyone in life has their own personal goal. They want to be something or want to do something with their life. Everyone has their own obstacles they have to face eventually, and when they come to that road, you know, I think they'll get past it because it's all about perseverance, being resilient. You know, it's it's hard trying to do these things nowadays, and you're at a point in your life where you just kind of don't want to do anything, and it's understandable, but at the same time, just don't take these things for granted. When it comes knocking at your door, you don't want to mess up. You don't want to mess up.
Right.
It's bad enough that a lot of opportunities are available nowadays, and things
I
you
think that's
want to
what it
do.
is. I think it's what it is too.
Yeah,
People get overwhelmed. They have so many choices and options available now that they kind of don't know where to go. It's like they're overwhelmed, overstimulated by too many choices. Focus in, find a couple different things to try out and explore, and see what's working for you. You know what I mean? Because not everything will
yeah,
work, but at the same time, you want to work as hard as you can while you can. Because hey, let's face it, we're all gonna get older, right? We're getting older day by day. So once today goes by, April 2026, right? April 27th, it'll become the 28th. 27th of April 2026 will be gone forever. You see what I'm saying? Next you know, boom, we'll be in May. Then the month of April of 2026 is gone. That's in the past. You can't be like, oh, well, I was going to do this in April. Well, no, it don't matter now. You in May. You know what I'm saying? So don't wait. It doesn't mean that you can't, like Alpha said, you can still get to where you want to be or at least get close to that. But don't hesitate, don't procrastinate. And you know what I mean? I even tell myself this. Sometimes I may not feel like doing stuff, but I say, well, am I able to? Is there anything stopping me from doing this? If the answer is no, then just do it. Even if you don't feel like it. Like if something's going to hinder the level of work that you can put in, the quality work that you could do, maybe, okay, get yourself right acclimated if you have time. But sometimes you might just have to jump in. It's like getting in a damn swimming pool. Or you're gonna dip your toe in and be like, ooh, it's cold. Then you're gonna overthink it. Next thing you know, boom. Now it's time to go home. The sun's going down, everybody's leaving. They say, hey, where's everybody going? Are we leaving? Like I thought we was gonna swim. Like, yeah, we swam. You stayed on the side of the pool talking about it's cold. You know what I mean? So sometimes you just gotta jump in, you know? Just jump in it. Don't be sitting there, well, I don't know. Okay, well you don't want to swim then. Either you do, either you want it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? Right?
that's a great analogy. It's
Thank you.
like I said, I know things. I know things are not easy. I know I know it's you're going to be very hesitant about certain things and trying to figure out what you want to do with your life. But like I said, it's all about experimentation. If you don't find out what you want to do, like you're going to be confused most of the time. Like I
Yeah.
said, you always got to just test these things out. It's
Yep.
you'll find out if you like it or not. These things. If you want to become a certain something, you'll start to understand. Like, okay, this is what I need to do. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. There's always other things.
Yeah, that could be
But
applied to like jobs, even if
yeah,
you want to be your own boss, if you want to be an entrepreneur. A lot of bosses that, do well in the world today, you could ask them. They probably would tell you they started like 3 or 4 or 5 different companies before one actually, came through, right? They might have started some other businesses and they fell through. They actually didn't succeed. They say, okay, well, I'm gonna pick up the pieces, learn what I can from these, and reapply it to something else. It doesn't mean that they had a bad idea, but maybe they didn't have the right tools at the time. Maybe they didn't have the right knowledge, the right experience. Maybe not even the right resources or connections. But they gained something from that. It's not a total loss. The business might have failed, but they grew their mind. They expanded their mind. They gained life experience, wisdom, and that's invaluable. You can't really buy that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's anything really is supposed part of your journey as it is like as in your journey regardless you're gonna have to try out these things. Don't be too scared to do it because you never know. You probably it's probably right in front of you. You just don't know it. Like I said, or like I said, jobs and stuff like that. Like I know, like jobs are very hard to find nowadays, especially when it comes to like you need certain things to be this, and that. But there could be a job out there that you really want to do, and maybe you have the skills for it. Like you always got to see, but also in a way, you also got to see what you're talented at. Everyone's talented in their own way. People have certain talents or certain skills they can
Bingo.
use,
Yep.
but yeah, and use those skills and apply it to those type of jobs that you want to do. Because in the end, I think that's what's gonna get you where you want to go. Because once you apply those skills that you have to whatever job you want to do, you're gonna enjoy it because you'll know what you want to do, and especially it'll be easy for you because that's what you like doing. You have to be not only you have to find something, but you also have to be passionate about it. It's something you want to actually do, something you actually want to strive to do. Don't do it because you need to do it. Do it because you want to do it. Like, don't feel forced that you have to do it, but like, always apply something towards what you love doing,
Mm-hmm.
because it'll make it more easier for yourself, and to the point that you'll be like, okay, this is where I want to go in my life, and you take the opportunity to go, right, this is how I want this to be planned out, this is how I want to take this approach,
Right.
and having that sense of, okay, I know what I need to do now. And like I said, at that point, you'll just know. You will know instinct that you have the right mindset to go, right. I know what I need to do now. Like, I know where I'm going now. This is what I want to do. Because, like I said, you want to do something you love. You don't want to do something you will just hate for the rest of your life. Because trust me, like I said, I know, like I said, a lot of things are annoying as it is, but trust me, you don't want to do something you
No, this
hate
is
for the rest
valid.
of your life.
This is valid. And to that point too, Alpha, you'll hear some people say, not always where your passion is where the money is. It depends on your personality. Some people are okay with doing something just for the exchange of money. I see that happen sometimes where, you can meet somebody and you ask them like, what did you want to do? Oh, I wanted to do this, but I did this instead because, I became successful in it or whatever. It depends on you, your personality. Some people are okay with that. To be fair, some people are okay with doing a job just because it pays them. Depending on what that job is, it could be, I don't know, let's say you could be a car salesman. Maybe you wanted to be an artist, but the car salesman pays the bills, and they might end up being really good at it, even though they didn't know that they would be good at it. And maybe that's not what their first choice was, but they realized, okay, I kind of like this. I can make peace with this. So it depends on you on an individual level. But in most cases, what Alpha said is true 100%. I firmly believe that if you follow your passion, right? And you're really truly passionate about it, and you put in the work for it, and you dedicate yourself to it. You're disciplined and consistent with it. It will become something. You know what I mean? And you just got to be creative with it. And it doesn't even have to be necessarily something that's like doing art or even music like me. If you find anything that you are interested in, truly, you could be in sports, you could be a doctor, you could be wanting to defend people and say, oh, I'm going to be a lawyer. You know what I mean? You could do shit like that. If you're passionate about it, you will do a really good job with it, because it won't be that you're doing it just for the money. You're doing it because, like, that's part of who you are. It's natural to you.
And you'll love
You know what I
it.
mean? Yep, and you'll love it. And you won't feel like stressed out about it. You won't be like, oh, I'm working, I gotta go to work, and you'll look forward to the day like, fuck yeah, I get to do what I want to do. Like you enjoy it, you know?
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. Like, I know, like I said, when it comes to your first jobs and everything, that it won't be as what you want it to be, but eventually you'll get where you want to be. I feel
Right.
like, because it's just
A lot of
part
people
of
don't
the
want to put in
journey,
the initial
really.
work. Unfortunately, Alpha,
Yeah,
that's what it is. They be like, oh, why should I have to do this and that? And it's like, well, listen, some people every now and then get lucky, and that's why the internet fuck people up, because they see social media and they see young people having money, right? But you don't know their whole life story, and not only that, but where they are today may not be where they're at 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Whatever they did today to become, successful or well off, it may not have longevity to it. They might have just got really lucky, and let's say they don't manage things properly between now and then down the road, they're going to be right where you are today, possibly, or right where somebody is in a position where they say, well, I'm not really doing that good, but I want to be. And, so people go up and down in life, right? Only people that stay up are people who say, all right, I'm going to do this with the opportunities, because you can have money. Like I said, somebody can win the lottery and be rich for the rest of their life. But then you have some people that get the same exact amount of money, if not more, and they end up wrecking their entire fucking life, So it's all a matter of choices. You will be blessed. You do the right things, make the right choices. You're a good person. You treat people with kindness and love, right? It doesn't mean take no bullshit. Like, you don't gotta be a pushover and be walked all over by other people. Stand up for yourself, defend yourself, and be real. But at the same time, don't be like looking for fights. Don't instigate stuff with people. Don't cause drama. Don't carry this negativity about yourself. And if there's anything bad happening in your life, stuff that's bothering you, stuff that's on your mind, things you're unhappy about, whether it's within yourself or things that other people have done to you, don't wear that. You know what I mean? Don't walk around with that kind of mindset, because whether you believe it or not, people can feel that shit. They may not even know what the hell's going on with you. They may not even know that, you're having a bad day, or you've been having a bad week or month or even year. They may not know you got issues at home, with your home life, or with your boyfriend, or with your girlfriend, or with your kids, or whatever. They may not know that. They probably won't know that. But why make it seem like there's something going on? It doesn't mean hide it and be fake, but at the same time learn how to separate, Not every situation has to be carried into the next. For example, if some shit goes down at work, you don't bring it home and all of a sudden come in home and then be like, blah, blah. And someone's like, what's wrong with you? Like, fucking my coworker did this, or my boss did this, and blah, blah. And next you know, boom, now you're getting into it with the people in your household. You know what I mean? You causing issues with them. If it's a big enough deal for them to know what's going on, then let it be a conversation, right? Rather than like you just venting and taking out frustration, So, I know I kind of went off into something else with that, but that just kind of popped into my head, because some people carry that attitude, and it doesn't do well. It doesn't serve them well. You know what I mean? It doesn't serve them well at all.
no, and that's true. That's true in a way, because I feel like when people, especially in a lot of cases, they, like I said, if something goes bad in their life, then they tend to then just, especially when it comes to just like whatever goes on in their life, so something they like to do that eases their pain is to blame someone for someone else for their mistakes.
Yep.
Or it's just to hate on it because it's easier for them, because they feel like, okay, it's not my fault, it's your fault actually, because blah blah blah, this happened, blah blah blah. But it shouldn't be like that, because
It's a lack of accountability.
listen, Yeah, like I said,
and blame
people
shifting.
just don't like it when they, when they were held accountable, so they just blame it on someone else to make themselves feel better about themselves, and that's not the way, because you shouldn't then start hurting other people because you're hurt. No, the world is bad enough as it is. You don't need to bring more negativity to other people as well. People, like I said, like this world is already full of negatives as it is. It needs a bit more positive, like don't bring things from to other people. Like don't get me wrong, you can bring your problems to other people, you can talk about it, but don't start saying that it's their fault. Like it's bad enough as it is that you're, like you said, you're going through something, and don't get me wrong, I know it's hard, things can be tough, things can be annoying, and you just want to vent and blah blah blah, but doing that is not the right way to do it, because at the end of the day, you need to know that we all make mistakes. You just have to just be accountable for it, and you have to take charge of it. It's not like everyone makes mistakes. It's common. Like it's not like no one does. Like no one's like Mr. or Mrs. Perfect. No,
Right.
you you just have to just kind of go with it. If you do it, you do it. Like I said, move on from it, learn from it, think about your mistake, just learn from it, and then just improve upon it. You'll know what to do next time, and just like I said, just learn from it. That's the only thing you can do. Then you won't make that mistake again, and you'll feel better about yourself. Don't dwell on the past too much and think about more about what's going on now. Don't feel like it's gonna bring you down so bad. Like it won't. Like I said, don't let it deepen your thoughts. Don't let it get into your head, because at that point you're just gonna overstress yourself, overstimulate yourself to the point that you're just gonna just explode like a time bomb.
Yeah, people be
And
holding that shit in.
that's
You know
the
what I mean?
thing.
Instead of
Like you
channeling
just
it.
and then you're gonna start laying out on other people, and then people are gonna ask what's wrong with you. And then you're gonna start breaking up with your friendships, loved ones, and
Yep.
whatnot. People are just gonna disconnect from you. Then you're gonna
Yep.
feel so alone, and then you're gonna regret everything you just did, to the point that you're gonna just think about then what else that could have
Man,
just
yep.
gone wrong. And before it's too late, you're all by yourself, and you have no one to
Alienating
turn
people,
to.
pushing them away and shit, making them look at you
Exactly.
funny, and it's like, damn, you showing them a side that it's not like it's because some people be like, oh, that's just who you are and that's just how you are. No, it could be just you're really going through something and you're not handling it properly. You're being inappropriate with
Exactly.
your own emotions and other people's emotions too. Not being considerate, even though you could be like, because it's easy. I've been there personally. Where you be like, well, they don't understand and fuck them and they act like they don't care and all that shit. I've been there, especially when I was young. But it's like you have to put yourself aside sometimes and realize you ain't the only motherfucker alive. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what they got going on. There could be somebody really carrying a lot of burdens in their life, a lot of stress, a lot of crazy shit could be happening. And you wouldn't even know that because of the way they operate, the way they carry themselves. And you could have a conversation with some random person. They could be like, yeah, they just lost this family member and this and that just happened. They might have lost their job. They might have lost their home. They could be dealing with all type of crazy shit, but they still have a positive attitude. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you got to all of a sudden be that way because you see it with them, but let it be something to learn from and say, okay, well, your situation might not be as bad as theirs. So why are you got so much more to complain about than they do? You know what I'm saying? If they can be happy, why can't you be? Or at least if they can be at peace and not be sitting here spazzing out and acting crazy, even though like if if a person who is dealing with some bullshit and is like handling it inappropriately, right? If they were dealing with somebody's shit who is worse, like if they had to trade places with somebody whose life is worse, well, you would really not be able to handle it then. You know what I mean? So, them kind of people, they'd be really losing their mind. So sometimes be thankful that whatever you got going on is not worse. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but people have to shift their mindset. A lot of times people be like, they look at stuff in the wrong kind of way, and it's way easier said than done. Because when you're in it, when you're wrapped up in it, it's tough. It's incredibly tough to say, oh, it's going to be okay. It's going to get better over time. I can do certain things to make it better, at least for myself. And you can't control what other people say or do, especially if you're involved into a negative situation with somebody else. As long as you take
It's all
necessary
about
steps to,
perspective.
right, exactly. As long as you're taking steps to move forward in a better way, in a better direction, and you're even if you did something wrong, you catch yourself and say, "Oh, whoa, I'm heading down the wrong path, or I'm going about this the wrong way, or I'm being the type of way to somebody who I care about that I shouldn't be that way towards them." You know, even if you feel like they did something to upset you, we talked about this earlier. You could end up reacting to a situation to the point where you overreact, and then you now become the villain. You know what I mean? Even if somebody else did something initially, the way you respond to it could be such a way that now you become the bad guy. Now you look bad, you know? So, yeah, I mean, never, never, never let shit kind of get you to that place, you know? Um, Instead of sulking about it, dwelling on it, and being negative and kind of being brought down by it, just see what you can do about it. Always ask yourself, the situation that I'm unhappy about, the circumstances, whatever it may be, two things you got to find out right away. You know, spend very little time thinking about this too, because you know life is still moving. You ain't got time to just wait and ponder all day. But ask yourself: Is there something I can do about this? Right? And then number two, if that's the case, it branches off into like a Venn diagram or tree, whatever. You know, okay, if I can't do something about it, what can I do? Start finding the easiest things you could right away start doing, the immediate first steps you could take to making the situation better or just changing it. You know. But if you come to the conclusion, right, no matter how much time you spend thinking about it, if you fully wrapped your mind around the fact that you can't do anything about the situation, you can't do anything to change it, it's out of your hands, that's when you say, okay, I'm not going to worry about it no more. You know, but at the same time, that doesn't mean add to it, add fuel to the fire and keep it going. That just means that, all right, I'm going to remain positive, I'm going to stay optimistic and just kind of do my thing, focus on what is most important, focus on what I can control and what I can do. And then that situation, whatever that may be, just hope for the best. You know, and as time goes on or when things come up, especially if it pertains to that situation, always do your best to handle it the proper way. You know, don't be like, well, because I'm unhappy with the conditions of this certain thing going on, I'm going to carry negativity with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if it's an issue between you and somebody else and you've come correct, but they haven't, that doesn't mean anytime they approach you or anytime you interact with them, now you're going to be on their level and be on the same bullshit they be on. You know what I mean? Or even if they're trying to, you know, make peace, don't all of a sudden be like, well, you didn't make peace when I wanted to, so now I'm going to make you pay for it. I'm going to, like, show you that you should have did it when I wanted you to or when I was ready. You know, now you fucking up. Now you accruing, like, a lot of negativity on your end, especially if you think about this on, like, a deeper spiritual level. That's like bad karma. You putting it out. You know what I'm saying? You egging the situation on. Don't do that. You know what I mean? What kind of peace does that bring to your life? You know? Especially if you're disturbing somebody else's peace and they're trying to do better for themselves, you fucking up. Because listen, this is my belief, and I really, really, truly believe this. But whether you believe in God or what, right? God knows. God sees. Okay? Especially we talk about this, the spirit realm and everything that exists, you know, adjacent to us, right? It's parallel to us. It's right here, present. Even when you think you did something, or you by yourself and you're doing shit, you're being sneaky and you think you're getting away with shit, no, somebody sees it. You feel what I'm saying? So always try to move with integrity. You know, at least have good intentions at the very least. You may not always know how to properly go about something. You may not always know the right thing to do, but at least never do shit intentionally bad on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. Because you don't know what, hey, you might not have to deal with no shit right now today, but when you least expect it, okay, yeah, everything's going my way, everything's good, boom, rug snatch out from under you. Because of something you did a year ago or something you did last week. You know what I'm saying? Something to think about, folks. You know, what you put out, you get back. I say that on my music show all the time. Even on here, I say it. But yeah, you put good out, it'll come back to you. Energy is very reciprocal. Reciprocal. Energy is very reciprocal. You know, what you put out, it comes back. So put good out, good will come back. But if you put bad out, bad will come back to you. That's just a natural fact. That's a law of life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Alpha, I feel like you're pretty spiritual yourself. Your birthday is like at the end of March, right? You a Pisces?
Nah, Aries.
March 21st? I thought it was the 17th.
Nah, 23rd.
Okay, okay, I was close. 23rd, March 23rd. So, but you're on the cusp though. Like you're on the edge within a
Yeah.
couple of days. 'Cause I was thinking about that because Chris is a Pisces. His birthday is, I think Chris is yours is 17th then, right? It's got to be. I think Chris shares a birthday with somebody else that'd be in the chat. Bladmuel, I believe. But yeah. Now that makes sense though. That's why you have like a lot of deep introspection, but also you know how to take action. So in a way, it kind of don't surprise me that at your young age, you've thought about this stuff and you kind of wrapped your head around it. You say, okay, well, I can do it now. Why wait till I'm 40 years old? You know what I mean? Why wait till, you know, down the road when I get done with this one thing or whatever? Like if you look at like, if I can do it now, why not? What's stopping me? You know, and that's a strong mindset to have, especially at your age. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, if I asked everybody in the chat to guess how old you were, I guarantee you they would think that you're older than what you actually are. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I guarantee that. They would be guessing you about my age. You know? But that's a good thing.
Guys are 30. Yeah, guys are 35.
Right.
Yeah, 10:35.
Yeah, he's older than me, y'all. Alpha's older than me by like 2 months.
Yeah.
Almost though, for real. Like if you think about the date wise, if you were 35 now, you would be older than me by 2 months. Yeah. Yep. 28 to 23rd.
That's all good.
2 months in a week, just about, for 5 days.
Yeah, actually, that's when you think about it like that. But yeah, man, that's yes, that's yeah. But like I said, when it comes to just things in general, like we'll always, no matter what, like I said, think will be best for us and what best for everyone. But at the end of the day, you will always be the one to make your own choices and to always. But like I said, there'll always be there people to guide you through it, you know. And
yeah, there's help all around. You just got to be open to it and learn how to seek it.
Keep an open mind out always, and never seclude yourself to one thing only. Just expand your mind. Just see things from a different perspective. Look at things that you wouldn't really see them before. It's
be open to that.
Just be open minded, really.
Because some people get stuck in their ways even early in life, man. People be in their 20s get stuck in their ways. And somebody else comes at them and tries to show them a different way, and they're just resistant to it. They're like, no, I don't want to believe that, or no, I don't want to even think about it, or whatever. They close themselves off to it, and they it's not even like having a one-track mind. It's just like believing one thing and sticking to that no matter what. Now, if it works, if it's working for you, depending on what that may be, because there's a lot of nuance to that, then maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. But always be learning. Always be learning, open to learning. Because every day of your life that goes by, there's at least one, even if it's small, there's something you could say you learned today that you didn't know yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No matter how big it is or no matter how small, it could be something real small. Like I just learned today that, I don't know, that I could tie my shoes a different way or something, something random. You know what I mean? It could be just anything, really. I'm trying to think of examples, but yeah, it could be just random shit. Oh, it could be something simple as learning somebody's name. You could meet somebody and learn their name. Say, well, I learned so and so's name today. Something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Or if you work out, let's say if you do 50 push-ups all at once, and then you do 51 today, you say, oh, well, I just learned I can do 51 push-ups instead of 50. You know, maybe you thought something and you realize more, or you gain more, you develop more, you know. But yeah, even if you
Yeah,
just 1%
sometimes.
better.
Yeah, sometimes it's your mental thought that holds you back, but you can actually do it,
Big
It's your brain
facts.
telling you that you can't do it, but, in your heart you can, you know? It's blocking you, it's just telling you you can't, but you really can.
Oh,
It's just that self-doubt.
yeah, bro. That's another thing. That's deep what you just said, because some people that their heart and their mind are disconnected. They can't get them all on one accord. They can't get their mind where their heart is. Their heart might be pulling them in one direction, but their mind is telling them to go somewhere else. And it's like you gotta be aligned within yourself. Otherwise, you'll be confused. You may desire to do one thing. You may really feel passionate about something. You may, be inspired to do something, but your mind is holding you back. You say, oh, I can't. Or vice versa. Maybe you believe you could do something, but maybe you're just like, emotionally you have no tie to it, or you just, not really as invested. But maybe you should do it. You may not feel like it, right? Like your mood may dictate that. You may not be in the mood to do something, but you should do it. You got to get yourself aligned and say, all right, I'm going to do this. If it's something that will benefit you, you know? Or in some cases, I think the worst situation is when your heart is pulling to a certain direction, but then logically, mentally, you're trying to find reasons to not do it or to not go that route. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I really, really want to, but like, what if this happens? Or, it could be a fear thing. It could be, a person might be too afraid to do something because they might feel like there's too much risk tied to it, but it may not be as risky as you think. You know what I mean? Because you can only see so far ahead. We can't like predict the future, you know? At least that's not a common thing that people can do. People can't just be like, oh, I know what's going to happen if I do this. Not all the time. You may not be able to have that sense of clarity and foresight in a certain situation. But if you know you want it bad enough, then hey, maybe do it. As long as it's not going to fuck you up, what's the harm in that, right? Like, when
Yeah,
you should
very
work
true.
out. Fitness, I use fitness examples all the time because it's the easiest, but it's the most relatable because everybody wants to feel good and look good, right? So you could be like, I know I should work out, but what if I hurt myself, or what if I end up, being too tired? All right, we'll just work out a little bit then. Like, use these certain parameters and things that you're worried about as like kind of guidelines, and say, okay, well, it doesn't mean you don't do it at all. You know what I'm saying? What they say, like that phrase is almost like taking advice: chew the meat and spit out the bones, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Like you can receive a message, or you can take action in something, and may not go full head diving first into it, but at least like kind of try it out. That could be related to business or anything, right? Even a job. Well, I would like to work at this company, but I don't know. What if I don't like the coworkers? What if I don't like my boss? All right, well, I mean, hey, you're thinking about it enough to be curious about being there. So why not apply and see? Or you could be like, what if they don't hire me? Well, apply. If they call you in for an interview, go. What if they say thanks for coming? We'll keep you in mind. Well, at least you went. At least you made the attempt. And if they don't hire you, well then now you know. But if you never did the first steps to begin with, then you're just gonna be sitting there wondering and guessing. You know what I'm saying? Which I feel like is torture, really.
Yeah, it can be at times.
hmm Like you said earlier, Alpha, the regret of you could have did something but you didn't, and that's a tough thing to deal with. Because all of us gonna make it to the end of our life at some point and say, "Well, damn, did I get to do the things I wanted to do? You know, or the things I know I could have done, the things I should have done. Did you do them?" In most cases, 100% of those things are not going to be a yes on. But you don't want to be like, well, I only did like 10% of what I could have and should have done. or wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like, nah, you don't want that. That sounds miserable. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like I said, seize the opportunity when you can, earliest as possible, and then, like I said, then you won't have any regrets. You know, you feel like you've done what you need to do, and that's what you can do, really. So, you know.
Yep, take decisive action.
Exactly.
Yo, what time is it over there, Alpha?
Oh, damn, it's 9. Oh my gosh, fuck.
Was it
I,
9
I
p.m.?
actually lost track of time. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. already.
Wasn't it just 5? What the hell?
Yeah, I don't even know what happened, bro. I was supposed
I
to go
think you
gym
said it was
out
like
an hour
7 or
ago.
something like that.
I was supposed to go gym like hours ago. Oh, that's fine. Wow.
You gotta work tonight?
Going then anyway. Yeah, luckily, it's actually, around this time it should be quiet then, actually. Well, actually good timing then, huh?
You do have to work tonight?
Nah, I don't work tonight, luckily enough.
Okay.
No. I will have to go work in, I think, the Wednesday, though, so
Mm-hmm.
got a few days off. But man, no, this has been great, though. Like I said, I guess, yeah, well, I'm gonna head to the gym anyway, so, but, yeah, this was really nice. I think this was really great, just speaking about these thoughts and everything, and just, you know, well, even though for the last 4 hours I wasn't really, I guess, speaking because, you know, well,
Yeah, oh
you
yeah,
know,
because nobody could
it's
hear you.
yeah. But I mean, the hours that we did speak, you know, it was nice, you know. I think
Right.
speaking about certain things like this, you know, it's always nice, you know, and you know, just to get this stuff out, you know, it's good opportunity, and you know, like I said, just take, like I said, with people who take away these advices, you know, they can take away something from today and learn something from it, you know. But it's all up to them. You
Yeah,
know, I think when I
even if it's
listen
just
to
one
them,
thing. You know, because out of hours we've been talking, there's at least something in there that people can apply. I believe that. You know.
you know, if it helps someone, you know, that's all that matters, really. You
I
know,
hope so. You know.
yeah, I hope so too. But yeah, so this was very fun. So, thank you, Oren, for once again, for
Thank you, Alpha.
um,
You know what I mean? This is like a
yeah,
full circle moment. You know.
yeah, no, yeah, it really has been. It's really fun today. You know, like I said, like, not only just playing with you, but like just talking about these stuff like this. You know, it's nice in a way. You know, like very safe space and everything, and you know, but yeah, this is really great. You know, I definitely have to do this again another time.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a long time coming, brother. We got you on the show, man. Finally. Everybody Alpha. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, this was progress, you know, just like we talked today. It's progress. We got here in the end, you know. Like it
Yeah.
maybe took a while, but got there in the end, you know. But man, yeah. But well, like I said, I gotta head to the gym now and hopefully get some more gains in. You know, keep my mental health and physical health keep going. And
Right.
yeah, but yeah, I appreciate it all, and I always appreciate you, man, as always. And I appreciate the chat as well. Like, you know, it feels like you know, I feel like in a way it feels like a second family to me, you know, if I'm being honest. You know,
I
this
appreciate you
feels
saying
like a
that,
second,
man. Likewise.
you know, yeah. It feels like a place I could just always come to and always enjoy myself no matter what, you know, for positivity, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all about
But
that, man. You know what I'm saying? We keep
yeah,
it real, but we try to stay on the high vibes. You know what I mean? Because like you said earlier, it's a lot of shit going on in the world today. A lot of negativity, a lot of ignorant ass, goofy ass people. But you know what? We can't focus too much on that. We can't let it affect us, right? Even when it does, we gotta shake it off. We gotta say, all right, well, because it's a choice of how long you stay affected by the bullshit that people try to put on you or throw at you, say to you. You know, negative energy they bring around you. It's a choice. Sometimes you gotta separate yourself from folks, and sometimes you just gotta, you know, hear what people gotta say and then take what you can from it, but just leave the rest. You know.
yeah, that's what you can do really is, like I said, you can only do so much, but to the point that if you, like I said, as long as it helps someone, that's the main thing, you know. That's what you want to do. You want to help people, you know, in a way. Like I said, this is a very cruel and unjust world. There are things that's going to be unfair and fair, but you know, it will be your place and your time to shine whenever you can do. And like I said, always take the opportunity to do that because time is precious. You know, time will go quick.
It is.
So
time is what life is made
do
of.
what
You
you can. Like I said, do what you can while you do it now.
Yeah.
Do anything, but just don't let anything pass you. You know, always strive to do better. You can do better, and everyone can be better. You know, but don't always think that you can't do anything better, or that you can do something better. You can do.
Yep.
Like I say, you just have to believe in yourself. That's all you can do.
Yep. And one more for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Want it bad enough to say, I'm gonna do this shit. You know, take a step. Take a step forward in that direction. Don't just stand where you at and just say, okay, this is cool, even though you know you don't like it, because at that point you're living in denial. You know.
Absolutely.
People like that, they be deluding themselves. They say, oh, well, this is fine. It's like that dog, that meme, you know what I'm talking about? The dog sitting in the house that's on fire. Like, this is fine. You sure about that? You know?
Yeah. Like I say, you gotta be aware of these certain things, you know. As always, you know, it's always you just need to know when to think about certain situations and how to approach them. You know, it can be tough. It's gonna be tough, but you know, it's all about getting there and taking one step at a time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Like I said, thank you once again. Like I said, I'm gonna keep repeating what I'm just saying. That's at this point, but. Like I said, I appreciate you, Oren, as always. You know, always love coming to your streams as it is. Definitely gotta do this again sometime. Like I said, always love these convos I have with you. You know, even officially now, I guess, on the stream. It's always nice, and you know, hopefully, anyone on the chat, whoever's still here, and just like you always say, Oren, anyone who's like, you know, singing the way in the back of the chat. You know, you know. If they take any away from this, what we just said today, you know, like I said, just apply it wherever it's, you know, in your real life situation, wherever you got
apply
going
it where
on,
it fits.
you know,
yeah.
You know, wherever you think that helps, whatever helps today. Like I said, what we want to do is help people. You know, Aaron wants to do that. I want to do that. You know, I'm trying to help myself. I like to help other people while helping myself. You know, because I don't only think about myself, I think about other people too. Because I think other people also need some encouragement out there, you know. And
yeah, we can grow together.
Have that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think when people start to build more of a community mindset, that's when things become better, because you can do more together than you could ever do by yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just make sure you got the right people around
divided
you.
We fall.
Exactly. Yep. Just surround yourself with the right kind of people, the right kind of mindset, and if you got people in your life, in your personal life, your friends, in your social circle, whatever, even in your family, could be somebody you dating. You know what I mean? If you want to win, then look at them and say, "Hey, I want to win, but I want to win with you." You know. Now let's do what we gotta do to make that possible. And if they appreciate you, and if they really take you serious and they mean to be in your life in the proper way, they will want to move up with you. You know what I mean? If not, they're gonna get their ass left behind. That's when you know, all right, well, I'm gonna go this way. You can stay your goofy ass right here. You can stay just looking with your head ass just right here, and I'm gonna be over there. Okay? I'm gonna be moving forward while you sit there just looking. Okay? But don't just stay stuck and stay behind because somebody else don't want to move. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Very true words there.
Because if you really love them, you're gonna show them, then you can tell them. And hopefully, if they got enough sense, they'll say, all right, well, wow, I see them actually making moves. I see them improving and making changes. Let me try to hurry up and catch up with them. You know what I'm saying? As long as you didn't get too far away, then, you know, they can join you.
Yeah, I feel like it'll give them motivation that they can do it too.
Inspiration. Hell yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
sometimes it be like that. It's kind of strange, but I've seen that happen. You be like, hey, I want to do this, and I'm like, no, I don't know about that. I don't, yeah. And they just kind of seem, discouraged or unmotivated, or just they don't really believe in it. They don't see the vision, or it don't seem possible to them. Next, you start making them moves, man. I'm telling you, you start going that direction, and start like becoming living proof of it. They say, well, I'll be dang. Okay, they actually did it. They actually said what they wanted to do and what they plan on doing, and they're doing it for real. So then, in a way, that does motivate them, like you said. They'll see that, and even if they didn't realize it at first, eventually, life got a funny way, but sometimes they catch on. And then, boom, y'all can still win together, even though you might not have started together, Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how it will always be, Words of encouragement, inspiration, things that will keep you going is crucial. But, yeah, well, like I said, that's...
So you finna head to the gym, bro?
Yeah, now it's time to, I guess, instead of mentally talk, now I gotta physically.
He's like, I'm finna do this shit that I was saying, y'all. You know what I mean? I'm finna put my money where my mouth is. I feel that.
Nah. But like I said, appreciate this. This was a really great time. Like I said, the conversation was amazing. Like I said, hopefully anyone's taking this information, hopefully use it in a real life basis. Like I said, like and subscribe to Oron. You know what I'm saying? Absolute goat right here.
Sub to Alpha, y'all. Y'all know who he is. And his name, your name is pretty much the same as in the chat, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yep. Alpha Strike, y'all.
Like I said. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Hopefully I'll just try and upload sooner or later again. I'll get the opportunity.
Let's hold him to it.
That.
Hey, y'all heard what he said. Let's hold him to it.
You hold me to it, then I'll eventually do it. Maybe this will motivate me enough to get back on it.
Yeah, upload a short or something this week. Make that like a challenge, like your homework. Say, all right, this week, today's Monday, before the weekend comes, upload one short. Even if you don't even edit it, you could just take a clip from one of your gameplays and upload it straight.
Yeah. Why not? I guess. But yeah, like I said, you sub to me, you sub to me, like I said, it'd be very appreciated, of course, sub to Oren, and yeah, but like I said, without further ado, I'm gonna head to the gym now. Gotta get some gains as usual, and gotta build up on myself physically now. Like I said, I know mentally I am, but physically I gotta do it. But yeah, other than that, thank you all. I guess officially first time on this. Well, officially hearing me on the stream.
Yeah, it's the first time. Yep.
First time. Yeah, well, the first time, but definitely won't be the last time. So,
right.
But yeah, like I said, appreciate you, Warren, as always. Like I said, I keep saying you're the GOAT. Obviously, like I said.
Thank you, man.
Like I said, glad to find your stream.
We're making history over here. So, this is a big ass milestone,
Yeah, it really is, man.
For real.
We've come a long way.
Mm-hmm. It was definitely a pleasure having you on the show today, man. Like I said, we definitely got to do it again. Don't be a stranger,
Nah, I won't be a stranger never to you, Oren. Definitely support. You know what I'm saying? I definitely do this again. But like I said, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your days, and Oren, you enjoy the rest of your day. You enjoy yourself, and I'll try and enjoy myself at the gym and get some motivation going.
Oh, you will.
I'll see you all next time.
You're going to carry this conversation for the rest of the day. You're going to be thinking about this while you're at the gym. You know what I mean? Even J-Dog said this was some good convos. So, yeah, they know what's up.
Well, yeah.
I mean, this is objectively a great, productive conversation. So, hopefully, shit, even J-Dog, matter of fact, he just said, he said he feel like walking again. He's like, bro, you know what? I'm finna go back outside, bro. Yeah, look at that. See?
I got this guy motivated now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
Carry this conversation with through the day with yourselves, okay? Just think about it. We talked for many, many hours, but like, if there was just like a few minutes out this entire conversation, let it loop in your head. Let it be a phrase or something we said today. Just kind of replay in your head, okay? And then when you feel like doing something, or when you know you should be doing something, or you kind of losing that little steam, like, okay, what they say on that stream? You know what I mean? And boom, there you go. Get back in the groove. You know what I'm saying? Even if you need to, because these game streams, they don't ever go to members only. You can always come back and replay this. You know, listen to a part of it or all of it, whatever. You know, if it helps.
Yeah, no, definitely take the opportunity. It's buy information here. Always, saying always advise. Listen to any of this advice. It could always help. No matter what, you can never know how it could help. You
True.
never know.
And people may not apply it right now. They may not see how it applies right now, but there might be a scenario or a situation that pops up. Like, boom, they were just talking about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's today or tomorrow or next week, it could boom, just something pop up and be like, damn, I'll be, look at that. I was in that chat and they was talking about this and look at this. So you never know how that will manifest in your own life. You know what I'm saying, folks?
Exactly, man. That's how it be, like I said, it can definitely be like that. You take things, even like I said, even one piece of this information, whatever you learned today or whatever you listened to today, you can take that, think about it, Like I said, you could, like Oren said, you could always replay these streams, listen to what we have to say, maybe take bits out of it, you don't have to listen to the whole thing, like I said, always take the important bits out, and apply it somewhere, because it could lead to something really good. You never know. You actually never know.
Yep, and carry that positivity, man. Like, spread the love, and try to motivate somebody else in your day. If you feel motivated by this conversation, folks, I challenge y'all. Find somebody. It could be somebody you know what I mean? It can make it a little easier on you. You could use somebody you know, but it could be somebody you don't know, and you could tell them something or show them something or, just give them words of encouragement in general, right? To help kind of pass along the message. Always pay it forward. If you hear something good that's benefiting you today, you could repeat it word for word if you want to, or put it in your own way, but pass on to somebody and say, hey, I heard this today, or hey, I learned this today, or, somebody said this today and I thought it was a good message. I want to tell you the same thing, and then you never know. They might go off and tell somebody. They might tell more than one person. And you just start a whole chain reaction of positivity down the road. Boom. You know what I'm saying? From us to you, from you to somebody else, and from them to other people, or from you to many people, right? Think of it like that. Because it ain't like it's not something that's physical to where you can only divide it up so many times. It's knowledge, it's information, it's, just energy in general. And that's infinite. You know what I mean? You can spread that with as many people as you want to and never run out. You see my point?
Yeah, spread that positivity. That's all we can do,
Mm-hmm. Remember the golden rule, folks. Treat people how you want to be treated. And trust me, blessings will come your way.
Absolutely. That's a fact right there. But, yeah. So... Like I said, enjoy, guys. Rest of the day. Enjoy the sunshine, beautiful sunshine. I mean, I don't really have sunshine anymore. It's more like dark misery out there. But I'll leave that on a positive note. But,
it's been like that off and on for me today. It was hailing earlier, bro. Storming, gray skies, everything. But now the sun's coming out, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah, like I said, look out, see out, go out, see the weather. Enjoy the weather while you can.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I guess I'll see you all next time. And yeah, I can't wait for the next stream I come to, as well. I'll try to, like I said, try and be more consistent on these streams again, hopefully soon. And yeah, but like I said, I'll see you all next time. Enjoy.
All right, Alpha. Take care, brother. Have a great rest of your day. And we will see you next time. All right, bro?
Yes.
Thanks for being on the show, man. All right, y'all. This has been a great stream, man. It's been a really great stream. I think it's a good stopping point to end the show. All right. Yeah, man. Check out Alpha's channel. All right, y'all. He's a great guy, as you can see. Known him for many, many years. He's been coming by the show for many, many years, and we finally actually got him on the show. This is amazing. It's like a huge milestone, straight up. And I was like, damn, okay, he got this game too? All right, boom, and here we go. And look what it turned into. So you never know the kind of conversations you might have. If you get the thought or get an idea to do something, just go with it. See where it takes you. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's all a choice, you know? Man, you got to just go for it. All right, folks. So, like Alpha said, we hope you took something from today's conversation, because we did more talking than we did playing the game, to be honest with you. Out of the last 9 hours, J-Dog, you said 9 hours? Damn, 9.5 now. 9.5 hours. But yeah, out of the last 9.5 hours, we did more talking than anything. Unfortunately, I apologize. You know, even on Alpha's behalf, he didn't know, and I didn't either, that y'all couldn't hear him for like most of the show. But we resolved it, thank God. We fixed it, and then it worked out. We got to where he, before the end of the show came up, oh, I got my alarm going off and everything. Okay, it's perfect timing. But yeah, before we like got to the end of the show, it might have been the tail end, but there was some good conversation towards the end of the show. You know what I mean? So if you want to, you got the last maybe 2 hours, just about 2 hours of just straight talking. So there's something in there for somebody, hopefully, and just come on back, revisit the stream if you need to, and kind of glance over it, skim over it, and see if there's anything you can help boost your day, boost your mood, okay? Change your perspective, shift your mindset, something like that. But yeah, folks, it is now time to go, time to end the show. Hit the like on the video on the way out for me, please. Subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already. Check out my boy J-Dog right here in the chat. Okay, he streams too. He definitely does that. All right, and I might come right back. We might do the marathon stream, you know, because I did say we were going to do that today. And with it being raining, even though the sun's out, I'm not like a big rain person, so I don't think I'm going to be going out today personally. But yeah, man, if the weather's good where you're at, get out and about, get some sunshine, and enjoy the day. And if you're able to come on back, great. Okay, if not, then I guess we'll see y'all another time. Okay, but I will be back though, y'all. I'll be back today. I plan on it. Okay. So whether I see you all back here later today or not, I hope you all have a great rest of your morning, evening, noon, or night. All right. Once again, hit that like, sub to the channel, whatever time it is, wherever y'all may be from around the world. I appreciate all y'all once again. Tell a friend about the show. Okay? Until next time, though, y'all. Peace out.